Summary.
Molly Hanson, a young woman fresh out of college, returns home to find out that her parents and the rest of the community were losing their businesses and home to a land developer. She confronts the man behind it, Adam Bancroft, and tries to persuade him to leave her community alone. Adam Bancroft is a wealthy man who enjoys the company of women, many women, and when he meets Molly, he decides he wants her, so he gives her a choice. He tells her if she sleeps with him, he will leave her parents and the others alone. But then he changes his mind. He wants more than a one-night stand. Molly finds him to be arrogant and cold-hearted, and she takes an instant dislike to him. So will she agree to his terms? This will prove to be more than either one of them expected, a real roller coaster that turns their lives upside down. She is spicy, speaks her mind, and is strong-willed. Chapter 1. Molly Hanson returned to her parents' home in a small community called Memory Lane, just on the outskirts of Manhattan. Her father, Nicholas Hanson, owns and runs a small shop called Hanson's Clocks and Repairs. He is considered to be a master at his craft. All his clocks are handmade, each one unique. Their home is above the shop, a modest two-bedroom apartment consisting of a small kitchen, fair-size living room. It was small but cozy. The community consisted of family-run businesses by people of foreign nationalities from all over the world: Germany, Sweden, Africa, and various other places. It was by no means a wealthy community, just honest, hard-working people trying to make a decent living and a better life for themselves and their families. Molly had just finished her 4th year at college. She graduated top of her class in business and finance. Molly had no idea how much her life was going to change over the next few weeks. She stood in front of her father's store. It was only midday, and the shop was closed. Frowning, she looked around, and seeing all the shops were closed, shivered. A cold chill raced through her body. The shops never closed unless there was a death in the community. Fearing the worst, she used her key to open the door and dashed up the back steps that led upstairs to the apartment. Her mother and father were seated at the round kitchen table, holding hands and heads hung down. Neither one had heard her come in. "Mom, Dad, what's wrong?" she cried out. They both looked up, surprised to see her standing there. Anna, her mother, was the first to speak. "Molly, dear, we thought you weren't coming home till tomorrow." A small tremor went through her as she looked from her mother to her father. "I wanted to surprise you, so I caught an earlier flight." Anna stood. Going over, she drew Molly into a warm hug. "And what a wonderful surprise it is. Your father and I missed you. We're so glad that you're back, sweetheart." "Mom, Dad, has someone died?" she asked, fearing the answer. Once again, it was her mother who answered. "No, dear, but we do have some bad news. Sit, I'll make you some tea." Molly loved her mother, but it was always a chore getting answers from her. So she went over to her father and, getting down on her knees in front of him, laying her hand on his knee, looked up into his eyes. She could see the pain and sorrow in them, his eyes moist from the tears he had shed before she had arrived home. "Dad, are you okay? What has happened?" Nikolaus was a 69-year-old man. He and his wife Anna met and married in Sweden when they were only 16. Times were hard back then. He wanted to give his wife a better life, so they packed their belongings. Leaving their family and friends behind, headed to America and settled in Manhattan. Nikolaus worked long, hard hours, sometimes up to 15 hours a day. He took whatever jobs he could find. With a lot of hard work and determination, he was able to save up enough money for a down payment on a shop where he made clocks and also repaired them. With help from his neighbors, they turned the upper top of the shop into an apartment. They only had one child, late in life. Anna was 46 when she gave birth to Molly. Nikolaus and Anna devoted their lives to Molly and each other. To this day, the couple could be seen hugging and kissing. They were more in love today than when they first married. Molly's father motioned for her to sit down. He laid the palm of his hand gently on her cheek. "Honey, we are losing our home and our business." Molly looked at her father. She was in shock and didn't understand. "Dad, that's not possible. You pay your bills on time, and you've never missed a mortgage payment. She knew all this since she is the one who does the bookkeeping and helped make sure everything got paid. That was the reason she took finance and business in college, to help her father and the others who live in the community. It's not that, my child. It's not only us that are losing our home, our business, but it's also the whole community. Molly's eyebrows raised, and the taste of bile rose up her throat. I still don't understand what is going on. Again Nicolaus touched Molly's cheek in a loving caress. You just got home, and I'm sorry you had to come back to this, but I am so glad to have you home. Dad, you still haven't told me what's going on. I want to know, she said, taking his hand in hers. She heard her mother pulling out pots and pans to start supper. Molly would have stopped her, but she knew better than to try. That was how her mother handled stressful situations, by cooking and baking. As soon as she entered, the smell of freshly baked muffins and cookies filled the tiny apartment. Nicolaus stood up and, walking towards the window, looked out onto the unusually quiet street before speaking. A land developer has bought all this land. Everything is being torn down to make way for condos and high-rise office buildings. Getting up, she went over to her father. But Dad, that's not possible. Mr. Bowie promised he'd never sell. He said it would always be safe from this kind of thing happening. Molly, Mr. Bowie passed away months ago. I know, Dad, but the land was left to the community. It was in his will, she cried. Yes, it was. But his son took it to court, and he won. Once he got his greedy little hands on the land, he sold it. Molly started pacing. She looked at her parents with love and great sadness. They were getting up in years, had worked hard all their lives to give her a good education, to put a roof over her head and food in her stomach. She never went without anything. True, she never had designer clothes. Most of her clothes came from second-hand stores. But she didn't care. She had grown up in a happy and loving home, and to Molly, that was more important. Her mother was a tiny, frail woman. Her father was tall and strong, a proud man who never missed a day of work, never accepted handouts, but he was always the first one to help someone in need. He had told her she had her mother's beauty, but had his strength, but also that she was very headstrong, and who she got that from he had no idea. She stopped pacing and went back over to her father and kneeled down by his side. We'll fight this, Dad. We won't let them take away our community. Honey, that means lawyers. They cost money. Money that none of us have. It's hopeless. We have 1 year to be out. Molly shook her head. It's not hopeless. I'll think of something. There has to be something we can do. I'll go see the developer tomorrow. Maybe I can reason with him. Nicolaus hands her the letter he had received from the company for her to read. Her hand flew to her mouth, and a trickle of sweat rolled down her forehead. My God, Bancroft Enterprises. I've heard of them. They own most of New York and have property all around the world. Nicolaus rested his head against the back of his chair. Then there is no hope. People like that only care about money, not people like us. She gave her father a warm smile. There is always hope, Dad. Now I'm starving. I've been waiting a long time for one of Mom's home-cooked meals. In the morning, Molly dressed in a skirt and a cotton pink top and heels. She wore her long blonde hair down. She checked herself in the mirror and was pleased with what she had on, and was ready to face the owners of Bancroft Enterprises. Going downstairs to where her father was already busy at work, she wanted to let him know she was leaving. Dad, I'm going now. I found the address to where they have their office, and I'll demand they listen to me. Maybe once he hears about our community, I can convince him to change his mind. And what if they won't, Molly? What then? He asked. Then we'll fight them any way we can. I won't let you lose your home. Nicolaus gave her a kiss and wished her luck. But he knew it was pointless. People like the Bancroft always win. They have money and power. But he also knew his daughter. She was stubborn and determined. When she believed in something, she wouldn't give up. She fought.
She was a lot like him in that way. Well, when he was younger. And yet she was so much like her mother, a kind and gentle soul. Chapter 2. Molly drove her old beat-up sedan to the heart of the city in search of the Bancroft building. It wasn't hard to find. It stuck out from all the others, being the tallest, and the name Bancroft flashed across the front of the building. Parking her car, she went inside and over to the information desk, where a young woman was sitting. "Hello, I'm looking for Adam Bancroft's office." The woman looked up, giving Molly a warm smile. "Do you want Mr. Bancroft SR or Jr.?" Molly was taken by surprise, not realizing there were two. I don't know, I'm not sure," she stammered. Then she remembered she had the letter with her, so she looked in her purse and pulled it out. "Bancroft Jr. That's it," Molly told the woman. "Okay, miss, Mr. Bancroft Jr.'s office is on the 12th floor." The receptionist went back to her work, but was interrupted again by Molly. "Excuse me, is there a room number?" "No, miss, the whole floor belongs to Bancroft Jr." Molly stepped into the elevator and wondered why one person would need the whole floor for their office. The only conclusion she could come up with was that he thought far too highly of himself. When the elevator doors opened and she stepped out, she noticed how luxurious it was. Thick cream color carpet covered the floor. White and black leather sofas sat in several different spots. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Bottles of champagne were chilling on ice, crystal glasses lined up, all sitting on glass tables. Molly walked over to the woman sitting behind a desk, a beautiful young woman who was elegantly dressed. Her long dark hair flowed down her back and shoulders. A pair of dangling gold earrings hung from her ears. She looked more like a model than a receptionist. The woman looked Molly over as she raised her eyebrow. "Can I help you?" she asked, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Yes, I'd like a word with Mr. Bancroft." "Do you have an appointment?" "No, but it's very important and won't take long," Molly answered. "I'm sorry, miss. Without an appointment, I can't let you in," she said, rolling her eyes. Molly shook her head, rolling her eyes. "Fine, I'll make an appointment." The woman, whose name was Susan, checked her computer. It seemed to take forever before she looked back up. "Okay, I can book you in for Feb. 9th. Molly's mouth dropped open. She couldn't believe it. "No, I can't wait that long. 8 months, that's insane." "Mr. Bancroft is a very busy man. Do you want an appointment or not?" Susan smirked. She looked over Susan's shoulder and pointed. "Is that his office?" "Yes," Susan answered. When Molly dashed over to the door, Susan jumped from her seat. "Stop, you can't go in there," she yelled out. Molly reached the door and opened it before Susan could stop her, and was not prepared for what she saw. The man sitting behind the desk was tanned, his hair black as midnight. His jacket and tie were tossed across the back of his chair, his shirt unbuttoned, showing off an amazing muscular chest. A busty red-headed woman was sitting on his lap, her top lying on the floor. They both turned sharply to look at the intruder. Molly had never seen a man that looked like him in all her life. Her heart started beating wildly in her chest. "Susan, what the hell is the meaning of this?" His husky voice bellowed out loudly. "I'm sorry, sir. She ran past me before I could stop her." Susan's voice sounded shaky. After sizing Molly up, he smiled and turned his attention back to the woman on his lap. His lips going to her neck spoke between kisses. "You want to see me, then make an appointment." "I tried that, but I can't wait 8 months, and you don't appear that busy," she said sarcastically. His head snapped up to look at her. His eyes narrowed, turning dark as he stared into her eyes. He wasn't accustomed to people talking back to him. She stared back, not blinking. After a moment, he moved the woman off his lap and stood up. "You can leave now, Mary," he told the woman. "My name is Sally. Will you call me?" she asked, putting on her blouse. "Sure, baby, whatever," he answered with an air of arrogance. Molly watched as he slowly did up his shirt, She couldn't take her eyes off his chest. A strange feeling went through her, one she had never experienced before. A tingling sensation between her thighs and her heart was pounding inside her chest. "Okay, miss," he said, pulling Molly from her coma-like state. Her face flushed. She turned away when she realized he was watching her. Molly Hanson, giving him her name. "Okay, Molly, do up my tie," he said as he put it around his neck and moved closer to her.
"What?" Her eyes widened.
"I can never do it properly myself. You do know how to tie a tie, don't you?" he asked as he edged even closer to her. She stood there like a deer caught in the headlights of a car. "Do my tie up, and I'll give you 5 minutes of my time." Now he was standing right in front of her, towering over her. He watched as she started fixing his tie, felt her hands trembling against his chest. He studied her face. She had the longest eyelashes he had ever seen, except for the false ones that women wear. Her cheekbones were defined, her lips plump and soft, looking with a touch of pink lipstick. She smelled like fresh strawberries. Molly couldn't stop her hands from trembling as she reached up and proceeded to fix his tie. His breath smelled minty fresh. His aftershave was intoxicating. The heat from his chest ran through her fingers, and she felt the hardness of his chest. Once she was done, backed away. Looking up, she saw him staring at her, his eyes studying her. Suddenly, she felt unsure of herself. She never had a man look at her the way he was. "You have 5 minutes, sit." He points to the chair in front of his desk. Then he sits on the edge of his desk and waits for her to speak. He wasn't paying attention to what she was saying. He was too busy checking her out. She was blonde with emerald green eyes, a killer body with a tiny waist. He could tell how round and firm her breasts were under her top, and she had such beautiful shapely legs. And he was thinking about how great it would feel to have them wrapped around him. He felt himself becoming aroused at the thought of it. Then he heard her yelling as she abruptly stood up. "Oh my God, Mr. Bancroft, you've not heard a word I've said. Will you stop staring at my legs and listen to me?" Adam got up and, going around his desk, sat down. "Sorry, Miss Hanson, you're out of time." Angrily, she leaned over the desk, unaware she was giving him a perfect view down her top. "No, that's not fair. You didn't even listen to me," she cried. He made it obvious he was checking her out. Leaning back in his chair, his eyes went to her cleavage, and he smiled. "Let me take you to dinner. We can talk then." Molly looked at him with disgust. She knew he was hitting on her and was only trying to get her into bed. "You have to be the most arrogant, self-centered jerk I have ever met. There's no way in hell I'd ever have dinner with you." Adam watched as Molly's chest began to heave rapidly up and down in anger, making her breasts move. He usually liked his women with large breasts, but hers he thought were perfect, just the right size. "Suit yourself, Miss Hanson. Make an appointment, and I'll see you in Feb." "Go to hell, Mr. Bancroft." Molly turned and walked out, slamming the door behind her. Molly was fuming when she left his office. Never had she met anyone so rude and conceited. Yet when she stood before him, she found herself feeling things she'd felt before, wasn't even sure what it was she was feeling. At home, her father asked her how it went with the Bancrofts. "I'm so sorry, Dad, I tried, but he wouldn't listen to me." She looked over at her father. "I'm not giving up. I'll write letters, organize a protest right outside his building. We'll get on the news, appeal to the public to put pressure on Bancroft." "Molly, these people are wealthy, and for all I know, dangerous. I want you to stop before you end up getting hurt." "I can't, Dad. I have to try. Besides, you didn't raise a quitter." Later that day, Adam's father came into the office and sat in the chair across from him. "Jar, who was that young lady that stormed out of here earlier?" A Molly Hanson, I believe," Adam Jr. answered. "What did you do to make her so mad?" Adam Sr. asked. Adam Jr. sat back and smiled. "I'm not sure. She said something about how I was too busy looking at her legs to hear what she was saying." Well, she did have great legs, son. But maybe you should try listening once in a while. Women like it when you do. And don't you think it's time you settled down, find a wife? I'm only 30, father. I have no desire to tie myself down to one woman. The very thought of making love to one woman the rest of my life does not appeal to me. Adam Sr. was leaving when he stopped to look back at his son. Son, there's nothing like the love of that one special woman. One that loves you for who you are, not how much money you have. One of these days you're going to meet her, and you won't see it coming. He chuckled. Keep your eyes open, son. After Adam's father left, he sat drumming his fingers on the desk. His thoughts kept going back to the sassy blonde. There was something intriguing about her. She was beautiful, and had lots of fire in those green eyes. He wanted to see her again. No, he would see her again. Picking up the phone, he buzzed Susan. Susan, find the number for Molly Hanson. Tell her to come by tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and tell her I'll listen to what she's got to say. Chapter 3. Molly was surprised to hear back from Bancroft Enterprise, not after she stormed out of his office swearing at him. She really had no desire to see him again, but knew she had to give it another shot. So the following day she found herself standing in front of Susan. He's in the gym. She points to a set of glass doors. Through those doors and to the left. Her attitude was even less friendly today than it was before. Molly couldn't be sure, but she had a distinct feeling that Susan disliked her. But why? She had done nothing to the woman. She walked through the glass doors and, taking a left turn, entered another room. Looking around, she saw all the gym equipment. There was everything from exercise bikes, treadmills, weights, and even a small boxing ring. I'm over here, Miss Hanson. A husky voice rang out. Molly looked over to where Adam was lifting weights. He was shirtless and his muscles glistened with sweat. She couldn't help but notice how fit he was. His muscular body flexed with every movement he made. She again felt that unfamiliar feeling coursing through her body, a throbbing deep inside her core. Adam smiled when he saw her checking him out and thought it was adorable how her face turned a light shade of pink. Well, Molly, can I call you Molly? When she didn't reply, he took it as a yes. Okay, Molly, say what you've got to say. I can work out and listen at the same time. He looked at the curve of her neck when she turned away and thought how sweet it would be to put his lips there and suck gently, making her squirm. I want you to put a stop to the project, Memory Lane. She turned to look at him. Now why would I do that? He asked, lifting another weight.
Mr. Bancroft.
It's a family community made up of people from all around the world. They came here years ago, and they're good, honest, and hard-working people. Adam glanced back over at Molly. She was wearing a cute little green dress, which matched her eyes. He noticed how toned and taut she was, and wondered how it would feel to have her squirming beneath him, with her legs wrapped around him. Mr. Bancroft, are you listening to me? Her shrilled voice shattered his thoughts, bringing him back to the discussion at hand. Yes, and please call me Adam. They can find another place to live and work. We are, after all, giving them a decent settlement. Molly was becoming frustrated, hands clenched by her side. Most of them are too old to start over, and not educated. They won't survive anywhere else. Stopping what he was doing, Adam stood up and, reaching for a towel, wiped the sweat from his face. That's not my problem. Do you expect me to drop an operation worth billions of dollars just so that a bunch of immigrants can earn a few bucks? Raising her voice, she stepped closer, lips quivering. It's not about money, it's about the people. A community that's more than that. We all grew up together, we're family. If you would just come down there and meet the people, get to know them, you might just change your mind. Molly hadn't realized it, but as she talked, she kept edging closer to Adam. As they came face to face, he stared into her eyes. They were filled with so much passion and fire, pleading with him. Please, can't you let it go? You have so many other places that you could buy. His eyes traveled down her neck to the hollow spot at the base of her neck. He placed a finger lightly on it. Her skin felt so warm and soft. He noticed she didn't move away. Molly's eyes closed. She was frozen to the spot. His touch was warm and soft, seductive, sending her into a trance. She felt the heat from his body as he moved closer, touching her, his breath warm on her face. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open when they were interrupted by a female voice, and Molly backed away. A brunette, wearing a short, tight dress with a low-cut front, walked right up to Adam. Wrapping her arms around his sweaty neck, pressed into him, purring like a cat. "Adam, darling, why aren't you ready?" Grabbing the woman's rear, he leaned down, giving her a long kiss. He kept his eyes open and stared into Molly's eyes as he did this. Molly was disgusted and turned her head away. "Wait for me in the office, baby." Giving her a pat on the rear sent her away, then turned and smiled at Molly. "Let's finish this another time, Molly." Groaning, she snapped at him. "Of course, I wouldn't want to keep you from yet another date," she replied sarcastically. He moved swiftly, backing her up against the wall, taking her by complete surprise, brushing his lips against hers, and said in a low murmur, "I could always send her away, and you and I could go somewhere more private and continue our talk." Molly was hypnotized. She couldn't move. Her eyes were glued on his damp chest and had the urge to reach out and touch it. Then she nudged him and moved away, a scowl on her face. "You're being offensive." Grabbing her wrist, pulled her into his arms, but she shoved him away. "You're a pig," she squealed, and walking away left the room, leaving Adam aroused. Molly returned home and tried to shake off the close encounter with Adam. When he rested his finger on her neck, she felt little bolts of electricity shoot through her. A part of her liked it and wanted more of his touch. But she knew how crazy that was. She didn't even like him. Sure, she found him attractive, SXY, and dangerous, but also a monster who was hell-bent on tearing down her beloved community, destroying her family and friends in the process. She threw herself into organizing a protest, trying desperately to forget about the man who had lit a fire inside her. She got several of the younger people in the community to help. They made signs and planned what they would say and do. She called a friend of hers, Derek, who works for the local newspaper. He promised to have a reporter there. The day of the protest rolled around and Molly was ready to leave. "I'm going now, Dad," she shouts out. "I don't want you to do this, Molly. It's against the law. You could get arrested." "I won't, Dad. It's going to be a peaceful protest." Close to 30 people gathered, along with Molly. Holding their signs, they marched in front of the Bancroft building chanting, "Bancroft June, unfair to the poor, help save Memory Lane." When Adam showed up at his building and saw what was going on, he became enraged. Spotting Molly, he sprinted over and grabbed her arm in a vice-like grip, cutting off the circulation in her arm. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" "Exactly what it looks like," she screamed over the noise of the crowd. "You wouldn't listen to reason, so I organized this protest."
"Well, break it up, lady, or else,"
he snapped. His eyes narrowed into slits. With fire in her eyes and ice in her voice, she yelled back, "Or else what? Call the cops to arrest me. Go ahead. How's that going to look for your precious reputation?" she hissed. "Why, you little—" Adam didn't have a chance to finish his sentence due to the fact that a young man came over and put his hand on Adam's arm. "Get your hands off her now." He looked at the young man and then Molly, releasing her arm. "I don't believe this. You've got 1 hour to leave, or I will call the cops." Adam stormed away, furious as hell as he fought his way through the crowd. And he wondered who the hell that punk kid was. Her boyfriend, no doubt. Not only did the newspaper reporter show up, but so did the TV media. Inside the office, both Adam and his father watched the news. Molly was being interviewed by the reporter. "Miss Hanson, you organized this protest. Can you tell us what it's all about and what you hope the outcome will be?" Molly told them all about Memory Lane, the people, how they came to settle in Manhattan. She told about how in their hearts they were all family, and what it would do to the older ones to lose their homes and business. After Molly told them the whole story, they asked her some personal questions. Miss Hanson, have you met Bancroft Jr.? If so, what is your opinion of him? She stared right into the camera. Yes, I've met him a couple of times. I've found him to be a heartless and self-centered jerk, a man who only cares about money and power, not people. Miss Hanson, Bancroft is a very handsome man. The word is he's irresistible to women. Are you not in any way attracted to him? Knowing Adam would be watching, she stared back into the camera. Heck no, I find him disgusting. I could never be attracted to a man like Adam Bancroft, even if my life depended on it. Adam watched her on the TV, even in jeans and a sweatshirt, her hair up in a ponytail. He still thought she looked downright SXY. Adam SR laughed out loud. That's some impression you made on that young lady, son. I'm glad she's not mad at me. So what are you going to do? You could sue her for slander, have the group arrested. Adam Jr. shook his head. No, I don't want them arrested, just gone. As for Molly Hanson, I'll deal with her myself. He smirked. Susan knocked and walked in. Mr. Bancroft, the phones are being flooded with calls from the investors about the bad publicity that Memory Lane has caused. Adam barked out orders. Set up a meeting with PR. Let's ask them how we should handle this. The police came and had no trouble breaking up the protest. Molly had gotten what she wanted. The exposure they got was sure to get Bancroft's attention, and that it did, it would also prove to be more than Molly had bargained for. The news carried more on Bancroft and Memory Lane. She was pleased with the results. The media made Bancroft look like a greedy, heartless bastard who was driving poor immigrants out of their homes. Molly knew Adam would be feeling the pressure, and maybe he would have second thoughts about Memory Lane. But over the next few days, things took a turn for the worse for Molly and her community. One she had not counted on. It would change everything she worked hard on. One that would change her life forever. Chapter 4. Adam Bancroft Jr. was splashed all over the news. He was apologizing for the trouble the protest caused. Molly watched in horror at his smug smile when he turned the tables on her. I just want to clear the air. Bancroft Enterprises is giving every family in Memory Lane a huge settlement and a year to move. Miss Hanson is a young and inexperienced woman. We are doing these people a favor. The buildings are old and run down. That land will also have a building that will be strictly used as a lab. They will be running tests and trying to find a cure for diseases, nonprofit of course, donated by Bancroft Enterprises. Adam leaned in towards the camera, staring at it. Stick to what you know, Miss Hanson, shopping and doing your nails. Leave the business to the big boys. Molly flung the TV remote down, cursing under her breath. Adam had turned the table on her. He was now getting support from the media, and now donating a building for medical research. Who was he kidding? It would be a tax write-off for him and would end up costing him nothing. He was making her out to be a bored dumb bimbo. Now she was even more determined to fight. The next day she was busy writing letters when she received a call from Adam's secretary. He wanted to meet with her at the Chandler Hotel dining room at 8 p.m. It was advised that she show up if she wanted him to reconsider his decision. The Chandler Hotel was a place where only the very wealthy could afford to eat and stay. Molly wore the only fancy dress she owned, a little black number. Adam stood up when she was escorted to his table. Molly, I'm glad you could make it. I didn't have much of a choice, Mr. Bancroft, she replied curtly. Call me Adam. Sorry I'm late, but I was busy doing my nails, she said sarcastically. Adam laughed. Oh, so you saw the news, did you? Yes, and you have some nerve. What you said about the buildings falling down is untrue, and you know it. It's nothing personal, Molly, just business, he said as he poured them both a glass of wine.
Look, Mr. Bancroft, I mean Adam, I'm here to talk about memory lane and nothing else. He glared at her, his patience running thin. I never talk business until after I've eaten. We can talk later. Shall I order for you? I'm not here to eat. This is not a date, she snapped. The waiter came over and, ignoring her, Adam ordered the steak for the two of them. Molly figured if she had to eat, she would not let Adam decide for her. Though the steak sounded delicious, she picked something altogether different. No, I'll have the fish with a side salad. Giving Adam an icy stare, she thanked the waiter. Adam smiled to himself. This girl has spunk. It might be fun getting to know her. I brought you a folder to look at. Inside is a full report on the people and their business. If there is anything else you want to know, just ask me. Adam held up his hands to stop her from talking. Molly, after we eat. Now let's get to know one another. Tell me about yourself. She inhaled deeply and let out a sigh. What do you want to know? Is there a man in your life? That's really none of your business, but no, there isn't. Adam raised his eyebrow, letting his eyes roam over her body. I find that hard to believe. A beautiful woman like you single.
A rosy tint appeared on her face at his compliment. I've been busy. I just finished college and returned home.
What was your major, and how did you do? I finished top of my class in business and finance. She gave him a smug look. See, I'm not such a bimbo, after all, you jerk. So you're smart as well as beautiful. If you're so smart, you must know I could sue you for slander. Molly swallowed the last bite of her fish. A wicked smile crossed her face. Do it, but how do you think the public will feel about you when they find out you're using a poor young woman, one whose community you're tearing down? Adam's eyes grew eerily dark as he stared at Molly, dropping his fork on his plate. You have some nerve talking to me like this, Molly, but be careful with that mouth of yours before you get yourself in a whole lot of trouble. He leaned over towards her and snarled, I could destroy you with one phone call. Molly stood up, tossing her napkin on the table, shouted, not caring that the people around them were listening. Don't you dare threaten me. I'm not one of your bimbos you can push around. Tossing the folder down in front of him, stormed out. He watched her leave. A smile formed on his face. There was something about her. She was unlike any woman he had ever met. When Adam left the restaurant, he saw Molly across the street. She appeared to be having car trouble. The hood was up, and she was bent over looking inside. Her dress had ridden up, showing off a great deal of leg. He walked over and asked what was wrong. It's this stupid car of mine. It won't start again. She looked up at Adam. Do you know anything about cars? She asked. Shaking his head, he laughed. No, but I do know this. From the looks of this car, I'd say scrap it. Easy for you to say, money bags, she said in a snarky tone. Let me give you a ride home. No thanks, I'll call a cab. You won't get one now, maybe in an hour or two, if you're lucky. When she shook her head no again, he turned and walked away, shouting back over his shoulder. Okay, good luck and watch out for the drunks coming out of the bar. Molly's head snapped towards the sound of three men laughing and carrying on. They were obviously drunk. Not wanting to deal with them, yelled out to Adam, Wait, I'll take that ride. He opened the door for her and then got in himself. Did I tell you how SXY you look in that dress? Shaking her head, she rolled her eyes at him. Don't bother flirting with me, it won't get you anywhere. I'm just saying, and are you always this defensive? He asked as he pulled up in front of her father's shop. This is where you live? It is, and thank you for the ride. He stopped her from opening the car door. I'll walk you to your door, he said as he got out and over to her side. She waited for Adam to open her door. Stepping out, she looked at him, wondering why she suddenly felt nervous. There's no need to walk me to the door. He paid no attention and walked her up to the door anyway. As soon as they got there, he put his arms around her waist. I need some form of payment for the ride home. She placed her hands on his arms and pulled them away from her waist. If it's a payment you want, then I'll give you the cash. I don't want money. He put her up against the wall and his lips came down on hers. They tasted like honey and were velvety soft. His hands went around her tiny waist and he pulled her close as his kiss deepened. She gave him a shove back. How dare you, she said as she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Turning, she dashed inside. Molly was furious, her body trembling from his kiss that left her lips swollen. She thanked God that her parents were asleep. She didn't want to explain why she was trembling and her lips swollen. She was starting to lose hope. Adam was playing with her. He had no intentions of stopping the building project. They were doomed, and she never wanted to see him again. That night as she lay awake, she thought about Adam and that kiss. No man had ever kissed her like that before, with so much urgency and passion. His lips were so soft yet firm, his tongue so moist when it tickled her tongue with his. It sent flames through her body like a raging fire right down to her core. An intense throbbing began, and she felt her panties getting wet. Molly couldn't understand how this man, whom she hated, could make her feel what she was feeling. She gave herself a mental slap and told herself to stop thinking about him. She would never let him kiss her again, which would be easy since she would never be seeing him again. Adam drove home with a smile on his face. Well, at least she didn't slap my face, he thought to himself. Arriving home to his suite at the hotel, he grabbed a beer from the fridge and sat down on his leather sofa, stretching his legs and removing his tie. He couldn't get the feisty little blonde out of his head. Boy, she had a temper. If looks could kill, he'd be a dead man. From the way she glared at him, and from the way she shoved him, he knew she was strong as well. Adam wanted to see her again, but he knew she wasn't like the other women. No, Molly was not impressed with money and fancy things. She could not be bribed with diamonds or expensive gifts. He wanted her in his bed and was determined to have her, one way or another. Her lips were like a drug. He'd had a taste and wanted more. Getting comfortable on his sofa, leaned back. Taking out his phone, checked his messages as he looked at his luxurious surroundings. Everything was new and expensive, all bright and shiny. He loved being surrounded by beautiful things, one of the perks of being wealthy. But there was something missing. Though he always had the company of women, he sometimes felt lonely. Finishing his beer, clicked off his phone. They were from women he had betted and wanted him to call. Normally, he would have called one of them, but tonight his mind was distracted by Molly. For whatever reason, he couldn't get her out of his head. Chapter 5. The next day, when Molly returned home from doing the banking, she was flustered when she saw Adam sitting at the kitchen table with her mother. She almost didn't recognize him. Instead of the expensive Italian suit, he had on jeans that fit him snugly and a black t-shirt that stretched across him, defining his muscular chest. On his feet were sneakers in place of his polished black dress shoes. He looked just as handsome in his present attire as he did dressed in the finest clothes that money could buy. "What are you doing here?" she snapped at him. "Molly, don't be rude to our guest. Adam is here to see you." "Mom, since when are you on a first-name basis with this snake?" She would never understand how her mother could be so nice to people like Adam. Had she forgotten what he was doing to them and the community? "Now, young lady, Adam was kind enough to have your car towed back home. Be nice and thank him." Her mother gave her a stern look. Molly gave him a fake smile. "Thank you," she said, shooting daggers his way. Adam was no fool. He knew a fake smile when he saw one. He gave her one back, showing off a set of pearly white teeth. "Your mom and I are having a nice chat. I'm really enjoying it." Molly gave him a dirty look, making sure her mother didn't see. "Adam, I've said all I'm going to. You won't budge, so we have nothing left to say." Adam stood up. "It was you that said I should come down and meet the people, so here I am. So come on, show me around." Molly squinted. She wondered why the sudden turnaround. Is this just another one of your schemes to get me alone and into bed? She asked suspiciously. No, it's not. I really want to check out the community, see if it's all you say it is, he said, putting on his jacket motion towards the door. Shall we? As they walked up the street, she pointed out several places, telling him what they were and about the people who owned and runs them. They stopped at the pizza parlor, where Adam was given a slice to try. Wiping his mouth, he smiled in appreciation. Molly, this is the best pizza I have ever tasted. Just then a young man came over and sat next to her, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Adam remembered seeing him with Molly at the protest. Adam, this is Peter. His father owns this place. She smiled at the young man. And Peter is the best pizza maker around. Nice to meet you, Peter, but we must get going. There's still so much to see. Getting up, he pulled Molly's chair out for her, indicating he was ready to leave, not liking the look young Peter was giving her. Next, she took him to the German bakery where he tried a delicious cream puff, then on to the local gift shop. They also visited the small market that sold everything from baby items and food as well as wine and beer. They stopped in at Mr. Lee Chung, a 72-year-old who runs his own dry cleaning business. He's kind of old to still be working, Adam said, frowning. Molly stopped, and when she did, he too stopped. Her eyes flashed with anger. Mr. Chung is in perfect health. He loves working, so why shouldn't he if he wants to? He held up his hands and stood back. Seeing her green eyes blazing with anger, figured he should put a bit of distance between them. Okay, sorry, saying as he gave her one of his SXY grins. Adam had to admit it was really something. The people were friendly and seemed happy. Most are past the age of retirement. The buildings were clean and well maintained. The quality of their goods was amazing, and the baked goods were to die for. So you can see how happy these people are. Tourists come from all over to visit our shops, and you've only met a few. Her heart was pounding, hoping he would see the beauty of the community and leave them be. As they walked along, he looked over at her. They all seem to care about you, Molly, especially that one young man, Peter. He couldn't take his eyes off you. Molly giggled. Peter, we grew up together. He's like a brother to me. He doesn't look at you the way a brother should. Besides, he's not right for you. He's too young. You need someone more mature, experienced. He stopped, grabbing her arm and turning her to face him. She immediately pulled away. We're not here to talk about me, and you have no idea what I need. You're here to see what this community is all about, and what it means to all of us who live and work here. Tell me, Molly, are you this passionate about everything? She looked deep into his eyes, avoiding his question and asking one of her own. What about you, Adam? Besides money and power, what are you passionate about? Is there nothing else that means the world to you? Putting his hands in his pockets, started walking. He had no answer for her. He'd gone through his whole life making business deals, each one making more money than the last. Had as many women as he wanted, but there was always something missing. He just didn't know what it was. I'm hungry, Molly. Let me buy you dinner. She was about to say no, but something stopped her. It was the loneliness in his eyes that took her by surprise. With all his money and good looks, he had no one, just an endless parade of women who were probably after him for his money. It made Adam seem vulnerable. We can go to Ray's. It's not fancy, but he makes the best burgers and fries around. Oh, and the milkshakes are so delicious. While they ate, she thought she would bring up the subject of the community project. Won't you consider leaving this property alone? There are so many other places you could buy, ones that are better than here. Adam looked at Molly and shrugged. I don't know. I'd have to give it a lot more thought. I would be giving up one hell of a profit. There would have to be a good reason for me to shut it down. Time stood still as they gazed into each other's eyes. Then she looked away, snickering. Did I say something amusing? He asked. Looking back at him, she points to his lip. You have mustard on the side of your mouth. Adam wiped at it, but missed getting it all off. She reached over and wiped it off with her finger. He grabbed her hand and put her finger in his mouth and licked off the mustard. Still holding her hand, gave her a smile. You asked me if there was anything I was passionate about. Well, there is, SX. I love making love to a beautiful woman. To feel her, to hear her scream out my name during an earth-shattering climax. I'd like that woman to be you. What about you, Molly? Do you also enjoy making love? Face turning red, she pulled her hand from Adam's grip and looked away. He was not going to get an answer from her. After an awkward silence, Adam stood up. I have to go. Let me walk you home, and I'd like to see you again to talk about it some more. The community, that is, not the SX, he chuckled. For a man who's so busy that one has to book an appointment months in advance to see you. Well, you sure spend a lot of time out of your office, she scoffed. I'm not really that busy. I just like having a lot of free time to do the things I like. Well, Adam, there's nothing more I can say to change your mind, so there is no need for us to meet again. Please let me know what you decide. Once they reached Molly's door, he leaned in close, trapping her between him and the wall. She couldn't help being excited, her heart beating wildly in her chest. That was until he opened his mouth and spoiled things. You could do so much more to convince me, he said, his eyes taking in the contour of her face, her lips. His face was so close, she looked at his lips, remembering the last time he kissed her, leaving her breathless and angry both at the same time. And how could I do that? She said in a quiet, meek voice. Before she could stop him, he drew her into his arms and his lips, with such force, landed on hers. He wouldn't let go when she struggled to break free. She felt herself being swept away with desire as his kiss deepened, his tongue forcing its way into her mouth. A small moan escaped from her mouth as she let the desire wash through her. Taking her hands, he held them above her head, his mouth devouring her mouth as his free hand moved to her breasts, where he gently began caressing them. He moved closer, pressing against her, wanting her to feel the bulge in his pants getting hard. He wanted her to know the effect she was having on him. Molly could hardly breathe, her chest tight, body throbbing with an ache she'd only known since he had come into her life. And when she felt how hard he had become, got frightened and gasping, managed to free her hands and place them on his chest, giving him a shove back. Her right hand went up and slapped him hard across the face. You think I'll sleep with you? Be your whore to get you to leave my community alone? Rubbing his face where she had slapped him, he felt the sting. His jaw twitched, face turned red, and he growled. You could do worse than me, Molly. We'd both get what we wanted. Think about it. Molly went to walk away, but he grabbed her wrists, glaring at her. I can tell you want me. This is going to happen, one way or another. I always get what I want, and I want you. Just when I was starting to think you weren't so bad after all, you pull this stunt. You're delusional if you think I'd sleep with you. God, you're a horrible man, and I hate you. Now get your damn hands off me before I knee you in the balls. He smirked, his eyes once again going to her lips. You may hate me, but you also want me to bed you. Oh, Molly, I can make you feel things you've never experienced before. One night with me will leave you begging for more. Tears stinging her eyes, her body shaking like a leaf, raised her foot and slammed it down hard on his foot. Cursing, he let go of her, giving her the opportunity to escape his grip, and running inside, she slammed the door closed. Chest heaving, she leaned against the door, listening to Adam cursing as he walked away. She wanted to cry. Never had she been so rudely disrespected, and a small part of her was turned on. Adam was after all attractive, and he oozed with sexuality. His body and scent were intoxicating. Women couldn't help falling for his good looks and charm. But Molly would be damned if she would end up being another notch on his bedpost. Chapter 6. Adam was furious. No one had ever dared hit him before, not a woman anyways. She never gave him a chance to say anything as she bolted inside, slamming the door in his face.
To soothe his bruised ego, he called up one of his women friends for sex. But once he had her in bed, he was unable to perform, which made him more mad with Molly, blaming her for his lack of sex drive. He yelled at the poor naked woman, whose name he couldn't remember, to get the hell out. The woman was gone, and he was still thinking of Molly, and damn, he swore out loud to himself as he lay down. Now I get an erection. He lay in bed, thinking. No woman had ever turned him down before or talked to him the way Molly did, and he wasn't about to let her get away with it. There was one way he thought of to make her pay and get what he wanted. She would be in his bed, and he was willing to do whatever it took to see that she was. Molly sat in her room, a cup of warm tea in her hand, her body still trembling from anger at the way Adam treated her. He had some nerve touching her the way he did, and to say what he had said to her was insulting. Yet she couldn't forget that kiss or the way his hand felt on her breast. But was she mad at him or at herself for liking it? For a moment, when he kissed her, she felt a warm stirring inside and forgot who he was and what he had planned for her community. It hit her like a ton of bricks. She did want him, wanted what he could give her, wanted to feel what it would be like to be made love to, with passion and wild abundance. But Adam was a narcissist pig, and she would never give in to him. The following Monday, Adam had Susan send a letter to the Hansons' home.
"What does it say, Molly?" her father asked.
"I'm so sorry, Dad. He's going through with the construction." She sat holding his hand. It broke her heart to see him in so much pain. All hope was drained from his face. He looked as though he had aged 10 years at that moment. "I'll go back to him. I'll beg and get him to see that what he is doing is wrong." "No, Molly," he said sternly. "You've done all you could. It's over. We'll be all right. But now I have to go break the news to your mother." When word got out, the people were in shock. 10 months, and they had to vacate the community. Not knowing where they would go or what would become of them, they searched the papers for places to live. All were way out of their price range, even with the settlement they would be receiving. And just how long would that money last? Molly felt terrible. All she had to do was sleep with Adam. He had more or less said if she would sleep with him, he would leave memory lane alone. But could she really go through with it? To use her body that way, would that not make her a whore in the eyes of everyone, even Adam? Her heart was torn between saving the community and her own sense of morals. She sat on the edge of her bed, weeping into her hands. After a week, and seeing how the people were taking the news, and seeing the pain in their eyes, Molly knew she had to do something. She made the decision that would change her life. She would go to Adam and give him what he wanted. At Adam's office, Susan made it quite clear she was not pleased to see her. Getting off the phone, she told Molly to go right in. Adam looked up from signing papers when she walked in. Dropping his pen, he leaned back in his chair, his eyes roaming over her slender body. "Molly, how nice to see you again. I assume you're here about the letter that was sent to you. I made my decision, so what could you possibly want now?" Molly was nervous when she looked at Adam, with his smug grin plastered all over his face. How she wanted to slap it off him. Instead, she bowed her head, her voice cracking with mixed emotions. "You win. I'll give you what you want." She looked at his face with contempt. "But only if you promise to leave memory lane alone. Whatever you want, I'll do it." He stared at her as she stood by the door. She looked frightened, like a lamb being dragged to its slaughter. "Lock the door behind you, Molly, then come over here." He watched as her hand shook when she locked the door. He stood when she walked over to him, her eyes down. He captured her chin between his thumb and index fingers, lifting her head up so that she was forced to look at him. "You do understand what it is I want, and you're willing?" he asked. "Yes, I understand," she answered, teary-eyed. Pulling Molly into his arms, pressed his lips against hers. He was forceful as his mouth made demands on hers. When he forced his tongue between her lips and explored the inside of her mouth, teasing, he heard a small moan escape her lips. Reaching behind her, pulled the zipper down on her dress, letting it fall to the floor.
With regret, he removed his mouth. Seeing her eyes were closed, he went down on bended knees. Wrapping a hand around her slender ankle, lifted her foot and removed the shoe, then did the same to the other. He ran his fingers slowly up her leg, loving the feel of her warm, silky skin. Moving up, placed his lips on a flat and very toned stomach. He then left feather-like kisses as he moved further up, reaching her breast and sucking through the material of her bra. Then pushing the bra down just far enough so he could taste the warm skin of her breast, he heard her panting as he moved to her neck. After savoring the taste of her honey-sweet flesh, he stopped. She stood before him, half naked and trembling. His eyes glued on her, he removes his jacket and his tie, followed by his shirt. Moving closer, wrapped his arm around her waist, mouth lowered down on hers as he guided her backward to the sofa. Laying her down and got on top, his mouth taking control of hers, his hand moving down her leg and back up again. Molly felt the hardness of Adam as he laid on her. The feel of his hand was soft as he caressed her skin. Her inner core began to throb and could feel the liquid seeping from her. It was like her body had a mind of its own as she slipped her arms around his neck, and a moan escaped from her mouth. She knew this was wrong. It went against everything she believed in, but she couldn't help what she was feeling. She liked the way he was touching her and wanted him. Moaning, she arched her hips against his hard manhood. But then, to her dismay, he stopped, getting off her. Molly's eyes fluttered open, and she saw him getting dressed. Her heart was racing, her body aching to be touched, and her lips quivered when she spoke, with a tear in her eyes. "What's wrong?" She was confused. This was what he wanted, so why did he stop? She sat up, watching his face. Adam looked down at Molly in her bra and panties as she shivered. Doing the buttons up on his shirt, he barked out orders, as if she were one of his employees. "Get up and get dressed. I won't take you this way, not here in my office. I no longer want just sex from you, Molly. I want more, so much more." Feeling humiliated, she stood up, grabbed her dress, she put it on. "What do you mean? What is it you want from me now?" she cried. Standing in front of her, he smiled. It was an eerie, wicked smile, one that sent shivers down her spine. "What I want is for you to become my wife. Marry me, and you can keep your precious community as it is." The room started to spin, and she felt as if she were going to pass out. Seeing how pale she had turned and swayed, he helped her over to the sofa. Pouring a glass of water, handed it to her. "Here, drink this," he ordered. "Are you okay?" "Hell no, I'm not okay." She stared at him in shock. "You must be insane. I'm not going to marry you. I agreed to sleep with you, to be your mistress. You can marry any woman you want, why me?" "I don't want a mistress. They're a dime a dozen. What I want is a wife for a short period of time, and it's you I want, no one else. This is your last chance, Molly. Marry me and save your community. I give you my word, the people will never have to leave as long as you do what I say. I want your answer now." She finished her water and set the glass down. "If I say yes, how do I know you'll keep your word? And how long will I have to stay married to you?" "I'll have a contract drawn up. This is how it's going to work. We'll date for a couple of months, then we'll elope. As long as I want you as my wife, you'll stay with me. Later, when you are of no further use to me, I'll divorce you, and you will sign a prenup." His tone and attitude irritated Molly. "Am I to be the loyal and faithful wife while you continue to sleep with your whores? As my wife, you will remain faithful to me. No one will touch you except me. As for me, if you're a good girl and give me what I want, I see no reason to sleep around. That will be up to you, my dear. Give me your answer."
"I won't have sex with you, so go ahead. Sleep with them for all I care," she snapped.
He yelled, startling Molly. "Give me your answer now." She jumped to her feet. "Okay, I'll do it. But you must know this is sick. And what do you need me as a wife for?" Walking over, he took her face in his hands, his thumb tracing along her cheekbone. "Don't you worry about that, Molly. Tonight I have to go to a party. You will be joining me. You'll need a new dress. Go to Zachary's across the street. I'll call and let him know to expect you." A wave of fear engulfed Molly. Zachary's was the most expensive clothing store in Manhattan. There was no way she could afford a dress from there.
Adam saw the look that flashed across her face and knew right off what was bothering her. "I know you can't afford it, Molly. I'll be taking care of it."
Is this how it's going to be? You ordering me around like some kind of slave? Am I to call you master? The nerves in Adam's jaw twitched. It was something that always happens when he becomes angry. You are costing me billions of dollars, so you will do as I say. And you better prove to be worth it. Now go get a nice dress. When you're done, I'll have my driver take you home. I'll pick you up at 8 sharp. Be ready. Goodbye, Molly. With a wave of his fingers, he dismissed her, pointing to the door. Chapter 7. Walking into the store, she was greeted by a young man. He wore a tailored suit, his hair in a ponytail and rings on every finger. After introducing himself, sent his staff to bring out a bunch of dresses for her to try on. Molly tried them all on and had to admit she looked good in them, but her eyes bugged out when she saw the price of them. She picked the least expensive one and was told it would be delivered to her home later that afternoon. She was worried about telling her parents that she was going out with Adam. Her mother, Anna, was happy for her. For some reason, she liked Adam. But her father was a different story. His face turned to stone. "My God, Molly, why? Why would you go out with that man after what he's doing to our community? You don't even like him." She couldn't look him in the eye, knowing he disapproved. "Dad, please, I can't explain it. I hope you're not doing this for me and the others, hoping to change his mind." He lifted her chin so she had to look at him. "Is he forcing you to go out with him? You don't have to go anywhere with that man." "No, Dad, I want to. Are you mad at me?" She looked at her father for some sign of forgiveness and understanding. "I could never get mad at you, sweetheart. If this is what you want, then so be it. But I swear he better treat you right." He gives her a loving hug. Molly had never lied to her father before. It was the first time she had done that, and it made her hate Adam all that much more. He was a bully who treated women like second-class citizens. Her dress arrived along with the other 6 dresses she had tried on. There were also matching shoes and a couple of matching purses. Calling the store to tell them they had made a mistake, she was informed that Adam had instructed them to send all of them. She was in utter shock. That was over several thousands of dollars worth of clothing and shoes. She was so relieved that her parents were out, they would never have to know. Anna smiled when Molly came out of her bedroom that night. She was wearing the green dress. It was classy, but not over the top. "You look so beautiful, dear. Is that dress new?" she asked, gushing over Molly. "Yes, Mom. I got several that were on sale when I was at college. I got them cheap at a going out of business sale." "There I go again, lying to my parents," Nicolaus grunted. "Don't let that man keep you out too late, Molly." Now, Nicolaus, your daughter is a grown woman. It's up to her when she comes home," Anna said, giving Molly a warm smile. "It'll be late when I get home, Dad. See you later." Giving him a kiss on the cheek, she headed out the door.
Adam was waiting outside by his car for her when she came out. He opened the door for her, and she slid into the seat, doing up her seat buckle.
Getting in himself, he looked at her and smiled. "You look lovely. I hope the shoes fit. I guessed at your size," saying as he drove off. "They fit. But I only needed the one dress. Why send them all? I'll be taking you to several functions. You'll need them. You can't wear the same dress each time." Molly replied with sarcasm. "Right, you want your whore looking good. We wouldn't want you to be embarrassed." Adam slammed on the brakes and turned to her, the nerves in his jaw twitching. "Don't call yourself that. You're going to be my wife, not a one-night stand. A whore is just for sex, not to marry." He stroked her cheek tenderly with the back of his fingers.
His eyes lingered on her for a few more seconds before pulling away. "You're going to be meeting my father tonight and some of our business associates." The party was held at Manhattan's finest hotel. Molly had never seen anything so glamorous, and all the wealthy people dressed in expensive clothes and jewelry. Seeing his father, he took Molly over to meet him. "Father, I'd like you to meet my date, Molly Hanson." Adam S.R. took Molly's hand and kissed the back of it. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Hanson, and may I say you are even more beautiful in person." "Thank you, Mr. Bancroft. It's a pleasure to meet you. Excuse me for staring, but has anyone ever told you how much you resemble Sean Connery?" He chuckled. "All the time, Miss Hanson." "Please, call me Molly." "Okay, Molly, so sorry to leave so suddenly, but there is someone I must talk to." Giving her hand another kiss excused himself. She turned to Adam. "I like your father. He's so nice, a real gentleman, unlike you." When Adam and Molly were dancing, she noticed that everyone was watching them. It made her uncomfortable. "Why is everyone watching us?" He looked down and smiled. "It's you they're watching. They all recognize you from the protest and read what you said about me. They're curious as to why you are out with me." "And what are you telling them?" she asked. He laughed. It was a quiet laugh. "Only that I won you over with my charm and good looks. You couldn't resist me." He made a point of holding her close, knowing they were being watched. "You smell so good, Molly," he said, putting his face near her neck. She could feel the beating of Adam's heart against her chest, his warm breath hitting her neck softly, sending little shock waves of desire through her. And though she tried to fight it, found she liked having his arms around her. Later, Adam S.R. was talking to his son while Molly was kept busy dancing with another man. "Hey Jay, I can't help wondering why you're out with that young lady." Adam Jr. took a swallow of his champagne. "I enjoy her company, and she is so very beautiful, father." Adam S.R. raised his eyebrow at his son. "Molly is too young, and she's nothing like the women you usually go out with. I hope you don't end up hurting that girl." "She's 21, father, hardly a child. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Will you excuse me? I must go and rescue Molly from Stan. You know how he can get." Adam S.R. watched as Edge went over to Molly. He knew his son well, knew he was up to something, and hoped he wasn't going to do anything crazy. "Stan, mind if I cut in?" Adam said, taking Molly's arm without waiting for an answer. "Of course, Adam." He turned to Molly. "It was a pleasure to meet you, my dear." Adam took her back into his arms. "I'm impressed with you, the way you handle yourself around these people." She took offense to his remark. Her blood boiling, she snapped. "Why, Adam, did you think I would embarrass you? Just because I'm poor does not make me a dim-wit." He noticed how her body stiffened. "That's not what I meant. Don't be so uptight. It's just that you handled yourself with grace and elegance around these rich snobs." He felt her relaxing after that. They mingled some more. Getting separated, Molly stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. The night was warm, and there was a full moon. The music drifted outside, and the sound of laughter filled the air. She hadn't heard him come up behind her till he called her name, and she turned around to find Stan holding 2 glasses of champagne in his hands, one of which he held out to her. She graciously accepted it. "Thank you." "I must say I find it strange seeing you with Adam after hearing you on the news," Stan said, eyeing her suspiciously. She swallowed the lump that suddenly appeared in her throat, not sure how to answer the man who was watching her so intensely. "I know, but I got to know him better." "So now you like him, or are you using your body to get him to change his mind?" He moved closer, placing his hand on her arm. "You know, I'm one of the investors. I could help you if you were to be nice to me." Molly knew exactly what he meant. Pulling away, she hissed, "You pig." Going to walk away, he grabbed her arm, pushing her up against the railing. Fear gripped her as she tried to leave, but he was too strong, his grip tightened. "Get your damn hands off her, Stan." Adam's gruff voice boomed out as he walked over, taking Stan by the collar, shoved him back. The man's face turned bright red. "Adam, don't you know she's only using you in hopes that you'll drop the memory lane project?" "Is that right, Stan? Funny, I heard what you said to Molly. Just how do you plan on helping her, and what does she have to do for your help?" When Stan didn't reply, Adam moved closer in a threatening manner. "She mine. Go near her again, and I will destroy you." As soon as Stan walked away, Adam turned to Molly. "I'm so sorry about that. He is a real jerk, and had no right to behave the way he did." Her lips trembled slightly, eyes grew moist. "He and everyone here thinks the same thing, that I'm using you, when in fact, you are the one using me." Looking away, she sniffed. "It's late. I'd like to go home now, please." He felt like the Grinch at the moment when his heart grew. This is what happened to Adam when he saw the tears in her eyes. He felt something he had never felt for another woman. What that was, he wasn't sure. Pulling her gently towards him, wrapped his arms around her. "Don't worry about what they think. They are of no importance. Are all wealthy men like this, thinking they can take whatever they want?" she cried. Adam stroked her hair. How was he supposed to answer her when he himself was that way? Whatever he wanted he took, and he wanted her. "This is a different world we live in from you, Molly. Come, I'll take you home." Arriving home, she waited for Adam to walk around to her side and open the door. She wondered why he was so quiet on the drive over. He barely spoke 2 words. When they reached the door, he leaned over and gave her a light peck on the cheek. Leaving, he said he'd call her. Molly would be lying to herself if she said she wasn't disappointed that he didn't kiss her. Her mind told her she was crazy, but her heart wanted him to kiss her. Chapter 8. It was a few days later when Adam called. He told Molly he was sending a car to pick her up. They would be having lunch at the Manhattan Plaza Hotel. When she arrived, Adam stood up and smiled. "Good to see you again, Molly. You look as lovely as always. I would have picked you up myself, but I had an errand to run." Really? And what was her name? As soon as it came out of her mouth, she regretted it, knowing she sounded like a jealous girlfriend. Adam's eyes burned into Molly's, but he made no reply to her question, changing the subject. "I didn't order for you this time." He remembered the last time he had, and she changed the order completely. "But the special looks good." After they ordered lunch, he handed her some papers to sign. "These ones here are the prenup papers. The other ones simply state that if you back out of the marriage before or after then, the memory lane project will be reinstated." After reading the papers, she signed them and handed them back to Adam. "Just so you know, I don't want your money. I never did, and I never will." He gave her a strange look, or so she thought he did. He rubbed his chin, his eyes fixated on her face. "Good to know. My father is hosting a dinner party tomorrow night at his home. I'll pick you up at 8 sharp. It's formal, so wear the yellow dress." Her eyes flew up to his. "How do you know what dresses I have?" "Oh, Molly, I never pay for anything without seeing it first." "Is that why you undressed me in your office?" she snapped, remembering how she was humiliated that day. Adam rested his face against his hand, eyes turning dark. He was losing his patience with Molly's constant sarcastic attitude. "I do love your wit, Molly," he replied. Whatever tenderness Adam had shown from the night before was now gone, as was the warm feeling she was starting to have for him. The next night, Molly was wearing the dress Adam had instructed her to wear. She thought about wearing one of the other ones just to spite him, but being they were going to his father's place, didn't want to cause a scene, as he would surely be mad. She came out of her bedroom, and her parents' mouth dropped open, and they looked at each other, then back to Molly. The dress was tight-fitting with a plunging neckline. Her father cleared his throat, and before he could speak, her mother spoke up.
"Oh dear,
That dress is a little revealing, don't you think, Molly?
Change that dress or put a sweater on, young lady, Nicolaus grunted. Mom, Dad, this is what they wear now to a fancy dinner party. It's being held at Mr. Bancroft SRE's home, and everyone will be dressed this way. Molly's father stared her down. You're not everyone, you're my daughter. She knew better than to argue with him when he made that grunting noise. Okay, Dad, I'll wear a sweater. When Adam picked Molly up, he asked why she was wearing a sweater. My father made me wear it. He thought the dress was too revealing. I can respect that, Adam said, but he's not here now, so take it off. Doing so, he had to admire how she looked in the dress, and yes, it did reveal quite a bit. He smiled. That's more like it. You look stunning. The other men will be jealous when they see me walk in with you, and the women will hate you. I don't want anyone to hate me, she said, wringing her hands together. I don't have anything in common with these people. I'm going to feel so out of place. Taking her hand in his, he squeezed gently, wanting to put her at ease. Don't be silly. You're intelligent and can hold your own with any crowd. You proved that at the last party. When they pulled into the driveway of Adam SRE's home, Molly was amazed. She had never been in a home as large and elegant as this one. She was in awe as they drove past a golden gate, and there were archangels on either side of the driveway by the house. The first thing she saw was the marble flooring and a grand staircase. Oh, Adam, this place is so beautiful. And your father lives here alone? She asked. Most of the time, along with all the live-in help. My father's over there. Let's go say hello. Adam put her hand through his arm and led her across the room. Adam SR handed Molly a glass of champagne and made her feel welcome. Adj, why don't you go mingle and let me show Molly around? Taking her arm, he showed her some of his art that hung on the wall. Molly knew her art and was able to emerge in a conversation about the art and the artist. You know art, my dear, that's refreshing. Adam SR beamed with admiration. Yes, it was one of my favorite subjects in college. I love art and the history behind it. I find the artist fascinating. Adam came over and joined Molly and his father.
Son,
Did you know your lady friend here knows all about art? Adam SR turned to her. Most of Age's dates can't tell fine art from those paint by numbers. Molly tried to stifle a laugh by covering her mouth, but to no avail, as she let out a chuckle, but stopped when she saw the snarky look on Adam's face. She liked the older man. He was so kind and funny. I told you she had brains as well as beauty, father. If you'll excuse us, I'd like to show Molly around. Adam showed her around outside first. Again, she was in awe of its beauty. There was also a large in-ground pool. They even had a tennis court. A garden filled with all different kinds of flowers, one she never knew existed. Then he showed her the inside, a gym, and an elaborate library filled with books from the classics to the modern. A games room that had everything one could want and more, equipped with a pool table. Then it was on to the upstairs where there were several bedrooms. Each one had its own private bathroom. And this is my bedroom. He opened the door and led her inside. You live with your father? She asked. Adam chuckled. Not really. I own a suite at the hotel, but I do spend a lot of my time here, so father kept my room for me. Molly was standing by the dresser when she noticed a picture of a woman in a gold-plated frame. Picking it up, she stared at the woman and then at Adam. She's beautiful. She looks like you. The same skin tone and hair color, and the eyes are the same as yours. Who is she? He walked over to where she was standing and, taking the picture, stared at it. His eyes became moist. She was my mother. The most amazing woman I'd ever known, sweet, kind, and gentle. What happened to her? She died 10 years ago from breast cancer. It killed her slowly, painfully slow. He swallowed the lump in his throat. I'm so sorry, Adam. She placed her hand tenderly on his arm. Placing the picture back on the dresser, He looked at Molly. Sadness clouded his eyes. Do you get checked regularly? He asked. What? She replied. Do you get regular breast examinations? His tone was harsh. Yeah, once a year. His eyes went to her cleavage. From now on, you'll get checked twice a year. Seeing the urgency in his eyes, understood where he was coming from and nodded her head yes in answer to his abrupt demand. Her heart went out to Adam. She saw the pain in his eyes when he talked about his mother. The soft, vulnerable side of the man soon disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Walking back to the bed, he sits down and pats the spot next to him. This bed is really comfortable. Care to try it out? He smirked. Her face paled when she looked at Adam. Was this why he brought her here, to have sex? She backed up towards the door, but stopped when he reached her, putting his hand out and prevented her from leaving. Relax, Molly. I'm only teasing you. I can wait till the honeymoon. Molly was momentarily in a state of panic, her heart racing. We better go downstairs before the others wonder where we've gotten to. Taking her hand, placed it over his heart, and leaning over close to her ear, whispered into it. Oh, believe me, they will know where I've taken you.
Adam lingered over Molly, his eyes going to her breasts. He smiled when he saw her face turning red. Yes, we better go. If we are still here much longer, I might not be able to wait till the honeymoon.
During the meal, Molly was seated between Adam and a man called Frank Austen. The man persisted in flirting and putting his hand on her thigh, even though she had to remove it several times. She had asked him quietly so as not to cause a scene to stop touching her, but her words were ignored. Adam saw her discomfort and realized what Frank was doing. He asked Molly loud enough so that the others sitting nearby could hear him asking her to switch places, saying he needed to talk to Frank. She was happy to agree, not knowing at the time that Adam had seen what was going on and wanted to get her away from the man. Dinner was over and the music started. Adam S.R. was the first to ask her for a dance. She found him to be a smooth dancer, light on his feet as he twirled her around. They danced again to a slow song, and Molly saw Adam dancing with a tall blonde, and he really seemed to be enjoying himself. A strange feeling shot through her, and wondered if it was jealousy she was feeling. Adam S.R. saw the look on Molly's face. Her smile turned upside down when she looked over to where Aj was dancing with one of the guests. You don't have to worry about her, my dear. They are just friends. Oh, I'm not worried, she answered. But was she trying to convince him or herself? He smiled warmly at her. Adam is not her type, but you, on the other hand, you're more her type. Molly's jaw dropped open and her head snapped towards the woman. You mean she's a lesbian? Embarrassed, she shook her head. I just assumed they were once involved the way they are looking at each other. That's Sarah. She and Adam have known each other for years. Will you excuse me? I must talk to a business associate. Kissing her hand, strolled away. After standing next to a small group of people for a while, she began feeling out of place. No one really tried to involve her in the conversion, so she made her exit, which no one noticed. Adam was busy talking to some men, so she made her way to the patio for some fresh air. She should have known by now that balconies and patios are not good places for a young and attractive woman to be alone. Chapter 9. Molly was admiring the view of the garden from the patio. It was all lit up with twinkling lights. A noise from behind her made her jump. Turning around, she saw Frank approaching. Miss Hanson, there you are. I was wondering where you had gotten to. He licked his bottom lip as he looked her over.
Mr. Austen, I was just going in.
She went to walk past him, but he reached out, grabbing her arm. Please stay. I'd like to get to know you better. If it's Adam you're worried about, don't be. He won't mind. His other women are always willing. Willing to do what, Mr. Austen? She asked, her eyes glaring at him. He laughed. You know, he smirked knowingly. Mind you, Adam always gets to have them first, then I do. He grabbed both her wrists in a tight grip. What do you say, sweetheart? How about a little sample for old Frank? No, stop it, you're hurting me. She struggled to break free, but he tightened his grip on her. Then they heard someone cough. It was Adam. He walked over to them.
You heard the lady, Frank. You're hurting her. Now let go, or I'll break your arm.
He stared at Frank,
The veins in his neck throbbing as they stuck out.
Frank released Molly and backed away. He looked scared. You know, Frank, I let it slide what you were doing at the dinner table out of respect for my father. I didn't want to ruin his party, but now you pull this shit. Not cool, Frank. Frank put his hands up, waving them in a defensive move as Adam moved closer to him. Adam, I was just having some fun. Come on, pal, no harm was done. Adam's icy stare had Frank backing up even further. Leave here. Go give my father an excuse as to why you have to leave. If you're not gone by the time I go back inside, you will regret it. Frank practically fell over himself trying to get away. Molly was unnerved by Frank's assault and stood there rubbing her wrists, her eyes watering. I apologize for his behavior. He took her hands in his and looked at the bruise on her wrists and kissed it. She bruises so easily. He hurt you. I should go and break his neck. He went to go after him, but she grabbed onto his arm, stopping him. No, Adam, it's over. He's gone, and I hope I never see him again. As you wish, just stay by my side. Come, let's dance. His arm slid around her waist, pulling her close, resting his face on her head. Your hair smells so good. A man could drown in your scent, he murmured into her ear. Adam, what did Frank mean when he said you both share the same woman? Moving his head, he looked at her. No, I do not share women with Frank. Maybe some of them end up going out with him, but I don't share. And I sure as hell would never share you with anyone. When she looked up at him, he felt a stirring of desire course through him. She had no idea just how beautiful she was or the effect she had on men. It was getting late, and she asked to go home. He said he'd have his driver take her home, but Adam Sr. lectured him about the importance of a gentleman seeing his date home. Adam turned to Molly. As always, my father is right. I will go with you. No, it's okay. You don't have to, she replied. Molly, I want to, but since I've been drinking, I'll have the driver take us. Not waiting for her to argue, he opened the car door for her, getting in next to her in the back. Sitting next to her, he took her hands and again kissed her wrists. If there's one thing I hate, it's a man putting his hands on a woman in an abusive manner. I will have a talk with Frank, and he'll never bother you again. Molly didn't want to admit it, and she wasn't going to tell Adam this, but she was glad that he was seeing her home after all. He walked her to the door, and when they got to her place, he handed her the sweater she had taken with her. Maybe you should put this back on, in case your father is still awake. He helped her with putting it on, and she watched as he fumbled with doing the buttons up. Was it from having had too much to drink, or was he suddenly nervous about being close to her? She doubted that it was the latter. His fingers lingered on the last button, and he looked at her mouth. Her lips looked so tempting with the hint of pale lipstick she wore. Cupping the back of her head, his other hand went around her waist and pulled her against him. His mouth landed on hers in a kiss that sent shivers through him. The hunger to taste her was overpowering as he devoured her lips, claiming them as his. He heard the moan coming from Molly as her body melted into his. She was kissing him back, and her arms went around his neck. Aroused, he leaned her against the wall. His hand, going to her leg, moved up under her dress. Groaning, he pulled away, leaving her panting. I'll call you Molly, was all he said, walking away and leaving her standing there with a confused look on her face and knees weak. That night Molly laid in bed. She couldn't sleep. Adam kept invading her thoughts. He was crude, arrogant, and bossy as hell, not the type of man she liked. So why was she having these strange feelings for him? Ones that made her core throb and her panties wet. My God, I'm horny, she thought to herself. The following day flowers were delivered to Molly from Adam alone with a note saying he was taking her to the opera. He would be picking her up at 8 p.m., and she was to wear the long black dress he had bought for her. She was so annoyed with Adam, he was always giving her orders, and she had no choice but to obey him. Nikolaus looked at Molly. Suspicion was written all over his face. You sure are seeing a lot of this Bancroft fellow. Rubbing her forehead, she let out a sigh. Dad, please, do we have to go through this every time I go out with Adam? How serious is this becoming? He asked, ignoring her question. I don't know, I really don't, she said, her eyes searching his for some kind of understanding and hoping he would let it go. But Nikolaus had no intentions of letting it go. Molly, you leave late, you come home late, and you look so tired all the time. I'm worried about you. What's going on? Nothing, Dad. Everything is fine. I just feel guilty about dating Adam, seeing what he's doing to this community. She began sniffling. Rubbing his chin, he sat back watching her before speaking. Then leaning over, he takes her hand in his and pulls her down next to him. If this Mr. Bancroft makes you happy, then don't worry about the community. Things will work out, they always do. Molly lowered her eyes. She felt terrible lying to her father, but what choice did she have? Thank you, Dad. I love you. I love you too, baby, he answered back. Molly had never been to the opera before, and she was in awe and wonder of it all. The surroundings were amazing. Plush seats, crystal chandeliers. The people were so glamorous, the women in their long gowns and diamonds, the men in their tux. And Adam in his tux took her breath away. No man should look as good as he did. She was so glad now that he insisted she was to wear the black dress.
After it was over, they went to the bar and ordered drinks, a brandy for him, and a glass of white wine for her.
So did you enjoy it? He asked. I loved it, she gushed. I've always wanted to go to one. Thank you so much for taking me. I will treasure it always. Adam loved seeing the sparkle in her eyes and seeing her smile, something she hadn't done in all the time he'd known her. This realization made him sad. There's so much more I want you to experience. Broadway plays, musicals, places for you to see. Her smile faded. Adam, I don't need all those things to make me happy. What makes you happy? What is it that you enjoy doing? He asked. Little things like sitting curled up on the couch eating popcorn while watching a movie that makes me cry. Kittens and puppies, and spending time with my family. What makes you happy, Adam? And please don't say SX. He laughed out loud. Not fair, that's what makes me happy. Hell, this woman had him thinking about what did make him happy, and for the life of him, he couldn't think of anything. After an awkward moment of silence, she looked at him. I'm exhausted. Would you mind taking me home? Yes, he thought. She did look tired. Right, it is late. Let's go. He got up and pulled out her chair, and with his hand on the small of her back, they left the bar. At Molly's, he took her in his arms. Holding her, his mouth went to her neck. She liked the way it felt, arching her neck, giving him room to move. She moaned ever so softly. Hearing her breathy pants, he groaned. Putting his hands on her rear, pushed her tighter against him. He wanted her to feel the effect she was having on him. Then he kissed her with all the pent-up passion he was feeling for her. And he wished they were somewhere more private, like his bedroom, where he could rip off her clothes and take what he wanted, what he knew she too wanted.
Adam, no, stop.
He heard her cry out when she tried pushing him away. It took every ounce of willpower he had to stop. He released her and smiled when she tore off inside, her cheeks flushed, not bothering to say goodnight to him. He knew she wanted him by the way she kissed him back, the way her body molded into his. Adam also knew it was only a matter of time before she stopped fighting her feelings for him and gave in. Soon she would be begging him to make love to her, and it would happen on their wedding night. Adam drove home with one hell of a hard-on. A cold shower was in order. Another smile crossed his face when he thought about what it would be like to take a shower with Molly.
God, he was so looking forward to the day that he would finally get to make love to her. Molly was more confused than ever when she climbed into bed. How could she let Adam get that familiar with her right outside her father's shop? And why didn't she stop him sooner? She knew why. It was because she liked it and wanted more. Chapter 10. When Molly woke up, she heard the sound of her parents' happy chatter. They had company from the sound of things. Mrs. Berth from next door was there. "Morning, what's going on?" Molly asked. Anna jumped up from her seat and going over gave her a hug. "Darling, we have the most wonderful news ever. Your Adam has dropped the project. We can all keep our homes and business." "That's great, Mom." Nicolaus was watching the expression on Molly's face, and when his wife and Mrs. Berth left the room, he turned to her. "You don't look surprised. Did you know about this?" "Yes, Dad, I knew."
Why did he do it?
What changed his mind? She couldn't escape her father's stare. "He did it for me. I asked him to." Nicolaus took Molly's hand in his and looked her straight in the eyes. "Please tell me you didn't do something you'll regret. Tell me you're not sleeping with Adam in order to get him to drop it." "No, Dad, I'm not sleeping with him, I swear," she cried. Molly was glad she didn't have to lie to him. It was true, she hadn't slept with Adam, not yet anyway. Nicolaus looked relieved. "That's good, honey. I'm so glad to hear that. We must all celebrate. The community will throw a party. Dancing, food, the works, this Friday night. And you must invite Mr. Bancroft. The folks will want to thank him." So that afternoon Molly went into Manhattan to see Adam at his office. Susan, having seen her enter, took that moment to make a call, making her wait. Finally ending the call, she looked up at Molly. "Yes, can I help you?" "I'd like to see Adam. Could you tell him I'm here?" "Do you have an appointment?" she asked in a snarky tone. Molly rolled her eyes. This woman was really starting to piss her off. "No, but he'll see me. Now tell him I'm here," she snapped. Susan picked up the phone, and a moment later told Molly she could go right in. Adam was sitting at his desk reading over some papers. He looked up and smiled when she walked in. "Molly, what a nice surprise. Please have a seat." He points to the chair on the other side of his desk. She cleared her throat, her mind going back to the other night when they practically made out in front of her father's shop. "My parents and the others got your letter. I wanted to thank you. You've made a lot of people happy." "I always keep my word, Molly. I hope you do too." "Of course I will. The community is having a party this Friday night. They want you to come. You are to be the guest of honor." He was too busy staring at her lips and wasn't listening to her. He really enjoyed kissing them and wished he was doing it now. "Adam, are you even listening to me?"
What? Oh, yes, of course. I'll come and you'll be my date.
She smiled. "Good, then I'll see you Friday." She went to leave, but Adam got up and went over to her, his hand holding the door shut. "You could have just called me instead of coming all this way to ask me." He stood so close she had no room to move. She stammered. "I had things to do here in town." Blushing, she looked away, too embarrassed to look at him. With one finger lifted her chin and turned her head to face him. "You know what I think? I think you wanted an excuse to see me again." "You are full of yourself, aren't you?" she smirked, trying to stop the smile she felt creeping up. "How about a kiss goodbye?" Not giving Molly time to reply trapped her between his arms and the door. He leaned down. His lips came crashing down on hers in a hot, demanding kiss that left her breathless. Pulling away, he saw her eyes closed, lips still slightly parted, and she was breathing heavily. "I'll have my driver take you home. I don't want you taking a bus. Goodbye, Molly. I'll see you Friday." Her eyes flew open, and she looked flustered, her cheeks turning a light shade of pink. She turned and walked from the office, her heart racing. Again his kiss left her wanting more, and she had the distinct feeling he was playing with her. Friday came, and the party had started by the time Adam arrived.
As he walked around looking for Molly, people kept stopping him, wanting to thank him. He finally spotted Molly, and when he did, his blood started to boil and a shade of red crept up from his neck to his face. She was dancing with that young man Peter, and in his opinion, he was holding her way too close. He felt something he never felt before, jealousy. Walking over to them, he growled, "Excuse me, I believe this is my dance." Taking her hand, walked away from Peter without saying another word. He then took her in his arms and started dancing. "Adam, you were rude to Peter," she said, giving him an icy stare. "Have you forgotten you're my date tonight?" He grunted angrily. "It was only a dance," she snapped. "Well, you two looked pretty cozy. The kid was holding you too close, his hand on your lower back and face resting on top of your head." She looked up at Adam, smirking. "You sound like you're jealous." "I don't get jealous," he scoffed. Then he looked at her and smiled. "Well, maybe I was a little." They went and sat down. As soon as they were seated, someone dropped a couple of beers in front of them. Molly smiled at Adam and giggled. "What's so funny?" he asked. Here you are wearing jeans and drinking beer. I've only ever seen you drink hard liquor or wine. You don't have to drink that. I'm sure I can find you a bottle of wine." "No, Molly, it's okay. I do drink beer from time to time, mostly when I'm home alone." He leaned in closer to her. "I saw the way that Peter guy was looking at you. Is there anything going on between you two?" "No, Peter and I are just friends." Adam looked over at Peter, who was watching Molly. "Just friends, my bum. That boy has the hots for Molly, and she can't see it." Then Adam saw Molly's parents dancing, and the way he was holding her was so sweet and loving. They stared into each other's eyes, and Nikolaus kissed Anna. It reminded him of his own parents when his mother was alive. "Look at your parents, Molly. God, they look so happy, so much in love." "They are. And they have a wonderful marriage, always hugging and kissing. I hope someday to have what they've got." Molly stopped talking when she saw the look Adam was giving her. It dawned on her that her marriage was going to be anything but what her parents had. A little Mexican girl walked over to Adam and Molly. She just stood there looking at him, smiling. "Hi, sweetheart, what's your name?" Adam asked. The little girl wouldn't answer, just stood there staring at him.
Adam looked at Molly, his forehead wrinkling. Why isn't she talking? What does she want?
"That's Maria. She doesn't talk much, and she wants you to dance with her." The little girl held out her hands and Adam stood up. Molly watched as he picked her up and started dancing. At one point, he lifted Maria up into the air, making her squeal with delight. After the dance was over, she hugged him and then took off running. Adam came back over to Molly carrying a couple more beers. "I think you have a new girlfriend," Molly said to him. He smiled. "Well, I am irresistible to women of all ages. What happened to Maria's cheek? How did she get that scar?" "In a car accident about 2 years ago," Molly answered. "That can be fixed, a simple operation," he replied. Molly looked so sad when she answered, and it tugged at his heartstrings. "I know, but it's an expensive operation, plus the airfare to take them where it would be performed. Not to mention what it would cost for them to live there while Maria is healing. Her folks can't afford it. We all got together to raise the money, but it wasn't enough. She's such a pretty girl. It's a shame she has to live with something that will affect her life in a negative way." Adam seemed lost in thought until they were joined by some others. They talked and drank beer. Then one of the men handed Adam a glass and poured some dark liquor in it, a name Adam never heard before. Molly placed her hand on his arm, stopping him from drinking it. "I wouldn't drink that if I were you. It's really potent. Just sip it." Adam saw the men snickering, not sure if it was because of him or the fact that Molly, a woman, was telling him what to do. "Don't worry, I can handle my booze." Taking the shot glass, downed it in one gulp and asked for another. The other men looked at one another in awe, slapped Adam lightly on the back,
and laughing poured him another shot. After the third shot, he was starting to get a buzz on. His head began to spin and his vision blurred. "Oh hell, I shouldn't have had that last shot." His words were slurred. Nikolaus and Anna were walking by when he noticed what was going on, and going over and seeing what Adam was drinking scolded the men for giving it to Adam. His icy stare fixed on Molly. "Why did you let him drink that?" "I tried to stop him, Dad, but he wouldn't listen." Adam tried to walk, but he kept staggering and had to sit down. His head was spinning, and he didn't feel so hot. "Molly, get a couple of the men to help you get him upstairs. He'll have to sleep on our sofa tonight," Nikolaus growled. Molly had Peter and another man help her to get Adam upstairs and onto the sofa. Peter stayed behind for a few minutes, talking to her. "Will you be okay here by yourself with that man?" he asked, looking over at Adam, who was having a hard time sitting up.
"Yes, Peter, I'll be fine.
"Good night." After giving Molly a hug and a quick kiss left the apartment. Adam saw the kiss and cursed Peter under his breath as he tried getting up but fell back down. She went over and covered him with a blanket. His eyes were closed and his hair was a mess, so she combed it back with her fingers, moving it out of his eyes. Opening his eyes, he grabbed her and pulled her down where she landed on top of him. Cupped the back of her head, pulled her close and kissed her. Then, removing his lips, smiled. "You're so beautiful. I want to make love to you in the worst way." Getting off Adam, her heart did a flip. He was so handsome, so sexy, and couldn't help being drawn to him. He then grabbed her arm and pulled her close. Looking her right in the eyes, he practically growled at her. "Don't ever let me catch you kissing another man again." Then darkness took him as his eyes closed, and he passed out. Kissing his forehead, she looked down, watching him sleep. "Who are you really?" Adam Brankoft. Chapter 11. In the morning, Nikolaus stood over Adam, holding a cup of coffee. "Here, son, drink this. It might help." He held the coffee out. "What were you thinking?" Head throbbing, hand shaking, he accepted the coffee. "Mr. Hansen, I don't know what that was I had last night, but I swear never again." Nikolaus laughed. "That stuff can kill any man. It's meant to be sipped slowly, and not all at once. And you had 3. I'm surprised you're still alive." Adam rubbed the back of his head. "Well, sir, at this moment I kind of wish I weren't." "You'll live, boy. Nothing a nice hot shower won't cure. When Molly wakes up, tell her Anna and I went to church. The shower is in there if you need it." He points to the bathroom. Molly was in the kitchen when Adam walked in wearing nothing but a towel around his waist. She turned. Startled, she dropped her cup where it broke into pieces. They both bent down to pick up the shattered pieces, their hands touching briefly. Standing up, her eyes went to his chest. It was still wet and moist. His muscles rippled and glistened from the water. Her hand had a mind of its own when it went to his chest. He looked down into her face as she timidly ran her hand over his chest and down to his flat, toned stomach. Grabbing Molly around the waist and putting his hand behind her head, drew her in for a kiss. Kissing him back, their tongues explored the inside of each other's mouth with a hunger that rocked them both to the core. Knocking things out of the way, he lifted Molly up, putting her on the counter. His lips went to her neck and moved down, pulling the straps of her nightgown down, letting the top fall around her waist. Her breasts exposed, he groaned. "Damn, they're beautiful." Molly moaned, leaning back on her hands when he cupped them in his hands. Taking one in his mouth, sucked on the nipple that instantly hardened when he had run his thumb over it. He then switched breasts as his hand moved up her leg, pushing her legs apart so he could cup the soft flesh between her thighs. She let out a gasp when she felt him slipping a finger inside. He moved with speed and skill, and Molly began squirming as his finger moved in and out, making her wet. It felt amazing, and she wanted more. Eyes close, she saw little sparks of light flashing behind her closed lids, and she called out his name.
Removing his finger, he shifted her gown up over her hips and ripped off the towel from around his waist. He spread her legs wider and stood between her legs. Molly could feel his hard shaft against her leg. Grabbing her legs, he wrapped them around his waist. Her skin was warm against his, and he almost lost it. He wanted her, the need was building, and he knew if he didn't stop now before it was too late, he would take her right there on the counter. He pulled away, his breathing ragged and erection throbbing. He thought he was losing his mind. Molly jumped off the counter and, moving as far from Adam as she could in the tiny kitchen, pulled her nightgown back up over her breasts. "You shouldn't have done that, we shouldn't have," she corrected herself. "This is my father's home." Adam put the towel back on in an attempt to cover his hard-on. "You're right. I respect your father too much to defile his daughter and his home." Adam went back to the bathroom and got dressed. Molly just stood there touching her lips. His lips were pressed so hard on her lips, she thought for sure there would be bruising. Of course, they weren't. She could still feel his hands on her and his mouth wrapped around her breast. Her body ached, yearning to be touched by him, only him. She didn't want to feel this way about Adam. He was crude, arrogant, and she despised him, or so she thought. "Molly, are you okay?" His husky voice broke through her thoughts. Unable to speak, she looked away and shook her head. No way could she look him in the eyes after seeing him naked, standing between her, his hard shaft pressed against her, and having got a glimpse of what he had got, her inner core throbbing like crazy. Walking over, he took her face in his hands. "I'll call you." He then gave her a kiss. It was soft and gentle, not the hot, demanding one he had given her a few moments earlier. After Adam left the apartment, Molly took a long hot bath, trying to forget what almost happened. She could not stop herself from touching him. His body was unlike any she had seen before. His muscles were hard, skin soft, and the way he caressed and sucked on her breasts sent her insane with sexual desire. She liked it and wanted more. She wanted to see him again and hoped he'd call soon. Driving home, Adam was still very much aroused. Molly had that effect on him. He knew he could have taken her right then. He wanted to and might have, but then he remembered where he was. Besides, he still wanted her to beg for it, and that would happen on their wedding night. Adam couldn't understand why he wasn't happy. He knew Molly wanted him by the way she was yielding to him. That was the plan, so why was he feeling guilty? He drove to his father's place, planning on spending the night there. "You're looking a little pale there, son. Too much to drink last night?" Adam Sr. asked when he saw how pale and sickly he looked. "Yeah, you could say that," he said, sitting down. "Or has it something to do with Molly?" Adam Sr. asked. "What are you talking about, Dad?" "You've been different lately, ever since Molly has come into your life. You haven't been out with anyone since her. You're changing, son." His father got him thinking. He felt as though he was losing control of the situation, of his life. Molly was taking up all his time, taking over his thoughts. He had no plans of staying married to her forever. She was just a convenience to help him seal a business deal. He wanted to close the biggest deal of his life, one that would make the profits from memory lane look like peanuts. But in order to get it, he had to be a married man. The man he wanted to do business with. Phil Davis was a devoted family man, and would only do business with someone who also had family values, who had a wife and a stable life. When Adam was done getting what he wanted, he would cut Molly loose, and in the meantime, he would enjoy the benefits of her body. But he had to get her out of his head, had to regain control and get back his power over her. Monday, Adam sat drumming his fingers on his desk. He hadn't talked to Molly since Saturday morning and found he was missing her and had to stop thinking about her. So he picked up the phone and called a woman he knew, Candy. She was a call girl he had met several years ago. They became friends and only called her when he wanted someone to talk to. And yes, SX was always a part of it. "Hey baby, I need some candy. Care to swing by the office for a while?" After a brief conversation, hung up and smiled. An hour later, Adam was down to his briefs and Candy in her bra and panties.
Adam, I only have a couple of hours. Why aren't we doing it?
Getting off Candy, he sat next to her. I can't do it, he answered. That's okay, baby. It happens to a lot of men, she said, sitting up.
Adam chuckled.
No, that's not it. I can do it. I just don't want to. I sort of promised someone I wouldn't sleep around. Who, Adam? Have you met a woman? You should leave Candy, he said. Getting up, he put his pants on and did them up. I'll still pay you.
Damn right you will,
she said as she smiled at him. Getting up, she placed a kiss on his cheek.
a few minutes earlier.
Molly walked into the office carrying Adam's jacket. When she asked to see him, Susan smiled. It wasn't a warm smile, it was more evil. Go right in, she said. She opened the door and her heart sank. Adam was shirtless. The woman before him was wearing only her bra and panties. The two turned when they heard the door opening. Adam's face turned white as a ghost. Christ, Molly, what are you doing here? Fighting back the tears, she swallowed, her throat dry. I brought back your jacket. You left it at the party. He walked over, and when he tried to touch her, she backed away. Don't touch me. I shouldn't have come here. I'll leave. She turned to leave, but he held the door closed, preventing her from leaving. Molly, it's not what you think. Let me explain. He saw the hurt on her face and knew it looked bad for him. She looked over at the half-naked woman sitting on the couch. Oh, it's obvious what's going on, Adam. I don't give a damn what you do. Shoving him aside and tossing his jacket at him, she dashed out, slamming the door behind her. Seeing the nasty smirk on Susan's face, she realized the woman knew what was going on inside Adam's office and deliberately let her walk in on it. Once outside, she broke down and cried. She couldn't believe him. They were getting married, and he had promised he wouldn't sleep around. But he was a cheat and a liar. She would never trust him again, or let herself feel anything for him but contempt. Candy started dressing, and could tell how upset Adam was as he pulled out 3 $100 bills, handing them to her. So she's the reason you can't do it, she pretty. Are you in love with her? His muscles tensed. Just hearing her name, his heart ached. Doing up his shirt, shook his head no. We just have an arrangement. Taking the money from Adam, she smiled, kissing his cheek goodbye. Deny it all you want, my darling. So what are you going to do? Doing his tie, he sighed. I'll talk to her and explain everything. Oh man, he knew it wasn't going to be easy, but he had to make her understand. Under other circumstances, he wouldn't care, but it was different with Molly. She looked devastated. He had never seen so much pain in someone's eyes as hers. For the first time in his life, he felt like a real jackass. Chapter 12. Adam called Molly that night and said he wanted to see her. He was taking her to dinner, and she dared not turn him down. She refused to talk to him on the drive to the restaurant, and even once they got there, she still ignored him. When he tried to hold her hand, she pulled away. Molly, I'm sorry about what happened earlier, but it wasn't what you think. She glared angrily at him, breaking her vow of silence. Do you think I'm stupid? I know what I saw. You were both half naked. Either you were done fucking her, or you were just about to. Adam jerked back in his chair. Her swearing caught him off guard. I've never heard you swear before, and I don't like it. I don't care what you like, and I don't give a damn who you sleep with, she hissed. Grinding his teeth, he looked around, hoping no one could hear Molly. She was getting loud. If it makes you feel better, nothing happened. I sent her away. Nothing happened because I walked in and interrupted you. Her voice became louder as she snapped at him. Molly, keep your voice down. You're making a scene. She stood up, knocking her chair over accidentally, not caring who heard her. Go to hell, she yelled and rushed out of the restaurant. Tossing some money down, he followed after her. Catching up to Molly, he grabbed her and held her up against the wall. Damn it, Molly, I couldn't go through with it because of you.
I wanted you, no one else. Hell, I couldn't even get a boner with that woman. All I have to do is see you, and I get one." She lowered her eyes teared up. "You lied to me. You said you wouldn't sleep around." His eyes glued on her face, his voice softened. "Yes, I did, but that was if you gave me what I wanted." She lifted her head to look at him. "You also said you'd wait till we were married." "Look, I'm sorry. I made a mistake, but nothing happened. Even if I were to believe you, I don't care. Screw whoever you want to Adam, except me." Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest. She didn't want to think of him making love to another woman. "We're getting married, Molly, and I'm telling you that you will be a wife in every way," he barked. "I know we're getting married, but that's only because you're blackmailing me into it. I will not sleep with you no matter what you say or do." She stared daggers at him. With a knowing smirk on his face, he lifted her chin up to look at him. "Oh, but you will. You will give yourself to me, and you'll love it. You'll be begging me to give you more." Molly swatted his hand away, and baring her teeth, she hissed at him. "You really think you're all that, don't you? Why, I bet you're not nearly as good as you claim. I may have to share a bed with you, but I sure as hell won't let you touch me." Adam had never been treated this way. No one had ever dared talk to him the way this petite blonde was. It was time to show her who was the boss. Time for her to pay. Grabbing her arm, he practically dragged her to his car. "Wear something nice tomorrow morning."
Why? Where are we going?
She asked. "To the courthouse. We're getting married," saying angrily. She stopped abruptly to stare at him. "But it's only been a month. It's too soon." Ignoring her question, he opened the car door for her. "I'll pick you up at 10 sharp. Be ready and don't tell anyone," he ordered. Once they were seated, she whipped around to look at him. "Adam, why marry me? I told you I would agree to be your mistress. You could have me any time you want." He shook his head and smirked. "Thought you said you were never going to sleep with me. Well, it would be a hell of a lot better than being married to you." "Too bad, Molly. I don't want a mistress." He stared back at her. "You can't back out now." Starting the car, neither one spoke all the way to her place. Adam made no attempt to kiss her when he walked her to the door. Saying good night, he turned and walked back to his car. Molly couldn't sleep that night. She tossed and turned. She was going to marry a man whom she despised. Her life was about to change drastically. She feared Adam. He had a bad temper and was too dominating. Yet there was a strong physical chemistry between them, drawing her to him, but she would have to fight it. Molly woke from a restless night's sleep. Looking in the mirror, saw how pale she was. After showering and doing her hair, put on a white, above-the-knee dress. It was simple but elegant. Her father was already at work, and Anna had left for the market, so Molly slipped out the back way.
Adam was waiting for her by his car, and when he saw Molly, she took his breath away. She looked like an angel, her long blonde hair blowing in the breeze. "You look beautiful. Are you ready?" He opened the car door for her to get in.
"No, I'm not ready," she snapped at him. "But what choice do I have?"
"You don't. Just smile and enjoy the ride. Here are our wedding bands."
He hands her a small jewelry box. Molly looks inside and gasped. There were 2 matching diamond wedding bands. "They look expensive. You could have gotten cheap ones." "I never buy anything cheap," he replied. They drove in silence. Even at the courthouse, nothing was said until it was time to say their I do's. After placing on the wedding bands, Adam went to kiss Molly, but she quickly turned her face away. Well, he wasn't having that, so taking her face in both hands, laid a long, wet kiss on her lips. Pulling away, he took her hand. "Now we go and tell your parents and pick up your things. We're flying to Paris this afternoon." "Paris? Why Paris?" "For our honeymoon, Mrs. Bancroft." He smiled. A single tear slid down her face. Adam noticed and looked at her with concern. "You're crying? What's wrong?" "It's not the way I pictured my wedding day to be like,"
she answered. Adam shook his head, and a small sigh slipped from his lips. Let me guess. A long white dress, family and friends sitting in a church, your father walking you down the aisle. Oh God, what a load of crap. Molly stared at him. What's wrong with a beautiful church wedding? Because, Molly, it's all pointless. No one marries and lives happily ever after. I don't believe in any of it, and neither should you. You'll only get hurt. What has happened to you, Adam, to make you so cynical? He didn't answer her question. The reason was he didn't know. We're here, Molly. Let's go tell your folks. Nicolaus and Anna were just finishing lunch when they got upstairs. Molly, dear, would you and Adam like some lunch? Anna asked as she went to get up. No, Mom. Adam and I have something to tell you both. Molly's throat suddenly went dry and was having difficulty speaking. She looked towards Adam for help and was relieved when he took over. Mr. and Mrs. Hanson, Molly and I got married this morning at the courthouse. Nicolaus and Anna sat staring at them. Molly's father gave Adam the death stare, and Anna got up and hugged Adam and Molly. Oh, honey, that's wonderful. But why didn't you tell us you were getting married? We would have been there. We would have given you a proper wedding. Molly still couldn't find the courage to speak, so Adam did. Mrs. Hanson, we wanted to keep it quiet, simple. We didn't want a fuss, or for the media to find out. I'm taking Molly to Paris for a 2-week honeymoon. Molly went over to her father. She knew he was angry. Dad, you're not saying anything. Nicolaus stood up, standing behind his chair, face red, fist clenched. There's nothing I can say. You went and got married without telling us, and now you're leaving. Molly stood before him looking like a little girl who was being scolded by her father, her head bowed, lips quivering. Please don't be angry with me, Dad. He looked at Molly. He didn't see a woman before him. What he saw was a little girl in pigtails with 2 teeth missing. Her eyes sparkled as she opened her presents on Christmas morning. This was his baby, his bundle of joy that made life worthwhile. No, he couldn't be mad at her. He held out his arms, and she ran into them. With tears in his eyes, he hugged her. I'm not angry with you, just hurt that you didn't come to me first. I want you to be happy and hope you find happiness with this man. Molly and Anna went to pack her things, leaving Adam alone with her father. I know this is sudden, Mr. Hanson, Adam said, still standing since Nicolaus didn't invite him to sit. Yes, it is. Where are you and Molly going to live? In my suite at the hotel, he answered. Nicolaus shook his head in disapproval at Adam. In a hotel? You expect Molly to live in a hotel? What kind of life is that for a young married woman? It's not just a hotel, sir. It's the best hotel around, and my suite is large. All due respect, sir, it's much larger than this apartment. Adam ran his finger through his collar, which seemed to tighten around his neck under the older man's stare. Molly is not like the other women you've been with. She's young and innocent. She has a good heart and a loving spirit. Don't break it. I'll take care of Molly, he replied. Adam watched as the 3 of them hugged and said goodbye. It was really a touching scene, and he was envious of their relationship. The love they had for each other was a beautiful thing. Anna cried. Come see us when you get back from Paris, you and Adam. She wiped her tears away. Adam and Nicolaus carried Molly's bags downstairs and laid them in the trunk of his car. Another round of hugs and tears were shed before they got in. Driving off, Molly waved through the window. Adam looked in his rearview mirror and saw her parents standing there clinging to each other. Nicolaus was comforting Anna. It was so sweet the way he held her in a protective embrace. He looked over at Molly and saw her bottom lip quivering. She looked like she was about to cry, and it tugged on his heartstrings. Are you okay? All she did was nod her head and stared out the passenger window. Adam reached over and took her hand in his, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Now we go and tell my father the news before we fly to Paris, he said, still holding her hand,
and was pleased that she didn't pull away. It was a start. Chapter 13. Adam S.R. stood up and stared at the couple before him. Married when? His tone was not that of a man who was pleased. This morning, father, at the courthouse. It's a little sudden, isn't it, son? You've only known each other for a month. Why rush into it? You could have had a proper wedding.
It's what we wanted.
Adam Jr. replied. Adam S.R. looked towards where Molly was standing, her head down and wringing her hands together. Going over, he put his hands on her shoulders, giving her a warm smile. Welcome to the family. I couldn't ask for a more lovely or sweeter daughter-in-law. Thank you, Mr. Bancroft, Molly answered. No, my dear, call me Dad. Would you give me a moment alone with my son? Molly looked at AJ. I'll just wait in the car then. Adam S.R. waited until Molly had left the room. He then turned his fury on Adam Jr. Have you lost your mind? What are you playing at? Adam Jr. poured himself a shot of whiskey, looking over the rim as he took a sip and smiled. I got married, father. You said it yourself that it was time for me to settle down. Adam S.R. shook his head. Molly doesn't look like a blushing bride, more like she's been given a life sentence. Adge chuckled and finished the last of his whiskey. Maybe with good behavior, she'll get released early. Adam S.R. banged the palm of his hand down on the coffee table. Damn it, Adam, this isn't a laughing matter. Marriage is serious. Has this sudden wedding got anything to do with the Memory Lane project? Is this why you stopped it? I admit I called it off for Molly, part of the deal. His posture went rigid. He hadn't intended to say that out loud. Now it was too late. Deal. His father bellowed. What deal? It's nothing. Look, I've got to go. I'm taking my bride to Paris for our honeymoon. He went to leave, but stopped when his father stood in his way. Adam, what deal? Okay, he sighed. I told Molly the only way she could save her community was if she agreed to marry me. My God, son, why would you do that? Do you love her? Adam turned and scoffed. Love has nothing to do with it. I needed a wife. Molly wanted to save her blasted community. How can you marry someone if you're not in love with them? Because I don't believe in love. It's all a bunch of crap. You fall in love, you get hurt. To hell with that. Marriage and love are for fools. Someone always leaves in the end. Is that what you think of me and your mother? That we were fools? Well, she did leave you, left us. His voice cracked just a little. Adam S.R. saw the anguish in his son's eyes and felt his own pain. Your mother didn't leave us. She died, Adam. Same thing, Dad. And look what happened to you. For years you mourned her death. It damn near destroyed you. True. But the time I had with your mother is something I'll always cherish. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. And I wanted to die. I did inside until I remembered the way your mother was. She wouldn't want me to give up on life. She'd want me to live and be happy. He walked over, placing his hand on Adge's shoulder. Don't be afraid to love. It's all worth it, trust me. Molly's waiting for me, Dad. What about all those other women? Can you give up your wild ways and stop sleeping around? Adam rolled his eyes and smiled. Who says I have to give up other women? Adam S.R. yelled something he never does. I didn't raise you that way. I was married to your mother for over 25 years, and never once did I ever cheat on her. I expect you to have the same values. I guess I'm not as good a man as you are, father, nor will I ever be. Besides, you and mother were in love. Molly and I aren't. You can't do this, son. I had Molly and her parents investigated. They're good people, loyal and faithful. Molly has never had a serious relationship. It will hurt her if you sleep around.
You had no right to go behind my back and do that.
You're my son. I did it to make sure she wasn't a gold digger who was after you for your money. I now know that's not the case. She's a good person, as is her mother and father.
Look, Molly's waiting. We've got to get to the airstrip. I'll see you when we get back. Adam Jr. was leaving when his father shouted behind him. One day you're going to fall in love, and she might break your heart, and maybe she won't. Think about what I said. Don't hurt that girl. Molly was waiting in the car for him, and he didn't look happy. Let me guess, your father wasn't happy about you marrying me. Her eyes glued on his when he looked back at her, and he smiled. No, he adores you. He thinks it's you that shouldn't have married me. The ride to the airstrip was quiet, neither one speaking. Chapter 14. They were the only two aboard the plane besides the pilot. You chartered a plane just for the two of us? Molly asked. She walked around checking it out. It had a lounge, a bar along with other luxuries one could only imagine. No, it belongs to me and my father, our company jet. He poured them both a glass of champagne and handed her one. I really shouldn't drink on an empty stomach, she said, and was trying to decide whether to drink it or not. I've ordered us lunch, shrimp and salad. Make yourself comfortable and I'll go get it. He returned a few minutes later with 2 plates in hand. As soon as she set eyes on the shrimp and salad, her stomach growled. She finished her meal and drank the second glass of champagne Adam had poured for her. He then pulled out his briefcase and, taking some papers out, started reading, pen in hand. You brought work with you on your honeymoon? She found that to be strange. Adam looked up and with a glint in his eyes smirked. Unless you want to get naked and give me something else to do, then yes. With a shake of her head and rolling her eyes, she groaned. By all means, work. Adam got settled working, and Molly, from lack of sleep, soon drifted off. Seeing her asleep, he got up and, grabbing a blanket, placed it over her. Leaning over, reached down for the button on the side of the seat and lowered it back so that she would be more comfortable. He thought she looked like an angel when she was sleeping. He wanted to kiss her, wanted to make love to her. He was tired of waiting and hadn't been with a woman since he first met her. Not much later, the plane started shaking, moving up and down. Molly woke and, becoming frightened, called out for Adam. It's okay, just some turbulence, he assured her. He could tell she was scared to death, so getting up, went over and sat next to her. Don't be afraid, it happens all the time. Biting her bottom lip, leaned over, letting him take her in his arms. Are we going to crash? She cried. He held her. Her body was shaking. No, we're perfectly safe. He liked how it felt when she cuddled into him, her arm going around his waist. Then the pilot announced they were preparing to land and apologized for the turbulence. Pulling away, she blushed at the brazen way she clung to Adam. I'm sorry for falling asleep. That's okay, you were tired. A car will be picking us up, and when we get to the hotel you can take a nap.
Adam had booked them into a suite at the finest hotel in Paris overlooking the water. The suite was luxurious, large, with 2 bathrooms, a living room, kitchen, and a small bar. Glass doors led out onto a large balcony. Molly was in awe at the view overlooking the water and watched as boats went by. Oh, and not to forget about the bedroom, which had an extra-large king-size bed. The ensuite had a glass-encased shower and a tub, big enough for 2. Molly had never envisioned anything so amazing in all her life.
Adam was amused watching Molly as she went from room to room, checking each one. So do you like the room? He asked. Oh yes, it's so glamorous, so huge, she gushed. Taking her hand, leads her towards the balcony. Come with me, I want you to see the view from our suite. They stood on the balcony, boats were going by, and she watched with childlike excitement. My, what a lovely view. Adam was standing behind Molly, putting his arm around her waist, pulled her back into him. His other hand swept her hair to the side. His lips, going to her neck, left feather-like kisses along the soft, tender flesh of her neck. It's early. We could go out to eat or could stay in and start our honeymoon. The feel of his mouth on her sent tingles running through her entire body, right to the center of her very core. She knew what Adam was suggesting and wanted to avoid it at all costs, so moving away turned and answered him. Let's go out. I want to see it all. I've read all about the art galleries, the shops. I want to go shopping and pick up a few things for my parents. Molly stopped talking when she realized she was babbling.
Adam smiled. He knew she was avoiding going to bed, and he found it amusing the way her cheeks turned a bright shade of pink.
I'm sorry about going on and on like that. I'm just excited. I've never in my wildest dreams ever thought I'd end up in Paris. There's no need to apologize, Molly. Paris is a beautiful and exciting place to be, so many things to do and see. But we don't need to do it all in one day. We have 2 weeks. I'll take you to a couple of the art galleries first, then out to dinner. I'd like that. I'll just go freshen up a bit first. She left him standing on the balcony to apply some makeup and comb her hair. They stopped at one of the most famous art galleries. It was full of the best art Molly had ever seen, and she was like a kid in a candy store as she pointed out the works she had only seen in books, and now she was standing in front of the real thing. Adam was more than impressed with her knowledge of the artist who had painted the pictures and of their life history. It was getting late by the time they left and decided to grab a bit to eat. He took her to a little place called La Balle Cafe and ate outdoors. It's so beautiful here, Adam, she said as she ate her meal. Then looking down the street, she asked, pointing. What's going on over there? Looking at where she was pointing, saw a crowd of people gathered around a makeshift stage. It's a street play. They do it all the time. Would you like to go over and watch? Her eyes lit up. Yes, please. Smiling, he waved the waiter over and paid the bill. Then getting up, he pulled her chair out. Taking her hand in his, they walked to where the crowd was gathered. After watching for a while, Molly found it too depressing, since it was about 2 lovers torn apart by lies and betrayal, so they headed back to the hotel. She went to take a shower, and Adam waited in bed for her. After what happened in his office, he wasn't going to push the issue of sex. Not tonight anyways. Seeing Adam in bed, she went and curled up on the sofa. She had no intention of sleeping in the same bed as him. Molly, what the hell are you doing over there? He barked. I will not sleep with you, she answered. Come to bed? I give you my word I won't touch you. You're not sleeping there. Sorry, but your word doesn't mean anything as you can't seem to keep it. I'm fine here. Good night, Adam. He was losing his patience with her. I said come to bed, he ordered. If you don't, I'll come get you. And I warn you, I'm not wearing anything. Choosing to ignore him, she turned her back on him. Getting out of bed, he walked over to where she lay and sneered. You coming or not? Looking over her shoulder at him, all she saw was his manhood by her face, and squealing turned back around. Oh my God, put something on. Putting his arm around her back, and the other one under her knees, pick her up effortlessly. She started squirming. What are you doing? Put me down, you brute, she cried. You're my wife, and I want you in bed with me, he snapped angrily. Molly started wiggling and squirming, trying to break free from Adam, but the more she struggled, the more his hold tightened around her. Damn it, Molly, stop wiggling around. You're getting me hot and bothered. If you don't want me to take you now, then stop what you're doing. She instantly stopped and let him lay her down on the bed, making sure not to look at his part that was twitching to life. Getting under the covers, she moved to the far side of the bed away from Adam. Good girl. Now take off that stupid nightgown. What? No way, she yelped. Take it off, Molly. I like my women nude when they're in bed with me. His voice held a hint of arrogance. Well, I'm not one of your women, jerk, she cursed. If you won't take it off, then I guess I'll have to do it for you. Fine, I'll do it. Turn your head. When he turned to watch her, she screamed at him. No, you jackass, the other way, and don't peek. Laying on his side, he laughed when she threw her nightgown, hitting him in the back of his head with it. Pulling the covers up to her chin, laid some pillows between them. Again he laughed when he looked at what she was doing. What good do you think that will do? If I want you, those damn pillows won't stop me from getting to you.
Try touching me, and I'll scratch your damn eyes out, she cursed at him, anger flashing in her eyes.
Throughout the night, he turned over and watched her sleep. His heart did that weird little flip that happened once before. God, he thought, she is so beautiful. Molly woke up and Adam was nowhere in sight, so she slipped quietly out of bed to retrieve her nightgown. Just then Adam came out of the bathroom and saw her in all her glory. She let out a blood-curdling scream and, grabbing the blanket, covered herself up.
Well, good morning. His voice was husky as he took in the sight of her perfect body with the nicest set of breasts he had ever laid eyes on. Don't cover up on my account.
Her face turning crimson-red tightened the covers around her and sprinted into the bathroom with Adam standing there watching her with a huge grin on his face. Being a hot-blooded man, he couldn't help getting a boner when he saw her naked. After seeing her, he knew he wouldn't be able to keep his hands off her much longer. Damn, he was horny as hell. She returned later fully dressed and, too embarrassed, couldn't look at Adam, and it didn't go unnoticed.
Don't be embarrassed, Molly. You have an amazing body and shouldn't be shy about showing it off. And I am your husband after all. Turning away, she spoke in barely a whisper. Please, I don't want to talk about it.
Adam wanted to do more than talk about it. He wanted to rip off her clothes, throw her on the bed, and wreck her body in a good way. But instead, he dropped it. There would be plenty of time for what he wanted later. Okay, let me take you out for breakfast, and then we'll go check out the sights. Molly let out a sigh of relief, glad he was dropping it. All she wanted was to forget that it ever happened.
Chapter 15. They ate breakfast at another outdoor cafe. There was some awkward silence between them until Adam told her some of the history surrounding the area. After eating pancakes and sausages, he took her to the Eiffel Tower, and then to the Louvre Museum, and then to dinner at one of the finest restaurants in Paris. Later that night, they changed and went to the opera. He got a kick out of watching her. She got excited about everything and seemed to forget about what had happened earlier that morning. For the next 2 days, he wined and dined her. At night, he didn't try to seduce her. Wanted to take his time, give her time to adjust to sleeping next to him in the nude. But it was getting hard for him to control his desire to make love to her. Laying next to her, though she still put the pillows between them, he went to sleep feeling horny. On the 5th night, when they returned to their room after dinner and dancing, Adam decided it was time to consummate their marriage. While Molly went to shower, he opened a bottle of champagne and turned on some romantic music, dimming the lights. He had removed his jacket and shirt by the time she came from the bathroom, and he wasted no time in taking her into his arms. All that stood between them was a silk nightgown, her warm flesh touching his. Holding Molly, he took her hand and placed it on his chest, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest, and the desire were building. Can you feel how fast my heart is beating? That's what you do to me whenever you are near.
Adam, please don't.
Saying as she looked away from his piercing dark eyes. I want you, Molly. I've been patient long enough. Putting his lips on hers kissed her, soft and gentle at first, but soon turned more urgent. He devoured her mouth as he pushed her hard against him. He then moved down to her neck and heard her breathy pants. His hand moved to her breast, and cupping one, ran his thumb over the nipple. Through the material of her gown, he felt the nipple getting hard, and he groaned. Molly let out a moan when she felt her lower region throbbing, a tingling sensation that was aching to be touched. She wanted to resist, wanted to pull away, but instead, she put her arms around his neck, kissing him back as if her life was at stake. His mouth felt so warm and moist. She did not resist when he lifted her nightgown up over her head, standing before him naked, and she watched as he pulled off his pants and briefs, biting her lips when she saw how huge and hard he was. A part of her was scared and wanted to stop him, but another part was so turned on and wanted to know what it would be like to have the length of him inside her, wondering if it would hurt, or if would she even be able to take him all in. putting Molly up against the wall, pressed his body against her as his lips found hers. She was totally lost in her desire and lust for Adam, and when he lifted her, she wrapped her legs around his waist as he carried her over to the bed and laid her down. Getting into bed, he climbed on top. Their hot flesh connecting, he kissed her neck, slowly moving down, kissing and sucking and finally reaching between her thighs. Feeling his hot, wet mouth on her womanly folds, let out a soft cry and clung to the bed sheets. His tongue licked and teased till she begged him to stop. Smiling, he moved up, claiming her mouth as his. He knew she was ready, so reaching over, he took a condom from the box on the nightstand and ripping the package open, slipped it on. Just as he went to ease himself inside her, she cried out hysterically, stopping him.
Adam, no, please stop.
Stopping, he hovered over her and looking down saw the terror on her face. What's wrong, Molly? I can't do this, I'm scared. Yes, you can. And why would you be scared? He asked, looking at her with concern. I'm a virgin, Adam. Her eyes stared into his. He could only laugh. She had to be kidding. Hell, he had seen the birth control in her purse when the contents had spilled out the first day they arrived in Paris. Don't lie to me. I know you're on the pill. I've seen them. Molly had her hands on his chest, preventing him from getting closer. I'm on the pill because of my cycle, for the cramps have been for years. She swallowed hard, not a subject she was comfortable talking about.
Fuck, he swore. Moving off Molly, he sat on the edge of the bed and removing the condom tossed it into the wastebasket. He hadn't planned on her being a virgin. This changed everything. You're 21 years old, for shit's sake. How the hell can you still be a virgin? He snapped angrily.
Molly let the tears fall. Hearing his anger, she covered herself up. I was wanting to wait till I found the right man, till I was married. Looking over and seeing her tears, his heart melted, and he moved back over to where she sat huddled, the blanket covering her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so sharp with you.
You don't want me now, do you?
Taking her face in his hands, he smiled. Hell yeah, I still want you. Then take me, Adam. Her bottom lip quivered. She wanted him too. Her body wanted him. Lifting her face, she kissed him, moving her body into his. Adam, she moaned his name softly. Laying her down, he was like a savage as he kissed and caressed every inch of her soft, delicate flesh, savoring the taste of her. Are you sure about this, Molly? It's going to sting the first time. I'm sure. She breathed heavily, scared and excited at the same time. She wanted Adam to be her first. Just when he began to enter her, she stopped him again. Wait, she cried. He let out a growl, his erection throbbing. He was in need of relief. What the fuck now? He growled. Aren't you going to put something on? It took a second for what she was talking about to sink in. No need to. You're on the pill, and you haven't been with anyone, so I see no need to. He went back to doing what he had started, but she stopped him again. But you've been with a lot of women. I want to be protected.
By now, Adam had enough. Getting out of bed and pulling on his pants, looked down at a very confused and hurt Molly. I have never made love to a woman without using protection and never wanted to until now.
Where are you going? She cried out when he went to walk away. To get a drink, and then I'm going to take a cold shower.
What about us? She asked, her heart breaking.
She had pushed him too far, and now he was angry, no longer wanting her. The moment is gone, Molly, sorry. He left her feeling hurt and alone. Adam stormed into the small kitchen and poured himself a shot of whiskey, mentally slapping himself for walking away from Molly. Christ, how could he blame her for wanting him to use protection? Until he had found out she was a virgin, he too wanted to use protection. With his reputation, she had every right. Tossing back the rest of his drink, he removed his pants and headed back to the bedroom. He saw her sitting up, the covers up to her chin. Adam, she started to talk, but he moved with such speed it rendered her speechless. Ripping away the cover from her naked body, climbed on top. I want you. and if I have to wear a damn condom, I will. But to be honest, I want to feel you, all of you, without a damn condom getting in my way. Grabbing the back of his head, she pulled him down for a kiss. He had his answer. As much as he wanted to plunge in and take her, he was gentle, touching and caressing, giving her an climax with his fingers. Then, easing inside her slowly, he heard the small yelp of pain as she lost her virginity. After a month of wanting Molly, it had finally happened, and it was so worth the wait. When he returned a few seconds later, she was shocked to see he was naked, and when he pushed her down and got on top, she moaned in anticipation. His desire for her was obvious, and when he told her he would wear protection, she knew he was telling her the truth. She pulled him down and kissed him. He was gentle, and after the one small jabbing pain was over, she felt the wonder of his lovemaking. They came together as one, bodies joined, and when it was over, and they were drenched in sweat, he rolled off and over onto his side, pulling her close. That was amazing, Molly. You were great and so worth the wait. When she didn't answer, he looked down at her with concern. Was it not good for you? Oh God, did I hurt you? It's not that, Adam. It was wonderful. I never knew it could be this good. Then why do you look so sad? He asked. I can't let this happen again. Not if you're going to be with other women. A tear slid down her cheek.
This is going to happen again, Molly. We both know it. I have no desire to be with anyone else. I give you my word that as long as you're my wife, I will remain faithful to you. He stroked her face gently with the back of his hand.
Getting back on top and embedding himself between her legs, he smiled and moved a strand of hair that was stuck to her face from her tears. Now I'm going to take you again, and this time I won't hold back. So kiss me and let me bring you to a whole new level of sexual satisfaction. Closing her eyes, she was swept away when Adam spread her legs wider and entered her with such ease and swiftness, it left her breathless. Molly was the first one to wake up, so slipping on a robe, went out onto the balcony. Watching the boats, she thought back to last night. She felt all warm inside. For her first time having sex, it was amazing. He was gentle, taking his time, well, the first time anyways. Lost in thought, she didn't hear Adam approaching until a pair of strong arms went around her waist and he pulled her into him. What are you doing out here so early? It's chilly. His SXY voice whispered in her ear, and then he turned her around to face him. She wrapped her arms around his waist. I couldn't sleep. I was watching the boats go by. I've never been on one. Will you take me? Smiling down at her. Okay, in a couple of days. I have other plans for today. But right now I'm taking you back to bed. I'm not done with you yet. Scooping her up and carried her back to bed, she let out a squeal and started kissing his neck. Chapter 16. Adam took Molly shopping so that she could buy her parents some gifts. He also insisted on buying her a new dress to wear later that night. He was taking her to dinner and a show at the Moulin Rouge. He had her try on several and model them in front of him. He finally picked out one he wanted her to wear. It was a long red dress with spaghetti straps. It fit her like a glove, showing off her curves. What if I don't want this one? Do I not get a say? Getting up, he goes over and turned her around to face the mirror, standing behind her with his hands on her shoulders. Look at yourself. You look amazing in this dress. It's like it was made just for you. Tell me you don't like it, and you can pick out a different one. Molly stared at herself in the mirror. She did look beautiful, if she said so herself. I do love it, and if you want me to wear it, then I will. Adam smiled. That's my girl. Let's go get ready. I've made reservations. Making love that night, Adam was passionate. She did not fight it. Instead, she was warm and eager, but still a little timid. He loved the feel of her arms around him, her skin so silky soft to the touch, and her hair smelled like fresh strawberries. And it felt so good being inside her. She was so wet and tight. He felt the ripple of her climax when she came, calling out his name as she moved, writhing and twisting beneath him. Adam never felt this way about a woman before. It was always about his pleasure, and then he wanted them gone. With Molly, it was different. He wanted to give her pleasure and wanted to stay sleeping with her all night. What was it about her that made him feel like he was losing control of his life? Adam brought them breakfast in bed and the tea that she was so fond of since they'd been here. He made a mental note to have some shipped home for her. After we eat, I have a special day planned for us.
What are we doing? She asks.
It's a surprise. Now, after your shower dress and shorts, would you like me to shower with you? He smirked wickedly. She felt herself blushing. No, Adam, I don't. He smiled as she walked away. Sometimes she acted shy when it came to him seeing her naked. Molly came out wearing white shorts and a pink shirt. Her hair was done up in a ponytail, and the only makeup she wore was pale pink lipstick. He thought she was even more beautiful without makeup than with it. They drove to the lake. Seeing the boats, Molly became excited and turned to Adam. Are we going boating? I've rented a boat and had the hotel pack us a lunch and a bottle of wine. I thought we could have lunch on the water, maybe do some nude swimming. I'm excited about going, but I've never been on a boat. What if I get seasick? Taking her chin in his hand, smiled. Then, my dear, I shall be there to hold your hair back. He gave her a peck on the cheek. Helping her into the boat, she slipped, but he caught her in his arms. Before putting her down, he gave her a long and deep kiss. Adam, please, people are starting to stare. Do you think I care that people are looking? He asked her. Molly gave him a smile. No, she thought. Adam was not the kind of man that cared what people thought. He did whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. He could be very intimidating at times. Adam started the engine and took off. Looking back at Molly, he noticed she seemed a little scared. Are you okay? He asked. I can't swim, she replied. His eyes narrowed. You're kidding me? Then why would you want to go boating? I don't know. I thought it might be fun. He chuckled. That's okay. I won't let anything happen to you. Hey, how would you like to steer the boat? Me? I wouldn't know how. Adam held out his hand for her to take, and she gladly took it. I'll show you. He stood behind Molly with his arms around her, putting his hands on top of hers. There, see, you're doing it. She felt his warm breath hitting the back of her neck and felt a tingling go through her chest. Looking over her shoulder at him, smiled. Her eyes sparkled. Oh, Adam, this is so much fun, she squealed. When she smiled, it lit up her face, and he felt a stirring inside. He liked being with her. She was so sweet and vulnerable that he just had to kiss her. So after a while, he turned off the engine and, turning her around, started kissing her. The kiss turned more heated, and his hands moved to the buttons on her shirt, and he started undoing them. Nibbling on her ear, he caressed her breast, and he heard her moaning. Then she pulled away. Adam, don't, not here. Baby, there's no one around for miles. When he saw how nervous she was, he relented. We could go below deck. Holding out his hand, she took it, and he led her below. There he wasted no time in taking off her clothes and getting her into the tiny bed. Molly didn't try to stop him, just the opposite. She eagerly pulled his t-shirt up over his head as her mouth hungrily devoured his. She loved the feel of his muscular chest under her hands. She found sex to be the best thing she ever experienced and couldn't get enough. Adam had unleashed the sexual beast in her. He could tell Molly enjoyed their lovemaking. She was good at it. If he hadn't taken her virginity, he would never have believed it was her first time. Adam woke to the boat rocking back and forth. It was almost dark, and he jumped out of bed in a panic. A storm had come up when they were asleep. Pulling on his pants, he yelled at Molly to wake up. Adam, what's happening? Her voice was laced with fear. Seeing the fear flash across her face, went over, putting his hands on her arms. There's a storm, Molly. Put your clothes on and a life jacket. He went to leave.
Adam, where are you going?
She cried.
I have to get us back to shore. You stay here.
No, don't leave me, she called out hysterically. He went back over to her. I know you're scared, but I have to go start the engine. Just hang tight. Giving her a quick kiss, dashed up the few steps. The rain was pouring down, and the boat rocked from side to side, making it difficult for Adam to hang on. Twice he was knocked over, getting dangerously close to being tossed over the side, but he hung on. Finally making it over to the steering wheel, reached down and turned the key. Fuck, he swore when it wouldn't start. The rain was coming down hard, making it hard for him to see. But he did see Molly coming up from below, and he yelled through the roaring winds and waves, "Get back down below." Just then, a giant wave rocked the boat, sending Molly to the edge, where she went over. Hanging on for dear life, she screamed for Adam to help her. Seeing her hanging there, his blood froze, and his heart seemed to stop beating from fear. "Hang on, Molly, I'm coming," he yelled as he made his way over to her. He got there just as her fingers began to slip and grabbed her wrists, pulling her back in. Wrapping his arms around her, they sank to the ground. "Molly, I can't get the boat to start. We're going to have to go below and wait out the storm." Once they finally made it below, after being tossed around, he covered her with a blanket. She was shivering uncontrollably, her eyes staring into his. She gave him a look that told him she trusted and knew he would keep her safe. His heart melted, and he took her in his arms. "It's going to be all right, baby. The hotel knows we're out here, and will send someone out to get us." 20 minutes later, it seemed as if things were calming down. But moments later, a giant wave slammed into the side of the boat, tipping it over. They went flying to the floor as water started filling the room. Adam made his way back over to Molly as the boat began to sink. "Molly, listen to me. We're going under. We have to get out." "No, I can't swim," she cried. He grabbed her face in his hands. "We have to get out now. I won't let anything happen to you. Stay close to me. Look at me, Molly," he yelled when she looked away. "You can do this. Do you trust me?" Her eyes wide as saucers, she stared back at him, nodding her head yes. Adam managed to get them both out before the boat tipped all the way over and began to sink, pieces breaking off. The rain was still pouring, and the wave jostled them around, pulling them apart. Molly screamed as Adam disappeared from her sight. She was able to grab onto a piece of wood that was floating nearby. Looking around for Adam, he was nowhere in sight, and she started to cry, calling his name through the roar of the wind and rain. "Oh, Adam, no, no, please don't be dead." Then she felt something brushing up against her leg. Fearing it was a shark or some other sea creature, started screaming. Seeing it was Adam, she threw her arms around his neck. "Oh, Adam, I thought you were gone." "No, I'm here. I won't leave you. The storm is passing and help will come. Just hang on." They both held on to that one piece of wood and drifted. Molly was freezing and her eyes were starting to close. Adam knew he had to keep her from falling asleep, so he kept her talking. "Tell me about the guys you've been with. You must have dated while in college. Was there anyone special?" "There was this one guy. We went out a few times. I liked him." "So what happened?" "When I refused to have sex with him, he broke up with me. I was hurt. I thought he liked me, but I found out that he made a bet with his buddies that he could get me to have sex with him. What kind of man does that, Adam? It's so disgusting." He looked at her, feeling like a real jerk. He was doing the same damn thing.
You've been with a lot of women, Adam, haven't you?
"Yes, but we don't have to talk about that. None of them meant anything to me." He touched her cheek tenderly as they bobbed around in the water, still holding on to the wood. "You have so much experience, Adam. I don't. I guess what I want to know is, was I okay? Did I satisfy you?" "God, yes, Molly. Making love to you was the best it's ever been for me. And yes, you more than satisfied me." Reaching over, he kissed her. "I'm so tired, Adam. I don't know if I can hang on much longer." "You listen to me, Molly. You can hang on. You're not a quitter." He could see she was getting weaker, having trouble hanging on to the wood. Moving closer, he put his arm around her waist. "I've got you. I won't let you go." "Let me go, Adam.
You can't hold me and hang on yourself, she cried. Save yourself and let me go. Never, he yelled. Think of your parents. How do you think they would feel if they lost you? Molly was drifting in and out of consciousness. Come on, honey, stay awake. I'm not going to lose you. Talk to me. Tell me the one thing you would do if you could. He had to keep her talking. Molly's eyes were dull when she looked into Adam's. I would send my parents back home to Sweden to visit their family. I know they miss them and emails and phone calls are not enough. Then fight to live, Molly, and one day you'll be able to do just that. I'm sorry, Adam, I can't. I'm so tired. Molly closed her eyes and Adam felt her arms slipping away from around his neck. No, Molly, no, damn it, stay with me. Tears flowed from his eyes as he held onto her with all his strength. You're not going anywhere except with me. Chapter 17. His arms were getting sore. Now she was dead weight. It took everything he had to hold onto the piece of wood and Molly. But he wouldn't give up, and he wasn't going to let her give up either. Yelling, he shook her. Molly, open up your fucking eyes now, he screamed into her ear. The rain had stopped and the water was calm. Her eyes fluttered open, wrapping her arm around his neck, moaned for him to stop screaming. He sobbed and laughed at the same time. That's my girl, hang on. Then the sound of a boat approaching could be heard, and all of a sudden a bright light was shining on them. They found us, he shouted at her, giving her a long, deep kiss. We made it, baby, saying as she stared happily back at him. They were pulled into the boat and given blankets. Putting his arms around Molly, he held her close. I'm so sorry, Molly. If I hadn't fallen asleep, we wouldn't have been out in that damn storm. Don't blame yourself, Adam. We both went to sleep. It's no one's fault. And you saved my life. As tired as you were, you never let go. She snuggled closer, resting her head on his chest. After being given hot coffee and checked out, they were taken to their hotel. He took her face in his hands, looking deep into her eyes. Why don't you go ahead and take a shower first while I order us some food? She smiled, looking away shyly. She says, why don't we shower together? Adam was surprised, pleasantly surprised. She had never wanted to shower with him before. My sweet Molly, you know what will happen if I go in there with you. She shrugged her shoulders and taking his hand leads him to the bathroom. There they removed their damp clothes, leaving them in a pile on the floor. Running the water, they stepped inside. The near-death experience took its toll on Molly. Breaking down and crying, Adam took her in his arms, holding her as the water warmed their bodies. Adam tried to control his lusty desire for Molly, but as he soaped her down, he became very aroused, as did she. In fact, she was the one who initiated it, kissing his neck as she let her hand roam down the length of him, touching his already swollen member. Pushing her up against the shower wall, lifted her legs up, wrapping them around his waist. Molly knew what would happen when she started kissing his neck and touching him. After what had happened and was so close to death, she needed this, to feel alive and wanted, and Adam made her feel that way and more. She sensed he needed this too by the way he was being so forceful. He wasn't hurting her, just rougher than usual. He was relentless as he pounded harder and harder into her, her back slamming against the wall. When he was done, he set her down on her feet. His kiss was tender as he moaned her name over and over, his hand gently caressing her round, soft rear end. Molly stood in front of the mirror brushing her hair, and then wrapped it in a towel when Adam came up behind her, kissing the back of her neck. That was so amazing, and you smell delicious. Closing her eyes, she leaned back into Adam. Her body still felt the impact of his lovemaking, the way he had kept pounding into her with such speed. It felt good, and she felt like a real woman, never having known a man's touch before. And she knew it was only Adam that could make her feel this way, and would be the only one that could. Yet her heart ached at the thought of when he would end it. But for now, she intended to enjoy every moment she had left with him. Standing behind Molly, he looked in the mirror, and seeing her eyes closed
and the way she was smiling when he kissed the back of her neck warmed his heart. But guilt crept into his thoughts. If it wasn't for his stupid pride and sick plan, Molly wouldn't have been in danger. He had almost lost her. He had to tell her the truth and tell her how he felt about her. "Molly, I have to tell you something." She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with joy. This woman whom he had planned on using had gotten to him, wormed her way into his head and his heart. "What is it, Adam?" she asked, running her hand over his chest. I. No, he couldn't do it, so instead answered, "I'm starving. Why don't you finish up here, and I'll go order us some food." He was walking out, but stopped when she called him. Her eyes traveled down his body, and she covered her mouth and giggled. "You should put something on, or the help will get an eyeful." Realizing he was still naked, smiled as he grabbed one of the robes that hung on the bathroom door hook. Molly came out just as the food arrived, and since they were both starving, dug right in. He couldn't take his eyes off her. She was unlike any woman he had ever known. She was sweet and had a kind heart and was so damn beautiful. Her eyes kept closing as she tried fighting to stay awake. "You're done eating. Why don't you go to bed?" Standing up, takes her hand. "I am exhausted. Are you coming?" she asked when he didn't follow. He took her in his arms and held her tight against him. "In a while, I have a few calls to make. I won't be long." He walked her to the bedroom door and watched as she went to the bed. Turning, she smiled at him and dropped her robe. She was naked underneath. Licking his lips, he smiled back. She had come a long way from the shy, timid young woman he had met just over a month ago. They stayed in bed the next day, sleeping and making love. He showed her different ways of making love, and she enjoyed everything he gave her. She too had some tricks up her sleeve and was wanting to please him. She made him happy, in and out of bed. He'd always thought he was happy before, that he had everything he wanted. But Molly made him see what he had been missing all these years, love. The next few days he took her sightseeing and shopping for clothes. She protested, but he insisted she get some clothes, saying a woman should never leave Paris without buying a new wardrobe. "It's our last night in Paris. What would you like to do?" he asked as she snuggled into him on the sofa. "Let's stay in. We can order a pizza and some beer and watch a movie."
"We're in Paris, and you want pizza and beer," he laughed.
She looked up at him, her head moving up and down.
"Okay, my sweet young bride. If that's what you want, then pizza it is."
They sat watching The Notebook and eating pizza and drinking beer, both engrossed in the movie. Molly, of course, cried, so Adam held her, kissing the top of her head. He hated seeing her cry, so taking her chin in his hand said, "I know what will cheer you up." Getting up, he walked over to his jacket that was hung over the back of a chair. Pulling out a small box, he handed it to Molly.
"What is it?"
she asked. "Open it," he answered. Molly gasped when she opened it and saw a diamond necklace inside. She looked up at Adam. "It's beautiful, but it's too expensive. I can't accept this." His face fell and disappointment showed. "Don't you like it?" "I love it, but you don't have to buy me gifts." Her eyes watered and she lowered her head. She had never been given a gift so lovely or expensive. Taking her chin in his hand, lifted her head up. "I don't have to give you a gift. I want to. It'll look nice with the new dresses you got." Taking the necklace from her, he placed it around her neck. Getting up, Molly walked over to the mirror and looked at it. Adam stood behind her. "It's beautiful, thank you. I love it." Caressing her shoulders, he grins. "No, Molly, it's you that's beautiful. You just make the diamond look good." Turning her around, laid his lips on hers, then scooped her up. He heads to the bedroom. They were packed, luggage on board by the time they arrived. Once in the air, Adam had a mischievous grin on his face. Molly was flipping through a magazine when she felt eyes on her. Looking up and seeing the way he was watching her, she blushed. "What?" she asked, putting down the magazine. "Have you ever heard of the Mile High Club?" Tilting her head, she looked at him, confused. No.
What is it? Smiling, he stood up and went over to the sofa where she was lying on her back stretched out. He climbed on top of her. Well, it's when two people go into the bathroom and have a quickie. Feeling the pressure of his body on top of her and his lips kissing her neck had her moaning with pleasure. She loved it when he kissed her neck. So, that feels so good, she purred. So are you saying you want to do it in the bathroom? Lifting his head and smiling as he looked down at her. We could, but seeing we are the only ones here, I think this sofa will do nicely. His hand slid up her dress and under her panties. He felt how wet she was, and that aroused him even more, knowing he had that effect on her. We can't, Adam, she said, trying to move him, but he wouldn't budge.
Why not?
He growled back. What if the pilot walks in? He won't. He's flying the plane. He continued stroking her and kissing her neck. Adam, please. What if he puts it on autopilot or the plane goes down? She cried. Groaning loudly, Adam stood up, removing his jacket, shirt, and tie, smiling. It won't, and the pilot has been given strict instructions not to disturb us. Now, will you remove your dress, or shall I do it for you? Licking her lips seductively gave him a big smile. If you want it, you'll have to work for it. No problem, he answers. Getting back on top, Adam gets right to work. Chapter 18. When they returned to Manhattan, there was a red sports car waiting for them. Is this a new car, Adam? She asked, admiring it. Yes, I just bought it. Why? What was wrong with your other one? Starting the car, he turned, giving her a smile. I still have it. This car belongs to you. Her face turned pale when she looked back at Adam, thinking he was kidding. When she realized he was being serious, she was shocked. No, you can't buy me a car. Sweetheart, I can't have you taking a bus. You're my wife, and you need a reliable vehicle to get around in. So please, for me, will you just accept it and not fight me on it? All right, but no more gifts. Seeing the way he was smirking, she gives him a stern glare. Adam, I mean it. Okay, baby, was his only reply. Right, he thought to himself. They reached the hotel and Molly would be seeing his suite for the first time. So what do you think of your new home? She looked around. It was large, modern, and filled with expensive furniture. It's very clean, nice. You don't like it, do you? He asked, frowning. Seeing how hurt he looked, she tried to explain. No, it's not that, Adam. It reminds me of our suite in Paris. Nice, but doesn't feel like a home. Now that you're here, maybe you can change that, fix it up the way you want. He showed her the rest of the place, going into the kitchen. Molly smiled. It was a lovely kitchen, everything all clean, as if none of it was ever used. She looked inside the cupboards and the fridge. Turning to Adam, she frowned. There's nothing here, no food, she said, looking at him. That's because I never eat here. I always dine out. I'm here now, so I'll be cooking for you. We'll have to go shopping. She chuckled when finding he had some beer and wine.
You don't have to cook,
he told her.
If you want to eat in, I can hire a chef.
You'll do no such thing. I like cooking, and I'm good at it. Maybe not as good as my mother, but I do okay. The last room he showed her was the bedroom. She was impressed, thought for sure it would be all masculine. Instead, the carpet and drapes were a powder blue shade, had 2 large walk-in closets, and the ensuite was to die for. The bed too was large with a white comforter and 6 big fluffy pillows laid on top of the bed. The room had a nice clean smell, fresh with a hint of lavender. Looking at the bed, she chewed on her bottom lip. She couldn't help but wonder how many women had been in it. Her heart felt heavy at the thought of Adam making love to other women in the very bed they would be sharing. Whenever she chewed on her bottom lip, he knew this was a sign that she was worried about something. Going over and putting his arms around her, asked, What's wrong? Don't you like the room? No, it's lovely. Her head involuntarily turned toward the bed. Seeing where her eyes went, he placed his hand on her face, turning it to face him. Are you worried about how many women I've had in that bed? Molly did not want to hear the answer, so with the intention of distracting him, she wrapped her arms around his neck and reaching up kissed him. It was a passionate one. It worked. Picking her up, he laid her down on the bed, getting on top, starting kissing her as he removed her clothes, one piece at a time, then his. Molly, I want you to know you're the first woman I've brought here. I don't understand, her eyes searching his for answers. I've kept this place as my own private getaway, where I could escape everything and everyone. I never wanted a woman to invade my space until now. Hearing Adam's confession made her feel warm all through. It meant so much that she was his first, lol, in a manner of speaking. Adam, I know it sounds crazy, but it means a lot to me hearing that.
Enough talk,
He groaned. Show me how much it means to you. They ate breakfast in the hotel dining room. I'll have groceries delivered this morning. Just give me a list of what you want. I have to go into the office and get some work done. What are you going to do? Molly was disappointed. I was hoping we could go see my parents. I'd like to give them their gifts. Taking her hand in his, he smiled. Tell you what, baby, why don't you go and I'll join you later? Really, you don't mind? She thought for sure he was going to be one of those controlling husbands that wouldn't let her go anywhere without him. She was relieved to find out differently, as she wasn't about to let him control what she did. Adam looked at her strangely. Of course, I don't mind. I'll do what has to be done and meet you there. I won't be long. After Adam gave Molly a passionate kiss, one that left her wanting more, he left. She traced her fingers over her lips, still feeling his lips on hers. She started thinking how different things were between them. He was gentle and loving, and she felt close to him. She wanted to be with him all the time, but she also knew that at any moment he could end their marriage. Molly swung open the door to her father's shop. Dad, I'm back. Nikolaus came out from the back of the store. Sweetheart, it's so good to see you. He gave her a fatherly hug. Your mom and I missed you. Come on, let's go upstairs. Mom, I'm back, Molly called out. Drying her hands, Anna dashed from the kitchen, taking Molly into her arms. My baby, you're home. Let me get a good look at you. Come and I'll make us all some tea, and you can tell us all about your trip. Over tea, she told her parents all about her trip. Leaving out the boating accident, they didn't need to know about that.
So where is this husband of yours?
Nikolaus asked in a gruff voice, clearly not pleased that Molly came alone. Not that he minded, but to his way of thinking a husband should accompany his wife, especially being a newlywed. He had some work to do, Dad, but he'll be here soon. Adam was sitting at his desk, finishing up some paperwork, when his father walked in. How was the honeymoon, son? Adam Sr. saw the smile that came over his son's face. The honeymoon was amazing. We had so much fun, Dad. Molly was great. Adam Sr. sat down, watching his son as he got up, going to the window and looking out. There was something different about the younger man. Something on your mind, son? Aj turned to face his father. How do you know when you're in love? I mean, how did you know Mom was the one? For me, it was her laugh. I loved the way her face lit up when she laughed. I thought about her all the time. It felt good when I was with her, and not so good when we were apart. Adam, have you fallen in love with Molly? Aj started pacing, running his hand through his dark, thick hair. No, yes, I don't know. I treated her so badly at first. I was cruel. Now all I want to do is be with her, make her happy. I don't know if it's love or lust. Aj smiled brightly. Whenever she's around me, I get this warm feeling in my chest and gut. It sure sounds like love to me, son. Have you told Molly how you feel about her? No, I can't until I know for sure, he answered. And Molly, what are her feelings for you? He looked at his father. Regret showed on his face. I'm not really sure. But if she ever finds out about my plan and the bet, I'll lose her for good. You have two choices, son. 1. Make sure she never finds out. 2. Tell her the truth before she finds out on her own. I do suggest you tell her. These things have a way of coming out. I can't risk telling her. She can never find out. I have to go. Molly's expecting me at her parents', so we'll talk later. Adam took a cab to Molly's parents'. Anna came over and greeted him right away with a hug. But it was some time before Nicolaus shook his hand, and only did so because Anna made him do it. He still didn't trust Adam and was sure he'd end up hurting Molly. Mom, Dad, open up your gifts, Molly said excitedly. Anna loved the cashmere sweater and scarf, and the French perfume. Nicolaus loved his sweater, but mostly the cigars. Your mother and I have a wedding gift for you. It's in the box over there. Go open it. Nicolaus told Molly. Inside the box was a beautiful handcrafted cuckoo clock. Tears sprang to Molly's eyes. She went to her father's side and hugged him. Oh, Dad, it's wonderful. It must have taken you forever to make. We love it. She looked at Adam. Don't we? Yes, I've never seen anything like it. And I promise we'll find the perfect place to hang it. Thank you.
Adam knew quality, and this clock was the finest one he had ever seen.
Anna was practically jumping for joy. Your father and I wanted you to have something that you could pass down to your own children someday. Now I will make us all some supper. Let me take you out to dinner, Mrs. Hanson, Adam said to her. Anna shook her head no. I will cook. You sit and relax. Don't argue with my mother, Adam. She's very stubborn. Well, now I know where you get it from. Adam laughed. After a delicious meal and dessert, he insisted that he and Molly do the washing up. She washed and he dried. She started snickering as he tried drying the dishes properly. Are you laughing at me? He asked her, frowning. Yes, I am, she boldly stated. It's funny seeing you with your sleeves rolled up and doing dishes. Why, I bet you've never dried a dish in your life. He turned Molly around and pinned her up against the counter, one arm on each side of the counter. I'm willing to do a lot of things I'd never thought I'd do, but for you I will. Taking her face in his hands, he was about to kiss her when Nicolaus walked in and cleared his throat. Adam, would you help me move some boxes downstairs? I'd do it myself, but they're rather heavy. Yes, sir, I'd be happy to. He turned and whispered in Molly's ear. When we get home, I'll finish what I started. When the men got downstairs, and instead of getting Adam to move boxes, Nicolaus told him to sit. He then reached under the counter and pulled out 2 shot glasses and a bottle of whiskey, pouring them each a shot. Anna doesn't like for me to drink, so she doesn't know about this bottle, and I'd like to keep it that way.
Mrs. Hanson won't hear it from me, Adam answered.
Nicolaus lit one of his cigars and offered one to Adam. He declined. Molly is my only child. She's young and innocent. I know she acts tough, but she's not. I've read up on you. I know of your reputation with the ladies. You're a player. You've been with lots of women. Can you now be with only one? Or will you end up cheating on her? It would break her heart if you were to be unfaithful. Sir, I only want to be with Molly, no one else. I never thought I would, or could be with one woman. That is till I met Molly. He meant what he said to Nicolaus from the bottom of his heart. I'm glad to hear that, Adam. Now one more shot before Anna gets suspicious and comes looking for us. Upstairs, Anna and Molly sat talking. Your father thinks he's been fooling me for years. I know about the whiskey under the counter. He and Adam are having a drink, and there are no boxes to be moved. Aren't you upset? He's keeping it a secret from you. No, dear, it's a harmless secret. Every man needs to keep at least one, as long as it doesn't hurt the one they love. You look happy.
I am happy, Mom, she replied.
And you must be so proud of what Adam has done. Done? What do you mean? She asked. You know, about paying for Maria to have the operation on her face. Has he not told you, dear? No, he never said a word.
As soon as the men returned, Adam was taken by surprise when Molly hugged him, almost knocking him over.
Wow, honey, what's this all about?
Mom told me what you did for Maria. Why didn't you tell me?
Adam looked embarrassed. No one was to know. It was meant to be anonymous. I couldn't stand by and see that pretty little girl go through life with those scars. You did a good thing, Adam, Nikolaus told him. I have so much, more than any man could want. So my father and I decided to let our firm take care of Maria's operation and a place for her family to stay while she's recovering. After all the hugs and kisses, Adam and Molly headed home. Chapter 19. Adam wasted no time in taking Molly into his arms when they walked in the front door of their suite. I want you now. I want your legs around me and your lips on mine. Slipping off her coat, she gave him a seductive look. So who's stopping you? She squealed when Adam picked her up and carried her over to the sofa, laying her down, removed her shoes. His hands moved slowly up her leg and under her dress, where his fingers gripped the panties she wore and pulled them down and off. Standing up, he watched her face as he starts to remove his clothes, and he smiled when she licked her lips, her eyes moving from his chest to where he had just removed his briefs. Pulling her to a sitting position, lifted her dress up over her head, unclasped the bra, and tossed it to the ground. Instead of laying her down, he hauled her up onto his lap so that she was straddling him. He entered her while his mouth was clamped on her breast, sucking. Putting her arms around his neck, she moved her hips up and down, riding him. Her eyes closed, she moaned as he continued his attack on her body. They lay quietly together on the sofa afterward, drained of all energy. Damn it, Molly, you've cast a spell over me. I can't stop wanting you.
I feel the same way about you, Adam. Kiss me. I want more.
His heart was racing. He looked at her when she took him in her hand, her thumb stroking his already hard member. He brought his lips down on hers as he took her a second time. Waking up the next morning, he asked her what she had planned for the day.
I'm going to do Dad's books.
Why? She asked, doing his tie-up for him. Why don't you stop by the office later, and we'll have lunch? Giving her a kiss, left for the office before she could distract him again. Leaning against the wall, she closed her eyes, feeling his lips on hers. It hit her like a ton of bricks. She had fallen in love with Adam. It happened on their honeymoon. She struggled with herself over whether to tell him or not. And what if he didn't feel the same way about her? He acted like he did. But she knew sex could make a man act loving. It didn't mean he was in love with her. She met Adam for lunch. They ate in his office, and she had decided to tell him how she felt. Adam, I need to tell you something. Locking the door, he removed his tie and jacket, giving her a wicked grin. We can talk later. First, I want my dessert. But I want to talk now, she tried to argue. Okay, you talk while I do this. Putting his lips on her neck, started kissing down her neck to her collarbone, unzipping her dress in the process. Molly hadn't realized what he had done till she felt her dress falling to the floor. Oh my God, Adam, how do you do that without me knowing, and so quickly? Pulling her down on top of him, he undid her bra, kissing her breasts, leaving little love bites on them. She felt the throbbing start between her thighs and her breathing becoming ragged. She tried to tell him she was in love with him, but he was running his hand slowly down her body and had somehow removed her panties. His fingers finding her sweet spot, she moaned, calling out his name. Then just as quickly he rolled her over onto her back and entered her with such ease, moving intimately inside her. He was so consumed with making love to Molly that he ignored the ringing of his phone and the pounding on the door. Only she had his attention. No one and nothing else mattered. They were done and dressed when someone started banging on the door again, so Adam unlocked it.
It was Stan, the man Molly had met at the first party she went to with Adam, the one who tried to get fresh with her.
Why is your door locked? Stan snapped. I've been trying to get a hold of you for over an hour. He then noticed Molly and grinned. It was an evil grin that had her cringing.
You dog, now I get it. Molly, it's nice to see you again. Thank you, she replied politely, then looked at Adam. I'll see you at home, she told him. He walked her to the door, giving her a kiss before she left. 4 hours later, Molly was starting to prepare supper when she heard the doorbell. Wiping her hands on the dishcloth, went and answered the door. Seeing Stan, she instantly became alarmed. He wore that same sick grin on his face that he had on earlier. Stan, what are you doing here? Stan walked in, shutting the door behind him, his hand resting on it while his eyes looked her over. You left the office so quickly that I didn't get a chance to congratulate you on your marriage. Seeing the look in his eyes, she backed away. Adam's a lucky man to have a sweet piece of bum like you to come home to. Fear crept up through her very soul at his words and the tone in his voice. You better leave. Adam will be home any minute. Stan started moving closer toward Molly, his tongue wetting his lips. No, he won't. Adam's in a meeting, so we have plenty of time to get to know one another. I want you to leave now, Stan. She went to walk past him and to the door when he grabbed her arm. We all know why you married Adam, he growled. I also lost a great deal of money when the Memory Lane project was shut down, so the way I see it, you owe me. Give me what I want, and I'll treat you real good. Raising her hand, slapped him hard across his face. Get out of my home, you filthy pig. This slap angered him, and he backhanded her across her face, leaving a cut on her cheek from his ring. When she tried to run, he grabbed her and pushed her down onto the floor. Bitch, he cursed and flung himself on top of her, ripping at her clothes. Don't fight it, you little slut, you know you want it. Molly kept struggling, trying to push him off. Adam will kill you when he finds out, she screamed. She managed to lift her knee and rammed it into his groin. Releasing his grip on her, she was able to push him off and sprinted to the door. Opening the door, she saw Adam standing there, keys in hand. His eyes swept over her ripped top, the cut on her cheek, and saw fear in her eyes. Molly, what happened? Before she could answer, he looked over her shoulder and saw Stan on the floor, holding himself as he moaned in pain. Placing his hands on her quivering shoulders, his mouth curled in a snarl, barked. What did he do to you? He didn't wait for her to answer. Instead, he brushed past her and over to Stan. Lifting him roughly up by his collar, yelled, You bastard, what did you do to my wife? Stan lifted his hands, waving Adam off. She came on to me, Adam. Things got out of hand. She called me to come over and wanted me to bang her. Adam's eyes were ablaze with anger. He looked at Molly and then back at Stan. You're a goddamn liar. He raised his fist, but Stan started pleading.
Okay, I am lying, but the bitch lost me money on that project. She owes me. You got something out of it, so why shouldn't I? Hell, she's nothing but a cheap whore. That statement would prove to be very painful for Stan.
Adam raised his fist, connecting it to Stan's face over and over till he was all bloody. He stopped when he heard Molly's cries for him to stop, saying he was killing him. Blood on his hand and face, all screwed up in anger, dragged Stan to the door, where after opening it tossed him out on his bum. Get out of my home, and if you ever come near Molly again, I will kill you. Slamming the door behind him, Molly ran into his arms, sobbing.
It's okay, baby.
He's never going to hurt you again. Taking her face in his hands, he kissed her cheek where it had a small cut on it. Come and sit down. I'll get some ice for that. Washing Stan's blood from his hands, got an ice pack. She watched his face as he placed the ice pack where the small cut was beginning to bruise. A small giggle escaped from her mouth. Frowning, he asks, What's so funny? Your face. When you get angry, the muscles in your jaw twitches. It's kind of SXY.
Really? And what else do you find SXY about me?
Licking her bottom lip, she smiled at him, her eyes sparkling. Your face, your body, and well, I find everything about you SXY.
Dropping the ice pack pulled Molly into his arms. His lips came down hard on hers, and he felt the softness of her slender body as she melted into him. The smell of her skin was intoxicating, driving him wild with desire. And when she wrapped her arms around him and moaned, he scooped her up and headed to the bedroom. Breathing heavy, lips locked in a passionate kiss, they managed to wiggle out of their clothes. Embedding himself between her legs, she raised her hips, giving him easier access as he eased himself inside her. Later, she lay in his arms. "God, Molly, you're killing me," he murmured. Feeling Adam's rigid muscles and kissing his neck, whispered, "I love you." When she got no response from him, she sat up, covering herself with a blanket. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I know you don't feel the same way, and someday you're going to divorce me, and that's okay. I just wanted you to know that I've enjoyed our time together." She kept rambling on, wasn't giving him a chance to speak, so he had to kiss her just to get her to shut up. Laying her down, got back on top, looking deep into her eyes. "I love you too, Molly. You make loving you easy. I don't want this to end. Marry me." Molly's heart was racing. Butterflies bounced around in her stomach. "We're already married, silly." Rolling his eyes at his stupidity, chuckled. "Right, then say you'll stay married to me." "Yes, Adam, I will. I love you so much." Her lips reached for his, and she raised her hips, letting him know she wanted him again. He was more than happy to oblige. Chapter 20. As they lay in bed, Adam ran his hand up and down her back. He loved the feel of her skin against his hand. She really had no idea what effect she has on him, the way his heart would race whenever she walked into the room, or how he became aroused so quickly when she was nearby. "I'm going to buy a house for us to live in, where we can grow old together and raise a family." Molly got all teary-eyed. She never dreamed that Adam would want children of his own. He just didn't seem the type. "You want children?" "Yeah, I want children. Never thought I would want a family or to be married." He lifted her chin up, wanting to see her face. "But you changed all that. You changed me. Wait, you do what kids, don't you?" It had always been her dream to be married to a man she loved with all her heart and to have his children. "Yes, I do." Raising himself up on his elbow, smiled down at Molly. "Since we're already naked, I say we get started on making that baby." Adam moved on top of her and, spreading her legs, eased into her, taking her quickly and hard. For the next 2 weeks, they checked out the real estate listings. Adama wanted a huge mansion, one bigger than his father's, but Molly wanted a small, cozy home. She found a house that she thought was a fair compromise. It was much bigger than she wanted, but smaller than what Adam had in mind. A 5-bedroom, 4.5 bathrooms, large kitchen with a breakfast nook, dining room, and library study. There was a family room and an office for Adam, 3-car garage, and an in-ground pool. The property overlooked the lake, and it was secluded with no close neighbors. But she was worried about the price. It was listed at $129,000. That was nothing to Adam, but to Molly, it was way too much. On the other hand, it was over 3 times less the price of the home he wanted to buy. Adam agreed to go look at it, and Molly was excited as she went from room to room, dragging him behind her. "Look at this kitchen, don't you just love it?" Her eyes lit up when she looked at him. All he could do was smile, then took her hand. "Let's go see the master bedroom." All he was interested in was the bedroom, since that's where he planned on spending most of his time with her. The master bedroom was huge, with 2 giant walk-in closets, an oversized ensuite, and a small balcony. The real estate agent reminded them there was a large backyard with a pool. "Mr. Bancroft, the original price was $4 million, but the owners are selling it cheaper for personal reasons." "Adam, that's way too much. Let's find something more practical." Molly still couldn't believe that people would pay so much for a home. Taking her into his arms, he looked at her. His eyes showed the love he felt for her. "Honey, it's a great price for this place. Tell me, do you like it?"
Yes, I love it. It has a great view of the lake and lots of space for a garden.
It's a big place. We have to hire some help, Adam tells her.
No, I'll take care of it myself. He looked into her eyes and, giving her a sly smile, tells her point blank, we can talk about that later, but I will tell you this, the pool boy is going to be old and fat. He turned to the real estate woman. Well, take it as long as I get the key right now. Molly threw her arms around him. Do you mean it? If this is what you want, Molly, then so do I. Going downstairs, the agent handed Adam the keys and assured him that she would send the papers for him to sign. Taking Molly's hand, headed back upstairs to the master bedroom. There he began kissing her neck, his hand slowly removing her clothes. Let's test out the bedroom. Giggling, she tried to pull away, but she didn't try too hard. But there's no bed, Adam. Don't need one, he said, pulling her down onto the thick carpet. Now kiss me and make love to me, he ordered. For the next several weeks, they were kept busy buying furniture and moving into their new home. Their first night, they sat outside by the pool, toasting their new home with a glass of champagne. He suggested going for a swim. Okay, let's change into our bathing suits. She went to leave, but he took a hold of her arm. We don't need a bathing suit. It's private here, no neighbors around. I can't swim, remember? It's time I teach you. Picking her up, he jumped into the pool, clothes and all. Her screams rang loud in his ears. Putting Molly down, he removed his clothes and motioned for her to do the same, which she did. When she was completely naked, he pulled her into his arms, holding her tight against him, kissing her with so much hunger, it left them both breathless and panting. He made love to her that night in the pool. Are you happy, Molly? He asked, setting her down as his breathing returned to normal. Yes, Adam, I love our new home, but I love you more, she answered, staring into his eyes with so much love that it tugged on his heartstrings. You're shivering. I better get you upstairs and into bed. He carried her inside and up the stairs to their bedroom. There was nothing like the feeling of her slender arms around his neck or her naked flesh in his arms. God, how he loved and desired this woman. Laying her down, he grinned. I am going to make love to you in every room of this house. Touching his chest, her fingers caressing him, she purred like a kitten. You are, tonight? Adam broke out in laughter. I'm good, Molly, but not that good. During breakfast, Adam received a phone call, one that put him in an extra good mood. Ending the call, he went over to where Molly was putting away the dishes, picking her up hugged as he swung her around. Adam, what is? She squealed.
That was Mr. Davis.
I'd been wanting to do business with him for years. He now wants to talk to me. He and his wife have invited us over for dinner tonight. Putting her down, he lifted his eyebrow. I said yes. Are you okay with that? Of course I am. But why do they want to have us over for dinner? I mean, don't you men usually conduct meetings in your office?
Sitting down, he pulled Molly onto his lap. Mr. Davis is a devoted husband and family man who only does business with those who also have family values. I'm sure he just wants to make sure we're in a committed relationship. Baby, this is the deal of a lifetime. Makes all my other deals seem worthless. When she turned quiet, he asked, You're quiet. What's wrong?
You're very wealthy now. Why do you need more money? It's not about the money, Molly. It's about business and being the best, the thrill of success, and the power that comes with it. Are you with me, sweetheart? She looked at him. A single tear fell down her face. I love you, Adam, rich or poor. Just don't get so busy that you forget about me. Wiping the tear from her face with his thumb, he stroked her face. Never. You'll always come first with me. I love you. Standing up and pulling her nightgown over her head, he then lifted her up onto the counter and stood between her legs. Pulling his pajama bottom down, he laid her flat on her back and with a hard thrust entered her. He watched her as she put her hands above her head hanging onto the edge of the counter and moaning, eyes closed. His hands gripped her hips tightly as he pounded into her, his pace speeding up. Their climax rocked them both to the core, like fireworks going off. Bending over Molly, he kissed her stomach, moving up and enjoying the tender flesh of her breasts. I can't get enough of you. You turn me on to the point where I can't control myself. Running her hands through his hair, kissed him, pulling away. I love you, Adam. You can have me, all of me, whenever you want. Adam's heart filled with happiness and love for this woman, and knew there was nothing he wouldn't do for her. Molly wore her short black dress and the diamond necklace Adam had bought for her to the dinner they were having with the Davis family. Do I look all right? She asked him. With a twinkle in his eye, he approached her. You look beautiful, but then you always do. But there is one thing missing. Turning to look in the mirror, she checked herself out. What's missing? This, he said, pulling a small box from his pocket and handing it to her. She looked at what he held out, shaking her head. Adam, I told you no more gifts. He opened the box to reveal a pair of tiny dangling diamond earrings. Sorry, babe, but if I want to spoil my wife, I will. Taking them from the box, put them on for her, then turned her so she could see them. She knew by now that no matter what she said, he would do what he wanted. They are beautiful. I do love them, thank you. Kissing him, they headed out. They pulled up to a large estate. Gardeners were trimming the hedges and cutting the grass. Looking over, Molly saw some men going in and out of what appeared to be the stable. Horses were grazing outside a fenced-in area. My God, Adam, this place is huge.
Mr. Davis is the richest man in these parts. Those are his champion racehorses, his pride and joy, Adam replied.
They were greeted at the door by a man dressed in a black suit. He led them to a large room where an elderly couple was sitting. They stood when Adam and Molly entered. Mr. Bancroft, so glad you could make it, and this must be your lovely wife. Adam shook the older man's hand. Yes, sir, my wife Molly. Mr. Davis took her hand and kissed it. It's a pleasure to meet you, my dear. Meet my wife, Jenny. After all the introductions were made, Mr. Davis insisted they all be on a first-name basis. A servant came in with glasses of champagne and finger foods. How is your father doing, Adam? Jenny asked.
Very well, thanks.
He's in Italy on vacation right now. Then Ken Davis turned his attention to Molly. You're younger than I thought you would be. Tell me, dear, what made you change your mind about Adam? I mean, I saw what took place between the two of you during that protest you organized a while back. Ken, snapped his wife, don't be such a nosy old goat. Sorry, my dear, my wife is right. I shouldn't have asked. Molly looked at Adam for support, but all he did was give her a smile. That's okay, Ken. It's true, I didn't like Adam at first because of what he was going to do to Memory Lane. But the more I spent time with him, the more I got to know him. Her eyes watered when she looked at Adam. I got to know the real man, a kind and gentle man who had compassion for others. I couldn't help falling deeply and hopelessly in love with him. Forgetting all about where he was and who they were with, got up from his seat and over to Molly. Taking her hand, pulled her to her feet and looked lovingly into her eyes. I love you so much. You are my life, my reason for living. Pulling her into his arms, gave her a passionate kiss. Jenny started to sniffle. That was so sweet. She looked at Ken and barked. Why don't you ever say those things to me, Ken? Ken cleared his throat to get Adam's attention. Okay, you two stop that before my wife gets all romantic on me. After a lovely meal, they took their drinks out onto the balcony, which overlooked a grand garden. Jenny, you have a beautiful garden, Molly exclaimed. Thank you, dear. How about you? Do you have a garden at your home? Molly smiled. We just bought our first home, and I plan on putting one in. And seeing all your beautiful flowers, I now know what I want. Ken Davis stood up. Adam, why don't we leave the women to talk and go into my office and talk business?
Adam gave Molly a kiss and excused himself, promising her he wouldn't be gone long.
Chapter 21. Come, Molly, let's take a walk in the garden. I'll show you my prize-winning roses, Jenny said as she put her arm through hers. Your husband, he loves you very much. The way he looks at you with so much love, passion, and desire. Young love, there's nothing like it. And Ken loves you. I see it in the way he looks at you, Molly added. Yes, after 40 years of marriage, we are still very much in love. Smelling the rose, Molly smiled at the other woman. 40 years, what's your secret to a long and happy marriage?
Sex, my dear.
Oh my, I've made you blush. They say sex does not make a marriage, but the truth is if you have a good sex life it helps. That and willing to forgive the other for their mistakes, and communicating is also important. An hour later Adam and Ken returned. He was all smiles. Thanks for a lovely evening, but it's time for me and Molly to head home. Ken kissed Molly's cheek and shook Adam's hand. Send the contracts to my office, Adam, and I'll look them over. I'll call you when I've signed them. He turned back to Molly. I hope to see you soon, dear. As soon as they drove off Mr. Davis's property, he pulled over and turned off the car, pulling Molly into his arms. We did it, baby. We got the deal, and I owe it all to you. Me? She points to herself. But I didn't do anything. Yes, you did. You were your sweet self, and Mr. Davis has taken a liking to you. Now, will you do something for me? Of course, what? She answered. Slip off your panties and get on my lap. He licked his lips. Adam, no. Someone might drive by and see us. I swear you're insatiable. You'll just have to wait till we get home.
Fine,
he growled. But as soon as we walk in the door, I'm going to be all over you, so I suggest you take the panties off now. Looking out the window, she smiled to herself. Hearing him talk this way was getting her hot and wet, wishing he would drive faster. 2 weeks after moving into their home, they had Molly's parents over for dinner. She took them through the house, then into the backyard where they sat and enjoyed a cold drink. You have a beautiful home, dear. But it's so big. How are you going to manage taking care of it on your own? Anna asked. That's what I keep telling her. I want to hire a housekeeper, but Molly won't hear of it. Adam grumbled. Anna gave Molly a stern look. Let your husband hire someone, even if it's part-time. She looked at her father for some support, but all he did was shrugged his shoulders. So, in other words, he was agreeing with them. Okay, you two, I'll think about it. Now I'm going to finish making dinner. Anna stood up.
I'll help you, dear. Your father and Adam can stay here and talk.
Adam cleared his throat, taking a swig of his whiskey, knowing Molly's father still wasn't crazy about him and was waiting for him to say something. There was an awkward silence between them until Nicolaus spoke. You and Molly seem happy.
We are, sir, very much so.
I didn't trust you at first, not sure if I do yet, but I can see how happy she is and what a beautiful home you bought for her to live in. As long as you don't hurt her, we'll get along just fine. Thank you, sir. I do love Molly with all my heart, and I'll never hurt her. Adam started squirming under the old man's icy glare. Now he knew where Molly got it from. I think it's time for you to start calling me Nicolaus. They enjoyed a lovely meal, and then later sat in the family room having tea and dessert. Anna, Nicolaus, I have something I want to give to you. He handed them some papers as Molly looked on. She had no idea what Adam was up to. Nicolaus's hand shook when he saw what Adam had given him. I don't understand. Why are you doing this? His eyes teared up. Molly told me about your family back home. It's time you went back to visit them. Anna and Nicolaus held onto each other. This is too much. We can't accept this. Adam took Molly's hand in his.
If it weren't for you and Anna bringing this beautiful and amazing woman into the world, I'd never have met her. I'd still be a lonely and arrogant SOB, never knowing true love. And besides, the tickets are non-refundable. Anna got up and gave him a warm hug. Thank you. We can't thank you enough. Just enjoy your trip and get to know your family again, he said, hugging her back. Later, when they were ready to go home, Adam said he'd drive them since the company driver was busy, and when he returned home, he found Molly in bed and could tell she had been crying. Rushing over and sitting on the edge of the bed, took her face in his hands. What's wrong? Did something happen while I was gone? Molly felt the tears coming, and before she could stop them, she started crying like a baby. No, it's not that, it's you. His face paled, stomach twisted in knots. What have I done? You're the most wonderful man in the world, she cried. Letting go of her face, he stared blankly at her. What? He was totally confused. What you did for my parents, that was so kind and generous of you. I love you for doing that. How can I ever thank you? Shaking his head, he looked at her, bewildered. For the life of him, he would never be able to figure her out. If she were happy and loved him for doing it, then why was she crying? You don't have to thank me. He then stood up with a smile on his face and looked down at her as he started removing his clothes. If you want to thank me, I can think of a way for you to do that, one that could be enjoyable for both of us. Molly reached up, pulling Adam down onto the bed. Getting on top, she straddled him, her hands on his chest bent down, running her lips down his neck, soaking in his scent. He then flipped her over onto her back, his mouth and lips trailing down the length of her body. Her skin was so warm on his mouth. Panting and moaning as he went down on her, she squirmed, wanting him called out his name. Their naked body joined as one, and she trembled when he gave her the pleasure she craved. Molly's parents left for Sweden a week later. After driving them to the airport, she decided to stop by Adam's office and surprise him. She was told by Susan that he was in the gym, and when she got there, heard Adam talking to someone. She heard her name. So tell me, Adam, how long did it take you to get her to beg for it? Adam turned to the man, giving him a dirty look. Keep your damn mouth shut about that, and don't ever mention it again, he barked. Hey, don't get mad at me. You're the one who wanted to place a bet on it. Shut your fucking mouth, Joe, Adam swore as he got close, and with his eyes blazing with fury had Joe backing away. Joe held up his hands. Okay, man, calm down. But I thought you said you were getting rid of her once you landed the Davis account. I mean, that's why you married her, right?
I'm not going to tell you again, Joe.
Before he could continue, Joe looked over Adam's shoulder and mouthed the word shit. Adam turned around to find Molly standing there. She was just standing there staring at him with tears rolling down her face. He started walking towards her, but she stopped him by putting out her hands. No, don't come near me, she yelled, her chest rising up and down rapidly. He had never felt fear before, but seeing how she looked at him with hurt and anger in her eyes made him cringe. Baby, let me explain. She screamed no, and turning dashed out of the room. Adam chased after her wearing nothing but a towel around his waist. Molly reached the elevator and closed the door before he could stop her. He started frantically pushing the buttons to the elevator. When they wouldn't open, he banged on the door with his fist, making so much noise that everyone stopped what they were doing to watch him. Molly waited till she got back home, flinging herself on the bed and breaking down sobbing, gut-wrenching sobs that hurt her insides. Her world had just fallen apart. She had not only given her body to Adam, but also her heart, and his love was all a lie. She was packing her clothes into suitcases when she heard Adam coming upstairs. When he saw her packing, he panicked. Molly, stop packing, let me explain, he begged. She whirled around to face him, her eyes blazing. Explain what? How you used me, how your love is a lie. I do love you, that's not a lie. He went and tried to take her in his arms, but she pushed him away. Stay away from me. I hate you, and I never want you to touch me again. Molly, please, it's not what you think. Oh, isn't it? I heard what Joe said. My God, are all you men the same? Placing bets on me as if I were a piece of meat. And you, Adam, after I told you what happened to me in college, you too made a bet you could get me into bed, begging you to make love to me. You must have been laughing when I did just that. Tell me, how much was the bet for? Let's not do this. His eyes begged her for forgiveness. How much, Adam? She yelled. He had to look away. He was so ashamed of what he had done. $20. She squeezed her eyes shut as the tears fell from her eyes. $20, that's all I was worth. You said I was good, the best you've ever had. Should I have not been worth more? She looked at him with contempt. Molly, please, at the time I was mad at you. I wanted to teach you a lesson for refusing me and for slapping me. I wanted to hurt you at the time, but I fell in love with you. Molly looked at him. The tears had stopped, but the look of hurt and pain on her face broke Adam's heart. Well, you win. You hurt me. Now I know why you needed a wife. You used me to make a deal with Mr. Davis. I really believed you loved me. Damn it, I do love you. Yes, in the beginning, I was using you. But I ended up falling in love with you. I changed. You changed me. You're not the man I thought you were. What you did is unforgivable. It's the action of a cold, cruel man. I know what I did was wrong, but I love you. He felt so close to tears himself. Never had he felt such fear. The thought of losing Molly was tearing him apart. Give me a second chance, and I'll make it up to you. We can work this out. No, I don't think we can. I don't want to be with a man who could do what you did. There's no reason in the world that makes what you did okay, to hurt someone the way you hurt me. Grabbing her arms, he held on, pleading with her. Honey, please, let's sit down and talk about it. Pushing away, she cried. No, get out of my way. I'm leaving, and I never want to see you again. Adam knew that if she walked out the door, he might never see her again, and there was no way he was going to let that happen. He would have to use the contract against her. You're not going anywhere. Have you forgotten about our deal, the contract? Only I can end our marriage. If you leave, all bets are off. I will destroy memory lane. Her mouth dropped open. She couldn't believe he would still blackmail her after everything that had happened.
Chapter 22.
Molly turned and looked at him with scorn. You can't be serious. After all that you have done to me, you would still tear down memory lane. I will if you leave. We made a deal, and you will honor it. Now unpack, he snapped. Her breath catching in her throat, she stared at him with hate in her eyes. Fine, if I have to stay I will, but I won't sleep in the same bed as you. I'm moving into the guest room. I suppose next you'll be betting on how long it will take you to get me back in your bed.
If I were to bet, I would win. I always do,
he replied. Not this time, Adam, she hissed. He walked over to her, and with the tips of his fingers caressed her cheek. My sweet Molly, we both know you can't resist me. You'll be back in our bed soon enough. Swiping his fingers away, pushed past him and headed to the guest bedroom, locking the door behind her. She lay alone in bed that night. Her eyes burned from crying. She thought Adam loved her, that he was a different man from the one she met months ago. Her stomach was twisted in knots. Her heart was broken, as was her trust in Adam. Adam tossed and turned. He was missing her like crazy. He loved her and missed having her laying next to him, their naked bodies curled up together. He wanted to go to Molly and bring her back to their bed, but knew it was best to let her have one night alone to calm down. Perhaps in the morning she would be more willing to talk. Molly had breakfast ready for him when he woke up. This action gave him hope. We need to talk about what happened. His voice was soft, loving. No, I don't have anything to say to you. Just eat your breakfast. He grabbed her arm. Why won't you talk to me about this? Let me explain myself. We have a good thing going here. You know I'll do anything for you. How can I make it up to you? She glared angrily at him. You can't. What we had was based on a lie. The trust has been broken. Adam tried pulling her into his arms, but she pushed away, slapping him across the face. Don't ever touch me again.
In a fit of rage, he picked up the plate of bacon and eggs and threw it against the wall where it broke into pieces, eggs sticking to the wall. I am done with this, he yelled. I'm going to work, and tonight you better be back in our bed. And I'm not asking you, Molly, I'm telling you, there will be no more sleeping in the guest room.
You can't make me, she cried. His eyes narrowed into slits, his tone threatening. If I have to kick down your bedroom door and drag you back to our bed, I will. Don't bother with supper, I'll be home late. Leaving Molly with the mess, walked out, slamming the door behind him, startling her. As soon as Adam entered Bancroft's enterprise, everyone could tell by looking at him that they had all better stay clear of him. He was like a bear, snapping at anyone who dared speak to him. Going into his office, he slammed the door hard behind him, scaring Susan. She had never seen Adam this mad before. Susan walked into his office on shaky legs, carrying Adam's coffee, and quietly set it on his desk. Not wanting to be the brunt of his anger, went to leave, but he snapped at her. Susan, cancel all my appointments, and I don't want to be disturbed. Is that clear? He growled at her. Yes, sir, she answered and scurried away as fast as her legs would carry her. Adam was angry at himself, and even more so at Molly. He had done a stupid thing, but that was before he had gotten to know her, before he had fallen in love with her. Why couldn't she understand and forgive him? To hell with her, he swore. He was so angry that in one swift movement, he knocked over his desk. Everything fell and broke. Computers, phones, and papers went flying. Picking up whatever he could find, threw it against the wall, yelling and cursing. Outside Adam's office, people were gathering around. They heard the swearing and breaking of objects and wondered what they should do. No one had the nerve to go in, being too scared, so Susan decided to call Adam Sr. As soon as Adam Sr. stepped off the elevator, Susan sprinted over to him. Mr. Bancroft, I'm so glad you're here. I didn't know who else to call. Okay, Susan, calm down and tell me what's happening. Mr. Bancroft Jr. has been in his office for hours. There was an awful lot of noise. He was yelling and breaking things until an hour ago. Now nothing. We didn't know whether to go in or not. Susan, I'll take care of it. Send everyone home. When Adam Sr. opened the door, he looked around. The room had been trashed. Broken furniture, pictures ripped from the wall and destroyed, smashed glass littered the floor. He saw Adam sitting on the floor, his back against the wall, holding a half-empty bottle of scotch in his hand. Adam Sr. went and sat on the floor next to his son. You going to offer your old man a drink? He points to the bottle. Adge hands the bottle to his father. You'll have to drink from the bottle. I seem to be out of glasses, he said, slurring his words. That's okay, son. He takes a swallow of the scotch. This is good stuff. So do you want to tell me what happened here? Adge took back the bottle, taking a large gulp, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I screwed up, Dad. Now Molly despises me. She'll never forgive me.
Was it another woman, son?
No, she found out about why I married her and the bet I made with Joe. She heard everything, and now she hates me. Molly doesn't hate you, Age. That girl loves you. Give her time to calm down. She'll come around. Adge shook his head and took another drink. She might have, but I screwed up on top of the screw-up. What do you mean, Age? What did you do now? Molly was packing. She was leaving me and wouldn't talk, so I got angry. I had to do something to stop her from leaving, so I threatened her with the contract I had drawn up. His father frowned, looking at Age. But you tore those papers up along with the prenup. I did, but Molly doesn't know that. I never got around to telling her. You have to talk to her, son. Tell her how you feel and be honest. You're right. I'll go now and make her see what a mistake all this was. He stood, and when he did, he staggered backward. Adam Sr. stood up, grabbing Adge's arm. Not a good idea, son. Best wait till you're sober. If you go over there now in this state, you'll only end up fighting.
What am I supposed to say to her, Dad?
You'll think of something, Adge, but for now I'll take you home with me. Get yourself sober and cleaned up. A good night's sleep will do you good. Tomorrow you'll go home and fix your marriage. Molly had moved back into her and Adam's bedroom. When she woke up, found that he hadn't been to bed. He didn't even come home last night, and she feared he might have spent the night with another woman. Molly thought about leaving, but was afraid he'd retaliate by going ahead with the memory lane project, so she stayed. After showering and having coffee with his father, he went home. Molly was sitting, having her morning tea. She looked so sad, it broke his heart to see her this way. Molly, we need to talk. She wouldn't look at him.
I'm done talking to you, Adam. There's nothing left to say.
Molly stood up, her back to him, and said with sarcasm,
Where did you stay last night? Was it with one of your whores?
He grabbed her arm, turning her around roughly to look at him. Is that how little you think of me? That I could bed another woman when I'm married to you? That is your way, she snapped. Adam was furious with Molly, so he lashed out, saying things he normally wouldn't, only to hurt her the way she was hurting him. What if I was? I'm a man with strong needs, and if you won't come across, I'll find someone who will. Molly went to slap him, but he grabbed both her wrists and backed her into a corner. A crushing kiss claimed her lips, letting her know she belonged to him. She felt the stirring of desire. Letting go of her wrists, his hand moved up her dress and between her thighs. He felt her arms going around his neck and her body melting into him. A moan escaped her lips. Molly wanted to resist, wanted to push him away. Damn him, she thought. He had this way about him that had her melting. His scent and the way he kissed and touched her got her body throbbing, heat coursing through her veins. She was on fire and needed him, had to have him, and didn't stop him when he picked her up and headed to the bedroom. Picking Molly up, he took her upstairs and, laying her down on the bed, removed his clothes with lightning speed. Getting into bed, practically tore off her clothes. Breathing hard and aroused, he always got overly excited whenever he undressed her. He found it to be sexy and exotic for both of them. I've got to have you, he whispered. Laying down, he pulled her on top of him, stroking her back as he kissed her neck, spreading her legs, and with one quick thrust entered her. Molly gasped at how quick and easy it was for him to do that. He started moving slowly, his hips going up and down, then faster. She let out some breathy pants as she moaned out loud. It felt so good. Still inside, he put his arms around her, flipping her onto her back. He moved slowly up and down, his mouth clamped on her breast, licking and sucking on them. Then he let go, with a wild fury took her, giving her everything he had. Later they both collapsed, satisfied and exhausted. Rolling off Molly, he looked at her and spoke once his breathing slowed down. We're good together. The SX is great. You don't want to give that up, do you? He asked. She couldn't imagine anyone but Adam making love to her. She didn't want anyone else touching her. Yet she could not forget what she heard in the gym. It still hurt, like knives cutting into her heart. No, I don't want the SX to end. She shook her head, feeling the tears welling up. My God, I'm no better than that whore you were with last night. She wouldn't look at him, so he put his hand on her chin and turned her head towards him. I wasn't with another woman. I got wasted, so my father took me back to his place, so I stayed there the night. Say you'll forgive me. Let's get past this. Molly shook her head and let the tears fall. I can't. You hurt me, so no, I won't forgive you. Her words hurt and angered Adam. He had allowed this woman into his heart, and she had broke it. Never again, he thought, would he let her hurt him. If this was the way she wanted it, then so be it. Fine, if you won't forgive me, then from now on this is just a business arrangement. He pulled her close. She saw the anger in his eyes, and it scared her. Just remember you belong to me. Never let another man touch you. We're going to a party tonight. I need you to charm the guests and be extra nice to Rick Butcher. Wear something SXY and revealing. You can help me get his business. So you want me to be your whore after all? Her eyes bore into his. Getting up, he gave her an evil smile as he pulled on his pants. Might as well put that body of yours to work.
You disgust me, Adam. I won't prostitute myself for you.
I've got work to do. I'll see you later. He turned and walked out, leaving Molly sick and heartbroken.
As Adam drove to the office, his stomach was churning, and his head hurt. He had hurt Molly deeply once again, and it made him feel bad. He missed her smile, her laugh, and the sparkle in her eyes when she looked at him. Now it was gone, and it was all his fault.
Chapter 23. That night, after an awkward silence at dinner, Adam sat waiting for Molly to come out of the bedroom. Checking his watch, he wanted to get to the party early, but she was taking forever. He almost choked on his drink when he saw her. She was wearing a very short dress. The top was low-cut and see-through, with no bra. Her makeup was heavily applied, with bright red lipstick, and her hair was teased with a comb. His eyes grew wide and his mouth dropped open as he stared at her, shaking his head. So what do you think, Adam? I bought this dress today for the occasion. Do you think it would seal the deal for you? She asked with sarcasm. His jaw started twitching, lips set in a firm line hissed. You look like a cheap whore. Go change and wash that shit off your face. You want me to be a whore, so I thought I'd dress the part. This is what I'm wearing so you can go to hell. I won't tell you again, Molly. Take it off, or I'll do it for you, he growled. You wouldn't dare, she said, flipping him the bird. Adam started removing his clothes as he walked slowly towards her. He was not smiling. Molly, seeing the anger in his eyes, backed away. Her heart pounding, palms sweating, she tried to run, but he grabbed her. Let go of me. What do you think you're doing? Shit, don't tell me this turns you on. You sick bastard, I'm not having sex with you. She struggled, but his hold on her was too tight. Adam dragged her upstairs and into the bathroom, kicking and screaming. She started crying, her sobs loud as he held her and turned on the shower. Damn it, Molly, do you think I enjoy treating you this way? Pulling her into the shower with him, he held her with one arm around the waist. His free hand washed the makeup off her face. Molly felt humiliated, but to make matters worse, he tore her dress off, ripping it with his bare hands, leaving her standing there naked and shattered. She sank to the floor, covering her face with her hands, and cried. Adam stared down at Molly. A throbbing headache blurred his vision. Staring at her, he knew how rough and cruel he was being, and wanted to take her in his arms and tell her how sorry he was. But instead snapped. Get ready, wear the yellow dress, the one you wore to my father's party. You have 1 hour, then we're leaving. Molly sat there shivering, giving Adam an icy look through her tears. An hour later, they left to go to the party, neither one speaking to the other. Both wallowing in anger. Molly still felt humiliated, and Adam was feeling guilty about the way he treated her. The party was in full swing by the time they arrived, so much for Adam wanting to get there early. He held on to her arm as they walked around, stopping to talk to several of the guests. The men were all over her, each one taking in the view. Adam felt the jealousy rip through him like a raging storm. Now wishing he hadn't insisted she wear such a revealing dress, one that showed way too much cleavage. It angered him when Molly flirted with the men. She was good at it, too damn good, thought Adam. Then she soon had Rick Butcher under her spell. Adam kept an eye on them as they danced. Rick held her close, his hand dangerously close to Molly's rear, and then he saw Rick sliding his arm around her waist as they headed towards the balcony. Adam followed them, keeping out of sight, watching and listening to them. Molly, you are a very beautiful young woman. Your husband is a lucky man. She cringed when Rick ran his fingers up her arm and over the top of her breasts. She backed away from his reach. Adam wants my business, Rick said, his eyes moving down her body. Yes, Mr. Butcher, I believe he does. Rich moved closer. Perhaps you could do something to make that happen. I don't know what I could possibly do to make that happen, she answered. I do, he grins. Let's go up to my room and have a drink. It's a lovely room, and I have a bottle of wine. What do you say? I'm married, Mr. Butcher, I can't. Rick drew her into his arms, whispering in her ear, Relax, doll. Before she could stop him, he slipped his hand inside the front of her dress, fondling her breasts. Adam was livid when he saw Rick grabbing her breast. There was a roaring in his ears, veins popped out of his neck, and he raced over, pulling Rick away from Molly. He raised his fist, making contact with his face. Rick stumbled backward, cursing Adam as he rubbed his chin. You can forget about doing business with me. Turning, he fled when Adam moved towards him. Adam turned his anger on Molly. Vile words spilled from his mouth. You tramp, what were you going to do next? Fuck him. Isn't that what you wanted me to do? To use my body to get you another deal? Her heart was aching, and with tears in her eyes stared at him. No, I don't want you sleeping with another man. All you had to do was be friendly. He pulled her roughly into his arms. No one is going to sleep with you, but me. Don't you ever let anyone touch you again. Shaking, Molly asked if she understood. Yes, she answered. Adam had never been this angry in his whole life, saying things to Molly that were hurtful, things he didn't mean to say. Good. Now when we get home you are to go straight to our bedroom, get naked and wait for me in our bed. Pulling away, she bared her teeth and hissed at him. So you are turning me into one of your whores after all. Adam looked down at her lips. His urge to kiss her was too strong to ignore. He pulled her back, his lips landing on hers, but before he could kiss her, she shoved him away, so he snapped at her. I paid a lot for you, baby. I'm damn well going to get my money worth. At home, Molly went straight to their bedroom and waited for Adam. Her anger outweighed her hurt. If he was going to treat her like a whore, she would act like one, so she got prepared for him. Adam poured himself a scotch and sat down. Closing his eyes, he could still see Rick touching Molly and his hand balled up into a fist. He wanted to kill him. He knew Molly wouldn't have let it go any further. That wasn't who she was, and she did look shattered when Rick touched her. But all he could see at that moment was red, taking it out on her. He loved Molly and hated himself for the way he was treating her. Placing his glass down, stood up. He would go to her and once again beg her to forgive him. He would make things right. Walking into the bedroom, she was sitting on the bed, but rose when he entered, wearing a robe. Molly, we need to talk. But he was rendered speechless when she dropped her robe, wearing nothing underneath. He couldn't help becoming aroused. Walking over to him, she placed her hands on his shirt, ripping it open, the buttons popping off. She ran her hands slowly down his chest to the top of his pants, undoing his belt and pulling down the zipper, and sliding them down. They landed by his feet. He kicked them away, and she led him to the bed where she pushed him down. Hooking her fingers in the waistband, pulled down his briefs, removing them. He was hard, and when she took the tip of him in her mouth, her tongue circling, he groaned loudly. Laying there letting her do what she wanted, things she had never done before. And bless her heart, he thought, she was trying her best, though it was obvious she was uncomfortable, not really knowing what to do. So grabbing her shoulders, gently pulled her up on top of him. I don't expect that, Molly, he said with ragged breath. He felt her loosening up, and her mouth went to his neck and started kissing, driving him crazy with desire. Molly then guided him inside her, moaning with pleasure as she moved up and down, his hands planted on her hips. He thought she was like a wild animal, the way she was chewing on his lips, rotating her hips. He needed to take her now, flipping Molly over, took her with such wild fury, leaving them both panting and grunting. Her legs wrapped around his waist, her body ached from the intense pounding she was getting from Adam. When the second climax hit, she clung tightly to him, screaming out his name. Panting and exhausted, Adam rolled off Molly and laid on his side, smiling. "Oh God, baby, that was amazing. The best ever." Molly stared up at the ceiling, still trying to catch her breath, her chest heaving rapidly. "Well, I wanted you to get your money's worth," she said with sarcasm. Adam's muscles went rigid. It was like getting punched in the stomach and having the breath knocked out of him. Sitting up, he looked down at her. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. She was talking like a whore, and he knew it was his fault. He had done this to her. He had broken her heart and her spirit. This was not the sweet and kind woman he had fallen in love with. Not saying anything, he got out of bed and dressed quickly, leaving the house. Molly was left crying on the bed. She knew she had gone too far and was worried about what Adam would do next. Surely he must hate her now, but she loved him and wished she could turn back the clock. She waited up for Adam to come back. It was getting so late and her eyes were sore from crying. Laying in bed, she felt lonely. The bed felt so cold without Adam's warm body next to her. No longer able to keep her eyes open, she went right to sleep.
Chapter 24.
Adam did not return home that night. He didn't come back at all, and he wasn't answering his cell phone. It was 3 days and Molly hadn't seen or heard from him. Getting worried, she went down to his office and was made to wait. Molly noticed how everything was different. The desk, furniture, right down to the drapes. "You've redecorated," she exclaimed. Her heart was pounding rapidly, and she noticed Adam was avoiding making eye contact with her. She found that odd. "Yes, it was time for a change," he answered. "What do you want, Molly?" She sat down in the chair across from him. "You haven't been home in days. Where have you been? I've been worried about you." Adam finally looked at her. "Have you now? If you must know, I've moved back into my suite at the hotel." Molly began to shake. The thought of really losing Adam for good terrified her. "But why? You have a home. All your clothes are there." He gave her an icy stare, one that sent chills down her back. "I own a house. That's where my whore lives. Missing it, are you, baby?" She looked away from him. "Adam, why are you talking to me this way? Please stop," she cried. Adam sat back in his chair staring at her. He hated the way he was talking to her, but he couldn't help himself. "It was you, Molly, who keeps insisting that you're my whore, so save the crocodile tears. I'm busy. I'll be over tonight, so be naked and ready." "Why are you being so cruel? I thought you loved me." Adam looked down at some papers and started signing them as he spoke. "It was the SX I loved, which I'll be getting tonight when I come over." Standing up, she reached over, knocking the papers he was signing off the desk. "If that's all you want, don't bother coming over." He glared at her through dark eyes. "I'll be there. Now, if you don't mind, I'm busy. Goodbye, Molly." Molly left the office, tears stinging her eyes as she made her way to the elevator. As she waited for the doors to open, a hand reached out, touching her shoulder. Looking up, she saw Susan holding out a tissue for her. "Here you go, Mrs. Bancroft." After thanking her, Susan then went to walk away, but Molly stopped her. "Susan, why do you hate me?" Susan shook her head. "I don't hate you. I don't particularly like you. You're young and pretty, and he picked you, not me." "What? You and Adam were a couple?" "No, nothing like that. Just a couple of times in his office. More of a bend over the desk kind of quickie. It was when I first started over 4 years ago, not since. I never worried about the others. He never looked at them the way he looks at you. I knew he liked you, and that you would be around for a long time." Molly hated hearing about Adam being with someone else. "Why are you telling me this?" "I think the way Adam is treating you lately is wrong. He is different now, and if it makes you feel any better, he hasn't been with anyone since you. All he does is work. I have to get back to my desk now. Goodbye, Mrs. Bancroft." When Adam showed up that night, he found her in the garden, checking on the roses they had planted when they first moved in. She picked a few.
Standing back, he watched as the breeze blew her hair around her face, thinking how beautiful she was. Molly, seeing Adam, walked towards him. Instead of saying something nice and trying to make up, he started off being offensive. "Why are you dressed, Molly? I told you to be naked when I got here." Walking past Adam and into the house, snapped at him. "I'm not a whore, so stop talking to me like I'm one." "Take off your clothes," he roared. "No," she screamed back. "The only way I'll give it to you is if you force me." Walking up to Molly and taking the flowers out of her hands, laid them down. Taking her face in his hands, his eyes bored deep down into hers. "You know I would never force you. I wouldn't have to." Just his touch sent a searing fire racing through her. His hands were so soft, yet strong, and his scent, she loved how he smelled, a manly smell with a hint of aftershave. "Adam, please let me go."
I can't, Molly. I want you. I want to make love to you, and I will.
Backing Molly up against the wall, brought his lips down on hers. His hand went under her dress as his tongue forced its way inside her mouth, moving along the roof of her mouth, tickling her tongue. She undid the buttons on his shirt while his fingers found their way between her thighs. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His breathing became ragged. He pulled back, grasping the hem of her dress, pulled it up and over her head, throwing it down on the floor. For a moment they stood there, staring at one another. Adam scooped her up and headed to the bedroom. She did not try to stop him. Laying her down and getting on top, kissed her neck, feeling her arms wrapping around his neck, soft moans coming from her mouth. She tasted so good, skin so soft. Lifting his head, he looked down at her. She had her eyes closed, lips slightly parted. She looked so sweet and innocent. He suddenly felt like a heel, and he couldn't go through with it, couldn't make love to her just to leave her again. So getting up, grabbed his pants and started putting them on. Molly sat up, still in her bra and panties. "Adam, where are you going?" He stared at her. She looked so tired, so vulnerable. "I can't do this, Molly. I'm just going to grab a few things and leave. I'm sorry, but it's over between us." Molly didn't want him to go. She was so lonely in this big house alone, and her bed felt so empty without him. "Don't go, Adam. Please stay with me tonight. We don't have to have sex, just hold me." His heart softened when he saw a tear falling from her eyes. What harm could it do to spend one last night with her? But could he settle for just holding Molly without making love to her? Getting back into bed, Molly moved close, her head resting on his chest, her hand across his stomach. He wrapped his arm around her. Her scent filled his nose. Oh, how he had missed having Molly in his arms at night, and his heart ached. Within minutes, he heard the sound of her soft breathing. She had fallen asleep. Pulling the blanket over her, he closed his eyes, and soon he too was fast asleep. Somehow through the night, Molly ended up on top of Adam. He opened his eyes. His hand automatically started caressing her, and when she opened her own eyes, he rolled her onto her back. He hadn't planned on making love to Molly, but his desire was too great. He couldn't stop. Adam took his time, going slow, knowing it would be the last time he made love to her. Waking, she smiled and reached out her hand to feel Adam, but his side of the bed was empty. Opening her eyes, she saw him dressed, and he was packing some clothes into a suitcase. "Adam, what are you doing?" Her voice shook. "I'm leaving, Molly. I told you it was over. I'm divorcing you." Sitting up, her eyes filled with tears. "Don't say that, Adam. I love you, and I'm sorry for the way I've been behaving. I was wrong. I do forgive you." He couldn't bear to look at Molly in case he broke down and changed his mind. "I'm sorry. It's over." "You can't mean that. I know you love me," she said with sadness. "Didn't last night mean anything to you?" Adam went and sat on the bed next to Molly, taking her hands in his, kissed her fingers. "Of course it did. It was great, too damn good. That kind of sex can kill a man. I'm not getting any younger." "I'm not talking about the sex, Adam. I'm talking about us. I love you, and I know you love me too." For the first time in Adam's life, he cried. Not even when his beloved mother died did he cry, wanting to be brave for her. Oh God, I do love you, Molly, but you not only bring out the best in me, but also the worst. I don't want to keep on hurting you, and if I stay, I will only end up hurting you again. He let out a sob. You're so young, sensitive, and kind. I want you to stay the sweet and wonderful woman that you are. If we stay together, I might change you. I don't want that to happen. Adam, please, don't do this. Molly, look, I want you to keep the house, and you'll get spousal support each month, enough to take care of all your needs, and memory lane is safe forever. I don't want your house or money, I just want you. Adam placed his hand under her chin, moving a strand of hair that fell across her face. He gave her a kiss. It was a soft and tender kiss. Bye, my sweet Molly, take care of yourself. She flung herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck. He had to remove them forcefully. I have to go, he said softly. How can you walk out on me, Adam? We made plans. We bought this house so that we could start a family. We were going to grow old together. It's what you said you wanted. And you can still have that, Molly. You'll find someone else. It just won't be with me. Getting up, he picked up his bag and walked out, leaving her behind, heartbroken. Jumping out of bed and wrapping a sheet around her, she ran down the stairs, calling his name. Adam, wait, don't go, she cried. But it was too late. He had already driven away. Going inside and shutting the door, she sank to the floor, and with a broken heart wept.
Adam's knuckles turned white from gripping the steering wheel so hard. It tore him apart to see Molly in so much pain. But he had to do it for her sake. He was no good for her. Why did she have to carry on that way? It was hard enough saying goodbye to her, he thought as he drove to his hotel suite. He could still feel her lips on his neck, and her tears soaking his skin as she cried and clung to him. With her naked flesh pressed against him, he broke out in a cold sweat. His own heart was breaking.
Chapter 25. Adam threw himself into his work, hoping it would stop him from thinking about Molly. It wasn't working, even though he had shoved her picture in the bottom drawer of his desk. It was in a gold frame, one he had taken of her on their honeymoon. She was posed sitting on a rock, smiling at him, a sparkle in her eyes. It was then that he knew in his heart that he was in love with her. He never went out. His SX drive vanished. At night he would lay in bed thinking about Molly, missing the feel of her lips that were velvety soft, and the way it felt when she touched him, sending sparks of electricity coursing through his body. Molly dropped by his office several times, and each time was told he wasn't in. He's in there, isn't he, Susan? Susan felt bad for Molly. It was clear to see how much pain she was in. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Bancroft. I've been given strict instructions not to tell you. Okay, Molly nodded her head sadly. Just tell Adam I was here again. She turned and walked away. Her chest felt tight and her eyes heavy. Adam stood by the window looking out. He could barely see her crossing the street and climbing into her car. He hated himself for sending her away, but he didn't trust himself. Left alone with Molly, he would for sure break down and take her in his arms. He couldn't risk doing that. Molly was feeling poorly, not being able to sleep, and had no appetite, so she spent a lot of time in bed. One morning, after a restless night's sleep, she heard the doorbell ringing. Putting on a robe, went down to see who it was. It was Adam's father. He took one look at her and knew something was wrong. My God, Molly, you don't look so good. Are you sick, my dear? No, I'm just tired. Please come in. She stepped aside, allowing him to enter. Molly made them some tea, and they sat at the kitchen table. She apologized for not being properly dressed, which he waved it off. I won't keep you long, my dear. I just wanted to stop by and see how you were doing. His voice was so soothing, she liked his gentle manner. I'm just having trouble sleeping at night. She looked over at Adam Sr. through swollen eyes. How is Adam? She asked. Looking back at her, he gave her a genuine smile. Adam's been working nonstop. He's the first one in the office and the last one to leave. I know he's missing you. Molly stared down at her tea. Her hands were shaking. He saw how close she was to crying. Placing his hand on top of hers, gave it a tender pat. Adam has not been seeing anyone. Molly looked at him, biting her bottom lip. I wasn't asking.
I know. I just thought you should know. Well, I should go and let you get some rest. You must eat something, Molly. Promise me you will.
I promise, and thank you for coming over. She let out a sign. With Mom and Dad away, it gets kind of lonely, and thank you for the flowers, they're beautiful. After saying goodbye, she went into the kitchen and put the flowers in some water and a vase. She took them upstairs and set them on the nightstand, thinking it might help to cheer her up. Adam Sr. After leaving, Molly went back to the office, to Ad's office. When was the last time you saw or talked to Molly? His father asked. It's been a few days, why? I've just come from there, she asked about you. Adge tried to look as if he weren't interested but failed. His father saw right through him. You went to see her? How is she? Molly doesn't look too good, son. She said she was just tired. But she looks sick to me. That girl is missing you, and you're missing her too. Go back to her. Adge tossed his pen down and sat back in his chair, looking his father in the eye. I can't. Too much has happened. I'm no good for Molly. She's better off without me. Adam Sr. stood to his feet and shrugged his shoulders. Too bad her parents are away. I know she's not been eating, and I'm sure Anna could get her to eat. Adge rubbed his chin, tapping his desk with his other hand. I have to pick up a few things at the house. I'll check on her then. It was only an hour later that Adam decided to go check on Molly, but first, he wanted to stop and pick her up something to eat. When he arrived home, he let himself in, finding her nowhere downstairs, headed up to the bedroom, carrying the small bag that contained soup and a sandwich. He found her in bed asleep. She did look so fragile and pale laying there. He smiled when he noticed she was sleeping naked. In the beginning, she had fought against it, but it soon became a normal routine. He had to fight the urge not to crawl into bed with her. Adam went and sat on the edge of the bed. She opened her eyes when he stroked her cheek with the back of his hand. Molly's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she sat up. Adam, you've come back. No, Molly, I came to see how you were doing. My father told me you were ill. I brought you some soup and a sandwich from that little diner you like so much. Molly laid back down. If that's all you came here for, take it and leave. Adam opened the bag and took out the food. Sit up, Molly, and eat. I'll go down and make you that herbal tea you like. Setting the food on the nightstand, he walked out of the bedroom. Adam returned moments later and was pleased to see her eating the soup. Putting the tea down, sat on the edge of the bed next to her. He also noticed she had put on a nightgown. Good girl, glad to see you eating. Looking at Adam, she took another spoonful of soup. She had to admit it was good, and she was hungry. Why do you care? She asked sadly. Just because we are no longer together doesn't mean I don't still care about you, or worry. Becoming angry with Adam, she set the soup down. Are you kidding me? You care about me. If you really cared, you wouldn't do this to me, to us. We planned a future together, and now you're throwing it all away. I told you I was sorry, and that I forgive you. Laying down, she yelled at him to leave. I'm going. Just eat your sandwich. I also want you to go see a doctor, Adam said as he stood up. Molly looked up at him, her eyes filled with fury. You no longer have a say in what I do. It's no longer your business, she snapped. After Adam left, she did eat the sandwich. She was starving and couldn't remember when she ate last. And feeling poorly, she made a doctor's appointment. Not because Adam told her to, but because she was planning on doing so before he even showed up. After being checked out by the doctor, she sat waiting in his office. A few minutes later, he walked in with her file in his hand and sat down across from her, smiling. Well, Mrs. Bancroft, I'm happy to tell you everything checked out all right. Also, you're pregnant. Molly was in shock. She had no idea that's why she was feeling sick. It never crossed her mind. She figured it was just from the stress of missing Adam. Thanking the doctor, she left, a smile on her face. She left to go see Adam. He had a right to know, and she secretly hoped it would change things between them. Susan, tell Adam I'm here to see him, and I'm not leaving till he does. Taking a seat, she waited, arms crossed, nervous about seeing him again and telling him the news. Also, she was worried about how he would take the news. Molly was kept waiting 20 minutes before she was allowed in. Adam was standing by the window, so she walked right up to him. She could smell his cologne, and he looked incredibly handsome. How she had missed him, missed his arms around her.
Adam, I needed to see you. Her voice quivered.
Molly, you look so lovely in that dress. Why are you so dressed up? Are you going on a date? He sounded so angry when he asked her that, and the way he was looking at her, it was lust she saw in his eyes. No, she answered, but there is something I need to tell you. Taking her by surprise, he pulled her into his arms, holding her tight against his chest. You smell so good. How I've missed holding you. Then he put his lips on her neck, moving them slowly down to her collarbone. Closing her eyes, the feel of his mouth on her brought back those feelings of desire. Through bated breath, she whispered, Adam, no. Instead of doing what Molly asked, brought his lips down hard on hers, he kissed her with such intensity, a hunger that had been building up for far too long. While his mouth continued its attack on her mouth, his hand slid the zipper on her dress down. He then pulled the straps over her shoulders. The dress fell to the floor. He then undid the bra and, removing it, moved his mouth to her breast, smiling when she arched her back, moaning. Molly missed Adam. The liquid sweep of his warm lips against her skin sent tingles of anticipation through her. He could bring her to a climax with just his hands and mouth. She didn't protest when he picked her up and laid her down on the sofa. Shedding his clothes, he climbed on top, looking down at her, his eyes so intense. I've missed you, Molly. Reaching out, she pulled him down and kissed him. She was swept up in a whirl of desire and longing when he made love to her with wild passion. His hands caressed and touched every inch of her body. How she missed him, his scent, his touch. So happy that he was coming back to her. Now they could be a real family. Adam collapsed on top of Molly. Sweat drenched their bodies. The thought of another man touching you drives me crazy. He mouthed into her neck.
You never have to worry about that, Adam. I only want you. There will never be anyone but you. She ran her hand through his hair, kissing the top of his head.
Adam sat up, his back to Molly. He felt her hands and lips on his back, and the guilt was overwhelming. I love you, she said, kissing his back. Adam stood up and started dressing. Molly did the same.
We shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. He apologized.
Molly went to hug him, but he held her at arm's length. She looked at him quizzically. You don't have to be sorry. I'm glad this happened. Now you can come back home. Adam looked at her. His eyes held a sadness in them. Molly, do you think this means we're getting back together? Molly stood there frozen to the spot, shock and hurt written all over her face. What are you saying? He stood in front of her looking down. When I saw you walk in, and the way you looked in that dress, I couldn't help myself. I had to have you. But we're not getting back together, I'm sorry. You bastard, she said as she raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Picking up her purse, she went to storm out until Adam called out to her. Molly, wait. You said you had something to tell me. What is it? He stood, rubbing his face while he waited for her to answer. Molly stopped, turned, and looked at him. Chapter 26. Her hand on the doorknob, she stopped to look at Adam, her heart shattered into pieces. It's nothing for you to worry about. Goodbye, Adam. Holding back her tears, she walked out. Molly was not about to tell him about the baby. Not yet anyway. She didn't want Adam to stay with her only for the sake of the baby. Leaving his office, she knew it was really over and would have to find a way to live without him. Not being able to sleep, she roamed around the house. It felt so empty without Adam. Being in this big house alone, she felt so lonely, so she decided to pack a few things and stay at her parents' place till they came home. The next day she got settled into her old room, then went to the market to grab a few things. There she ran into Peter, who gave her a big bear hug. "Gosh, it's great to see you. What are you doing here? I mean, your folks aren't due back for a couple of days," Peter said as he let go of her. "I'm staying there for a few days," she answered. Peter took the bags of groceries from her arms. "Here, let me carry these for you."
Inside, Peter laid the bags down on the kitchen counter.
"And Adam?
Is he staying here too?"
Molly started tearing up, so Peter took her hands in his. "What's wrong? Did that son of a bitch do something to you?" Peter felt his anger about to explode. "No, Peter, Adam and I broke up." Her tears came, and she sobbed when he took her in his arms, stroking her back in a tender, caring way. "I'm so sorry, Molly, but I always thought you were too good for him. That man is nothing but an arrogant, self-centered rich son of a bitch. He treated you like his property, not like a wife." Molly pulled away from Peter's embrace, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. "That's not true. He was good to me. Sure, sometimes he came across as a little possessive, but that's not who he really is. Adam is a warm and loving man who made me feel loved, protected. He really is giving and kind." Peter saw the way her eyes lit up when she talked about the man who broke her heart. "Then he's a fool to let you go." Putting his hands on her shoulders gave her a huge smile. "What say I stay and make you my famous spaghetti?" Molly couldn't help but smile. Peter was always able to cheer her up. They spent the next couple of hours talking and eating. Leaving, he gave her a kiss on the cheek, saying he'd see her soon, and if she needed anything, she was to give him a call. The next night, Molly's parents returned home from their trip and was thrilled to find her there waiting for them. "Mom, Dad, I'm so glad you're home," she said as she ran into their arms. She made them some tea, and they all sat around the kitchen table. Molly was told everything that they had done and the family they were reunited with. "Why are you here, dear?" "Not that we mind, in fact. We're thrilled." "And where is Adam?" Anna asked. "Is something wrong, Molly?" her father asked. As hard as she tried, she couldn't stop the tears from falling. "Can I stay here for a few days?" Anna put her arms around Molly and led her to the couch and sat down. She cradled her as if she were a child. "Oh, sweetheart, of course you can. But if you and Adam are fighting, it won't get resolved if you're apart. Adam and I are finished. Our marriage is over," she said through her sobbing. Nikolaus was sitting back listening, but got up and went and knelt down in front of Molly. "Was it another woman? I'll kill him."
"No, Dad, it's not another woman, please. I don't want to discuss it right now." Molly quickly stood up and ran to the bathroom where she threw up. Anna and Nikolaus turned and looked at each other. A puzzled look crossed their faces.
Anna made Molly go to bed, and she brought her a glass of milk and some homemade cookies. Then she sat on the edge of the bed. "Are you pregnant, dear?" Molly's eyes darted up, staring her mother in the eyes, then shaking her head. Yes, she started crying again. It seemed as if that was all she was doing lately. Anna took her back into her arms. "There now, sweetheart. A baby is a blessing. Why so sad? Is this why you and Adam are finished? Does he not want children?" "Adam doesn't know. I haven't told him."
Why not, dear?
"He has a right to know." "I know, Mom. I will tell him when I'm ready. But not now. I need time." "Okay, dear, you get some sleep now." Giving Molly a kiss turned off the light, and looking back at her closed the door. Molly tossed and turned. Not being able to sleep, she got up and went into the kitchen and saw her father sitting there. Nikolaus looked up and smiled. "Couldn't sleep either, Molly? I've made tea. Sit and have some. He pointed to the seat next to him and took her small hand in his large one. Your mother told me about the baby. How are you feeling? Looking down at the table, she answered, I'm okay. She looked up at him. Her bottom lip quivered. Are you disappointed in me, Dad? Why would you ever think such a thing, Molly? Because I couldn't make my marriage work, and I'm pregnant, she sniffed.
I'm your father. I could never be disappointed in you. And the baby is wonderful news. I'm going to be a grandpa. I just don't understand what happened between you and Adam. I know he loves you.
Daddy, it's a long and complicated story. I really don't want to talk about it. Daddy, she only calls me that when her heart is broken. You can stay here as long as you want, even move back in. That's okay, Dad. Adam is giving me the house and a monthly settlement, so I'll be all right, me and the baby. Whatever you want to do, honey, I'm behind you all the way. Now go and get some sleep. You have to take care of yourself and that child you're carrying. Molly hugged her father. I love you, Dad. I love you too, sweetheart. He watched as she walked away. When she was little, he could always fix what was hurting her, but now that she was a grown-up woman, it wasn't that easy anymore. Peter was sitting with Anna and Nikolaus at the kitchen table when Molly woke up. Peter, hi, she greeted him with a smile. He stood up and pulled her chair out, and then sat back down. Molly, I'm here to ask you to go somewhere with me tonight. Peter, I don't think so. I'm sorry. She felt bad about turning him down, but she was not ready to start dating, and she didn't think she would ever be. Peter chuckled. It's not what you think. I'm not asking you out on a date. Then what? She asked, looking confused. Peter was grinning from ear to ear. You know I paint. Well, someone came into the shop and asked if there were any shops that carried local artists' paintings. You know my dad. He told the man all about me, and he asked to see some of my work. Molly, he bought one of my paintings. Jumping up, she hugged him. That's wonderful, Peter. I'm so happy for you. That's not the best part. He liked my other paintings and is putting them in his gallery. There's a showing tonight, and I want you to go with me. There's something I want you to see. Please say you'll go with me. How could she refuse? They were friends and have been since birth. Yes, I'll go with you. Thank you. I'll pick you up around 8. Giving her a peck on the cheek left with a spring in his step. As Molly and Peter were walking into the gallery, unknown to them, Adam drove by. When he spotted them, he ordered his driver to stop the car. His blood began to boil in his veins when he saw Peter put his arm around Molly's shoulder. Getting out of the car, he ordered the driver to wait for him, and then headed towards the door they had just entered. Peter walked Molly around, showing her the paintings. Then they reached his. Oh, Peter, they're beautiful. And look, 2 have already been sold. Then her mouth dropped open when she saw a particular painting. That's me. Yes, Molly, you were my inspiration. The painting was of Molly leaning back against the wall of her father's shop. She was painted wearing a long, flowing white nightgown. Her long blonde hair hung down. When did you paint this? She asked in awe. A few months ago. Do you like it? He asked excitedly. You made me look beautiful, she answered. I didn't make you look beautiful. That's how you are. He watched her face with love-sick puppy eyes. Molly didn't hear him, but she caught a whiff of his scent and turned slowly around. There he stood, tall and handsome in his dark suit. Peter turned his head to where she was looking and groaned under his breath when he saw Adam walking towards them. She felt as though her legs would give out from under her as he approached. He was staring intensely into her eyes, and she saw the flash of anger in his eyes when he glanced at Peter and then back at her. Molly, I want to talk to you now, he said harshly. Adam, what are you doing here? She asked. Her eyes glittered with tears. I could ask you the same thing. Why are you here with him? His eyes rolled toward Peter. Just move along, Adam. Molly doesn't want to talk to you. Peter put his hand on Adam's chest, giving him a light shove.
Shove me again, punk, and I'll put you on your ass, Adam hissed at him.
Molly, sensing a fight about to erupt, placed her hand on Peter's arm. It's okay, give us a minute. Okay, Molly, I'll go get us a glass of wine. Just water for me, please, she told him. When Peter walked away, she turned to Adam and gave him one of her icy stares. So, what did you want to talk about? You look so beautiful, Molly. I've missed you. She scoffed. Me or the SX? Ignoring the sarcasm, he turned to look at her picture. Who painted this? He couldn't help looking at it. It captured her beauty. Peter, she answered. His temper about to explode snapped. You posed for that punk in a sheer nightgown. When did this happen? She knew he was jealous and wondered why, since he didn't want her anymore. No, Adam, I didn't pose for Peter. I didn't even know he painted me till he brought me here tonight. You and you're dating. That didn't take you long to move on, he snapped at her. For crying out loud, we're not dating. I only came to support my friend. What do you want, Adam? I dropped by the house a couple of times. You weren't there. In fact, it looked like you haven't been there in a while. I've been staying with my parents. Why? He barked. Because I get lonely in that big house. Not that it's any of your business. Peter came back with wine for himself and water for her. You still hear Bancroft. Giving Peter a dirty look, growled, wanting so badly to punch the young man in his face, but instead turned to Molly. Come, I'll drive you home. Taking her arm in an attempt to take her with him, but she pulled from his grip. I'm not going anywhere with you. I came with Peter, and I'll be leaving with him. Goodbye, Adam. Adam turned and stormed away. Once he reached the door, turned and looked back at Molly. He saw Peter touching her arm, and he wanted to tear the kid limb from limb. Before leaving, he stopped to talk to a man he knew. 15 minutes later, a sold sign was posted on the painting of Molly. Peter was practically jumping out of his skin and asked the gentleman who bought the painting, Sorry, sir, we are not allowed to give out that information. Chapter 27. Seeing Adam, she wanted to throw herself into his arms. Just being near him broke her heart. A lump formed in her throat, making it hard for her to breathe. His presence was overwhelming as he stood close to her, and she was relieved when he turned and left. Peter, seeing her in distress, took a hold of her hand. Do you want to leave? Yes, but this is your night. You stay, and I'll take a cab home. It's okay, Molly. We've been here over 2 hours. I'll take you home. Taking her arm led her out into the cool night air. Seeing the goosebumps popping up on her arms, took off his jacket and placed it around her shoulders. At home, she handed Peter back his jacket. Thank you. I am so very happy for you, Peter. This is your chance to become a famous painter. Taking her chin in his hand, he looked down at her lips, pulling her close, kissed her, his arms going around her. Molly closed her eyes, letting him kiss her, but then quickly pulled away. I can't, Peter. I'm so sorry, she cried, tears falling down her face. She let him kiss her, hoping to get Adam out of her mind, but it didn't work. It wasn't his arms around her or his mouth on hers. Kissing her cheek, he smiled at her and held her hand. I understand, Molly. It was too soon. Please forgive me for trying to rush you. Peter, I don't have those feelings for you. I'm sorry, but I only want you as a friend. It's Adam. It'll always be him, won't it? Peter's heart felt empty. He would never stand a chance with her. He wiped her tears away with his thumbs. I'll always be here for you. If you ever need me, call, and I'll come running. Nodding her head, kissed his cheek and went inside. Adam was sitting at his desk, busy going over some files, when the door was flung open and Peter stormed in, slamming it behind him, yelling, You bastard! I don't know what you did to Molly, but she's all torn up inside. Adam stood and walked around to the front of his desk, a smirk on his face. What's the matter, kid? Did she turn you down? Peter raised his fist, and it landed square in Adam's jaw,
sending him to the floor. "Get up, Bancroft," Peter yelled at him.
Adam wiped the side of his mouth where a drop of blood had appeared. Glaring at Peter, he stood up. "You have guts coming in here and hitting me, so what's your story? You got it bad for my wife, don't you?"
Peter held his hands by his side, balled into fists. "From what I hear, she won't be your wife for long." Adam's eyes narrowed into slits as he stared at the man before him. The kid was good-looking, he'd give him that, and he also had one hell of a right hook. "Then you have a chance to go after her. Oh, don't look at me like that. I have eyes and can see you have a thing for Molly." "You arrogant bastard." "Yes, I do care for Molly. I would love to make her mine." "Then go for it. You seem like a decent guy," Adam said as he went and sat behind his desk straightening his tie.
"Yeah, well, the problem with that, Mr. Bancroft, is she loves you. No one else will be able to measure up to you. I wouldn't stand a chance." Out of the corner of Peter's eyes, he noticed a painting off in the corner. Walking over, he picked it up and turned it around.
Adam barked, "Don't touch that." Ignoring him, Peter turned it around. It was the one he painted of Molly. He looked at Adam quizzically. "You are the one that bought it, why? You said it's over between the two of you. Why would you want her picture?" Adam's body went rigid as he took the painting from Peter's hand and walked over to his desk and sat down, placing the painting against the wall. "Why I wanted it is none of your damn business." "You love her," Peter said, his palms flat on the desk as he leaned in towards Adam. "Christ, man, if you're still in love with Molly, why are you doing this to her?" "Get out of my office," Adam barked. Peter went to the door, but stopped and looked back at Adam. "You will never find another woman like Molly. You'd be a fool to let her get away." Once Peter was gone, Adam picked up the painting. His eyes watered. There was a hole where his heart was, an empty hole. If this was what love felt like, he didn't want it. Putting the painting down, threw himself into his work. The next night, Adam was having dinner at his father's place. "What happened to your lips, son?" "It's nothing, just one of Molly's friends who think I'm not treating her right," he said, touching his swollen lip. "And how have you been treating her?" Adam Sr. asked.
"Terrible," he answered.
"Is there any chance you and Molly will get back together?" "No, Dad, it's over." "Then you won't mind if your cousin James asks her out?" Aj's eyes narrowed, shaking his head. "Hell no, no way. James is all wrong for her, and he's way too young." Adam Sr. chuckled. "He's the same age as Molly." "I know. Besides, as long as we're married, she won't go out with another man. That's just how she is." "Aj, there are a lot of wolves out there that will try and take advantage of Molly. She's young and naive and could fall for someone who will hurt her. She needs a strong man who will love and protect her." "Molly's a grown woman. I'm sure she'll be fine," Adam said, taking a bite of his steak. Adam Sr. had had enough of Aj's foolishness. Placing his hand on his son's arm, squeezed it, causing Aj to winch. "Boy, you love that girl. It's killing you inside being apart from her. For God's sake, go to her before it's too late. Before someone else comes along and you lose her for good." "I can't, Dad. It's already too late. I hurt her, and she'll never take me back now." Losing his appetite, dropped his fork and stood up, pouring himself a shot of whiskey. Getting out of his chair, Adam Sr. went over to Aj and grabbed the drink from his hand and slammed it back down on the table, raising his voice in anger. "Damn you, Aj. I'm so sick of you being such an ass. Go fight for Molly. Do whatever it takes to get the woman you love back." Aj's heart was pumping faster than a speeding race car, his blood flowing hot through his veins. His father was right. Peter was right. And there was no way he could let her get away. He loved Molly and would do whatever it took to win her back. Throwing his arms around his father gave him a hug. "You're so right, Dad." Letting him go, started walking away. "Aj, wait. What are you going to do?"
"I'm going to get Molly back."
"Wait here 1 minute. Adam SR said, and started walking out of the room. Adge was becoming frustrated. His need to go to Molly was great. He didn't want to waste time. Dad, I've got to go now, he whined.
Just give me a minute,
He answered, dashing out of the room. He returned 5 minutes later, holding a small box. When you go give this to Molly, he hands Adge the box. When he opened the box, his hand shook and his eyes watered. Dad, this is Mom's engagement ring. Your mother gave it to me the night she died, made me promise to give it to you when you found your true love. I believe you have, but I had to be sure that you truly loved Molly. I am now. Adge stared at the ring. It was emerald heart-shaped ring with diamonds going all around the stone. Tears fell from his eyes. Mom loved this ring. She said you had it made special for her, one of a kind. Adge hugged his father. Thanks, Dad. Molly is going to love it, and the emerald is the exact same color as her eyes. What are you waiting for, son? Go to your wife. Adam raced home, going inside calling her name as he dashed from one room to the other. No Molly, he realized she must still be at her parents'. He took off speeding to memory lane, getting 2 speeding tickets along the way. He didn't care. The shop was closed and the doors were locked. Seeing her car, he knew she was there. He banged on the door, but no one answered. Adam went around the side and stared up at the window above the shop. The curtains suddenly pulled closed, so he knew they were home, and he started yelling. Molly, I know you're up there. Let me in. Damn it, woman, I want to talk to you now. Upstairs, Molly sat with her parents. They could hear Adam yelling. Heck, the whole neighborhood could hear him. Maybe you should let him in, dear. Hear what he's got to say, Anna said as she peeked out the window. No, Mom, I don't want to talk to him. The neighbors, hearing all the commotion, came outside to see what was going on. Mr. Chung Lee shuffled over to Adam, and in his broken English poked Adam in the ribs. You bad man to Molly, go away. Adam looked down at the small man and shook his head. Not without my wife. He then started yelling again. Molly, I'm not leaving till you talk to me. The drapes were pulled back and the window opened. Go away, Adam. I don't want to talk to you. Baby, listen to me. I've been a real jerk. I treated you horribly, and I'll do anything if you'll just forgive me. I love you with all my heart and soul. By this time, word had gotten around the community, and a large crowd had gathered behind Adam. They all waited to see what Molly would do. No, Adam, you hurt me. How do I know you won't hurt me again? I swear I won't. I've been a stupid, jealous fool. Molly, I'm begging you, please come down and let's talk. Go away, Adam, she yelled down at him as the crowd remained silent. Molly, I'm going out of my mind over you. We belong together. I do want to have a family and grow old with you. I can't live without you. And baby, I want to make love to you every day. It's all I can think about. The crowd giggled and laughed. Some even clapped. Adam, be quiet. Everyone is listening to you, Molly cried, mortified. Let them hear me. I want them to know how much I love you. Adam turned to face the crowd. Molly is the most beautiful and sexual woman I have ever known. She has the most amazing body, and I get so turned on when I see her naked. When we make love, it's so hot, wild, and passionate. I can never get enough of her. Molly's face turned a crimson shade of red, her parents standing right behind her. Shut up, Adam. My parents can hear you. Go away, or I'll call the police. What do I have to do to get you to forgive me? He yelled at the top of his lungs, frustration building within him. Chapter 28. Adam started pacing back and forth, running his hand through his thick dark hair. Palms sweaty, heart racing, he wasn't going to give up on them. The sun was going down, and it was turning chilly. Then he remembered what his father had said to him. Do whatever it takes to get her to listen to you. Sing, dance, run naked through the neighborhood if you have to, but don't give up. He knew what he had to do. Knowing Molly, she would stop him before he went too far. Molly, if you don't come down here and talk to me,
I'll remove all my clothes and stand here naked until you do." He stood with his hands on his hips looking up at the window. He couldn't see her, but knew she was watching him. "Don't be stupid, Adam. Just go away," she screamed from the window. "Okay, Molly, if that's the way you want it, here I go." Adam took off his tie and removed it along with his jacket, tossing them to the ground. He then started unbuttoning his shirt. He was beginning to sweat, wondering if she was going to stop him. Molly stared out the window, seeing he was down to his pants. "Adam, stop. You are being utterly ridiculous," she yelled from the open window. "Come down here and stop me then," he yelled back. He could hear the giggles and whispers behind him. "No, go away," she screamed. "I'm starting to get pissed off now," he yelled back. He then took off his shoes and his pants, now standing in only his briefs.
"I'm down to my underwear, and I will take them off if you don't come down. You've got 2 minutes." His voice began to shake, aware of being watched and knowing by now someone would have taken his picture. It would be splashed all over the news. The almighty Adam Bancroft Jr., naked in the middle of the street.
The women began to whistle, some chanting for him to take it all off. "Come on, baby. Do you really want everyone to see what you've been enjoying the last few months?" The crowd went wild, clapping and stomping their feet. "You're a fool, Adam Bancroft," she yelled and slammed the window shut.
Anna and Nicholas looked at Molly, both shaking their heads.
"Mom, Dad, I don't know what to do."
"Do you love him, Molly?" her mother asked.
"Yes," she answered. A tear trickled down her cheek, her heart pounding.
"Then you know what you have to do," her father replied.
"Okay, Molly, here goes the rest." With his fingers on the waistband, he was about to pull them down when the crowd went deadly quiet. The door to the shop opened and out stepped Molly. They stood frozen, staring into each other's eyes. "I'm so sorry, baby. I've been a fool. I hurt you and I hate the way I've treated you, for the way I made you feel. Say you still love me and that you'll come home with me." She just stood by the door staring at Adam, tears falling from her eyes. "Say it, Molly, or I swear I'll take them off." His eyes pleaded with her. Molly didn't answer him, but what she did do was run to Adam. He caught her in his arms when she flung herself into them, wrapping her legs around his waist. The crowd cheered and clapped when the two kissed. It was a deep, passionate one that lasted a long time, his mouth hungry for hers. With great regret, Adam tore his lips from Molly's. Her legs remained around his waist. "Baby, I swear to you in front of God and all these people I will never hurt you again."
"You better not hurt her again, young man." A gruff voice spat out. It was Nicholas, and he was holding Adam's clothes.
Adam then put Molly down, giving her another kiss. Nicholas cleared his throat loudly. "Molly, take him inside." He looked at Adam. "Here, son, go get dressed. Anna and I are going to church. We won't be back for a couple of hours." He winked at Adam and then walked away. Taking each other's hand, they went inside and upstairs, but he didn't get dressed. Instead, he dropped his clothes and picked her up in his arms and headed to the bedroom. There he took his time undressing her. Turning Molly around, he slowly pulled down the zipper, teasing the back of her neck. The dress fell to the ground, and he unclasped the bra. She gasped when he swung her around, pressing her against him, his mouth seeking hers. Lips locked, he lowered her down onto the bed, his hand cupping her breasts, running his thumb over the nipple, feeling them grow hard. Her eyes closed, moans coming from her mouth. She missed his mouth on her and his hands that so skillfully caressed her. He moved down, teasing and savoring the taste of Molly's skin. Reaching her panties, removed them slowly as his lips kissed the flesh that they only a second ago covered. After giving her pleasure, he removed his briefs and climbed on top of her.
"I've missed you in this. I will not be gentle or slow. I want you too bad and for too long to take it easy," he said, his mouth covering hers as he penetrated her, his thrusts hard and fast. Adam grew more excited when she moaned and arched her hips, giving him more access to her, so that he could go deeper, filling her to the core. Panting and breathing heavily as their bodies soaked in sweat, they climaxed together.
Hovering over her, looked into her bright emerald green eyes. I'll never lose you again. I love you, Molly. I'm so sorry for the way I treated you, and I promise I will make it up to you. She placed her hands on his sweaty chest, loving the feel of his rock-hard muscles. Stop, Adam. It wasn't all your fault. I was just as much to blame. You're my man and you belong to me. I love you so much. Adam rolled over onto his side, putting his arm around her. I fell in love with you that first time we made love in Paris. I want you to know I'm totally devoted to you. I do and will always love you. Holding her hand, looked at the ring he had placed on her finger when they first came upstairs. He told her the story about it and that his father gave it to him to give to her. Was it fate or destiny that brought them together? It didn't matter. They had found each other, and he was never going to take Molly for granted ever again. Molly reached over and, taking Adam's face in her hands, kissed him, rolling on top of him, and felt how hard he had gotten. Smiling, she looked down at him. My, what's that poking me? Flipping her over so that he was on top, smirked. Let me show you rather than tell you. This time he was more gentle, taking his time. As they lay together afterward, they talked. Peter told me you bought that painting of me. Adam grunted loudly. Is that kid still sniffing around you? Molly gave him a playful slap. Stop. Peter is just a friend.
Friend.
Molly, he's in love with you. I'm surprised he didn't try to kiss you. When she turned quiet, he sat up and looked at her. He did kiss you. Why, that little punk, I'll kill him. Reaching her hand up, touched his chest. It was one little kiss, and I told him I couldn't because I was still in love with you. Peter is just a friend. You've no need to be jealous. Why did you buy the painting? I didn't want anyone else to have it or look at you. He grinned boyishly. But you didn't want me, she cried. Pulling her up so that she was sitting next to him, he cupped her chin in his hand. That's not true. I did want you. I wanted you so bad.
Then why did you leave me even after I said I forgave you?
Her tears flowed, and he wiped them away with his hands. I thought it was for your own good. I felt that I wasn't good enough for you. Molly, you're kind, sweet, and gentle, and I didn't want you to change. But God help me, I can't let you go. You're my life, and I love you too much. You've changed me, made me a better man. I love you, he said, his eyes filling with tears. I love you too, Adam. We love you.
We who? He asked, a puzzled look on his face.
She gave him a sly look. Remember when I came to your office and said I had something to tell you?
Yeah.
His heart started pounding in his chest. He had a feeling about what she was going to tell him, but holding his breath, waited for her to say it. I came to tell you that we're having a baby. Biting her bottom lip, she glanced at him, worried about what he would say. But seeing the smile on his face, she knew he was happy. Taking her face in his hands, he looked at her lips. Moving up, he stared into her eyes, and his own glistened with his tears. You're having my baby, he smiled. Molly shook her head, placing her hands on top of his. Yes, Adam, your baby is growing inside me, our baby. Adam let out a whoop, then giving Molly a tender kiss, laid her down. Do you hear that? He asked her. Molly listened, and hearing nothing, looked at him, puzzled. I don't hear anything. Neither do I. That means your parents aren't home yet, so that means I can do this. His hands roamed over her, his lips going to her neck. He took Molly once again. As they lay there, Molly safely tucked in Adam's arms, he stroked her hair. He loved the way it felt, so soft, like silk, and he loved the smell. We should get up and dress. Your parents will be home soon. Molly moaned softly, snuggling closer. No, I don't want to leave this bed. We can stay here tonight and go home tomorrow if that's okay with you. I don't want to leave this bed either, but what about Anna and Nikolaus? Molly looked up at him and smiled, one that made his heart do a flip. It's okay, Adam, we're married.
His arms wrapping around her pulled her even closer than she was. Tomorrow we go home and start over. He rubs her stomach. He never thought he would find this kind of happiness. A wife who loved him, a woman he loved and adored, and now he would soon be a father. Chapter 29. Epilogue. 6 months later, Molly was putting some water in a vase of roses she had picked from her garden when the phone rang. Going over to the table, she picked the phone up, patting her small baby bump. When she said hello, a woman's voice asked for Adam. Since he wasn't home, Molly asked if she could take a message. Hanging up, she was close to tears. The woman, whose name was Sarah, said to tell him she was running late and would meet him at his hotel suite. Molly wasn't even aware he had kept the suite. She assumed he would have sold it. All kinds of suspicious thoughts raced through her mind. Had he kept it so that he could have affairs? But he loved her, and they were having a baby. Could he be bored with her after just being back together for only 6 months? Molly sat down and cried. Picking up the vase, she tossed it into the sink, where it shattered into tiny pieces. She decided to go to the hotel and to his suite and confront Adam and this Sarah tramp. Molly stood outside the door to the suite, her hand shaking, afraid of what she would see on the other side of the door. Taking out the keys she still had, having forgotten to give them back, hesitated. Did she really want to witness Adam in bed with another woman? Well, she was here, so unlocking the door, she slipped quietly in. There was Adam with Sarah. They were in an embrace. "How could you, Adam?" she cried. They pulled apart when she spoke. Adam's face turned pale when he saw Molly and was about to speak, but before he had a chance, she walked up and slapped him. "How could you? And with this tramp? A little old for you, isn't she?" Molly looked at Sarah, who had to be at least 10 years older than him, though she was a beautiful, tall, brunette, well-dressed. Sarah stood there with her mouth wide open. "Stop, Molly, it's not what you think," he said. Grabbing her arm, led her to the bedroom, asking Sarah to wait for him. "Get your hands off me," she cried when they reached the bedroom. "I thought we trusted one another. I'm not sleeping with Sarah." "Then why did I find you in each other's arms?" Molly started crying. Crossing her arms, she walked over to the window and looked out. Adam went over and wrapped his arms around her waist, rubbing her stomach. "I love you, Molly. I would never cheat on you." "Then why are you here with her? And I thought you got rid of this place." He turned her around to face him, putting his hands on her face. "Sarah is a real estate agent. She sold this suite for me. She had another client to see in this building, and I needed to pick up a couple of things I wanted to keep. The painting of you is one of them. So this was the logical place to meet. And she was only hugging me after congratulating me on becoming a father." "Adam, I'm so sorry." She stroked his face where she had slapped him. "I'm sorry for ever doubting you and for the slap."
Adam gave her a tender kiss, then pulling away, smiled at her. "I should have told you, but I wanted to surprise you. There's more to it."
"What?" she asked. "Later, sweetheart. First you've got to say sorry to Sarah. You did just call her a tramp." Sarah stood when they returned. "I want to apologize to you, Sarah. I got it all wrong and so sorry for calling you a tramp," Molly said, holding out her hand to shake hands. "That's okay, Mrs. Bancroft. I really do understand. You must be very proud of your husband for donating all the profits from this sale to Memory Lane." Molly's head snapped towards Adam. Yes, I am," she said in barely a whisper. Once Sarah had left, Adam pulled Molly into his arms. "That's what I was going to tell you. You're giving the money to Memory Lane? Why?" "I don't need it, and I figured the funds would be there if anyone needed it. It can be used for upgrades or repairs, whatever." "Adam, that is so wonderful of you to do that. I can't believe it. I wish there was some way to show you how much what you're doing means to me." Pulling her into his arms, he smiles wickedly. "Let's go home. You can get naked and show me how much it means to you." "Give me a minute," she said as she walked into the bedroom. Adam sat waiting for her to come out, wondering what was taking her so long,
but then he heard her calling out to him. Adam, can you come here for a minute? He went, and his jaw dropped when he saw Molly laying on the bed, stark naked. I couldn't wait till we got home. I thought maybe we could spend one last night here. When he didn't say anything, she thought maybe he was upset with her. I'm sorry you're upset. I'll get dressed and we can go home. Like hell, you won't be getting dressed, saying as he started stripping down to his briefs and jumping into bed. His lips on her neck and hand roaming down her body, he groaned when she stopped him. God, Molly, what now? So do you forgive me for being a jealous, hormonal pregnant woman? Hell, woman, there is nothing I wouldn't forgive you for, especially when you're naked in bed. Now shut up and kiss me. 3 months later, Adam awoke to someone shaking him. His eyes flew open. Molly was now in her 9th month, and he thought this was it. What is it? Is it the baby? Is it time? He asked, jumping out of bed. No, not yet, but I wish it was, she answered. Then what's wrong? The last couple of weeks had been hard. Her mood swings were becoming irritating. I want some ice cream, she replied with a pout on her face. Adam climbed back into bed and lay down. Sorry, babe, but you ate the last of it last night. There's none left. But I really want some. I have a craving. Baby, it's 2 a.m. What do you want me to do? Go to the store at this late hour? Would you? Oh, please, Adam, she said, shaking him awake as he was about to drift off. His eyes popped open, and he looked at her as if she had lost her mind. No, I'm tired. Now go to sleep. Closing his eyes, he heard her sniffing and looked over at her, and his heart melted. She looked so sweet and sad. Growling, he climbed back out of bed and started dressing. Bending down, kissed her. Colocate chip mint ice cream, Adam, she said as he walked out. It took a while before he found a small store that carried the ice cream she wanted. This time he wasn't going to take a chance. He bought 3 large containers of the stuff. Arriving home, Adam dished out some ice cream and took it upstairs to Molly. He stood next to her, looking down. She was fast asleep and wondered if he should wake her, but hearing her even breathing as she slept so soundly, decided to leave her be. As much as she was driving him crazy, his love for her grew stronger with each passing day. Setting the dish down, crawled back into bed where she snuggled into him. Kissing her head, he went to sleep. Adam showered Molly with love and gifts, setting up the baby's room. She was almost a week overdue and was becoming restless. Again he was shaken awake. Being groggy, he thought she wanted ice cream. I'll get you some, saying as he climbed out of bed. I don't want ice cream, Adam. It's the baby. It's coming, she squealed. Running around like a chicken with its head off, he carried the bags downstairs and took them out to the car. Getting in, he started the engine and then swore, Shit, I forgot Molly. Racing back inside, ran up the stairs as she was making her way down. Did you forget about me? She snapped. No, of course not. I just wanted to take your bag down and warm the car up for you. He lied to her with a straight face, hoping she wouldn't guess the truth. Driving, he took her hand in his and kissed it. I can't believe I'm about to be a father. I love you, Molly. I love you too, Adam. But you better hurry. He's coming any minute. Releasing her hand, grabbed the steering wheel tighter and stepped on the gas. Going over the speed limit, he soon heard the sound of sirens behind him. Pulling over, the cop got out of his car and walked up to the driver's side. Officer, please, my wife is in labor. I've got to get her to the hospital. License and registration, sir, the officer said with indifference. Molly yelled, shocking Adam. Look, officer, unless you want to deliver this baby in the back of your squad car, let us get to the Fuking hospital. They ended up getting a police escort. Wow, sweetheart, that mouth of yours, I've only heard you say that word once before, Adam chuckled. If you don't get me to the hospital in time, you'll be hearing more of it, she snapped, holding her stomach. They got there just in time and Molly rushed into the delivery room, Adam by her side. This is it, baby. You ready? Molly shakes her head yes. Adam, call our parents. I will, sweetheart, as soon as the baby comes. I don't want to miss this. Holding her hand gave her a kiss. He was sure this had to be the quickest birth on record. Within the hour, he heard the loud cry of his child being born.
It's a boy, Molly, Adam said as he shifted from one foot to the other.
The baby was placed in her waiting arms, and they stared at the miracle they had created. Tears were shed by both of them. Adam, he is so beautiful, Molly wept. He's perfect, just like you, Adam answered, touching his son's cheek. He thought his heart was going to burst when he looked at his wife and son. Adam wished his mother was here for this, but he was sure she was looking down, smiling. Anna, Nikolaus, and Adam Sr. showed up not too long after, going into Molly's room. It's a boy, Adam announced proudly. We've named him Nikolaus Adam Bancroft, Nicky for short, 5 pounds and 11 ounces. Nikolaus sat next to Molly, while the other 3 fussed over Nicky, taking her hand in his. I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. You are truly happy, aren't you? Molly looked over at Adam, who held Nicky in his big, strong arms. Yes, Dad, Adam makes me happy. I love him so much, and now I have a beautiful son. When the grandparents claimed the baby, Adam went and sat next to Molly. You did good, baby. Our son is beautiful. He looks just like you, dark hair. He's going to be a lady killer when he grows up, Molly said, taking Adam's hand in hers. He'll be better than me. We'll raise him to be respectful of women, unlike his old man. You turned out all right, she answered.
Thanks to you, Molly, I am a better man, and I'll never hurt you again.
He leaned down, giving her a long and loving kiss. Now don't get mad at me, but I've hired someone to cook and clean for us. With Nicky we will have our hands full. Molly narrowed her eyes, giving Adam an icy stare. She better be an older granny-type woman, not some young pretty thing. Adam laughed. I think you'll approve. After everyone was gone and Nicky was laid down to sleep, Adam laid down beside Molly, holding her in his arms while she slept. He made a vow to God and himself that he would love and protect Molly for the rest of his life. This woman in his arms had taught him to love, to be a better man. He felt truly blessed and would never take his family for granted.
If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book.